Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Happy Friday. Friday the 13th. Can't get any better than that. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. I fell back to sleep this morning, so sorry about that. But I do look forward to jump starting right into accountability. My goodness, the amount of lies, absolute lies that came out of that person's mouth last night. You would think after 4 years of literally hearing somebody lie after lie after lie, you stop being astounded by it. But gee golly, it doesn't. It never stops. I mean, put it this way: if we took a shot for every lie that was told, we'd be sounding like reality. Oh my goodness, tell me I'm lying. I swear to goodness. The lies that were coming out were unbelievable. Melissa, thank you for being a member for 7 months. It was Grammys, thank you for being over on Kick. It was a very insane. And now of course you all know I'm a little more mature than her. So I don't listen to things that are going to upset me. So I didn't listen to it. I was given little breakdown points by others and others that I trust, others that are let's just say in a position to pay attention because of what's coming. So I got a really good idea of what's taking place and baffled to say the least. Obviously she's shitting herself and she should, but I heard it was that bad against me, which is why I didn't listen. But it's a good thing that my attorney's not free, nor is he, in the words of Brittany, a back alley attorney, and he listens to things when necessary. So, but I heard it was typical, right? Typical, because is it not typical of somebody like her to initiate all of this crap, literally light the match, and then cry that she's the victim? It is literally what I've dealt with for years with this person. Always the victim. But that's typical of people like her, right? It's typical of people that have that many call it narcissistic. I don't know. I can't diagnose anybody. I am a partner on Kick. Or I don't know. I am verified. It is typical of people like her that a lot of people say match the, because the way they work, and this is absolutely the way they work. Their first reaction is to say something didn't happen. Right? And then they'll follow with, and if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, well, it's not a big deal. And if it is, it's not my fault. And if it was, I'm not responsible. And if I am, you deserve it because you made me do it. Right? That is exactly how that person works. That's exactly how they operate. It's exactly what they've always done. And it's exactly why I can't stand them. I heard she made a statement. That's exactly Cash Tasha, but she's over there crying, woe is me, because she has an appearance for a petty harassment. And she's over there with the dramatics. She's trying to take away my rights, my livelihood, financially drain me. You know where Brittany came up with those three terms? From listening to the damage she has done to me for over a year now. That's how she even knew those terms. It's unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable to me. And then to sit there and act like she's not to blame for any of this. And, oh, well, she's just a victim. She's a victim of signing the RICO. She's a victim of Julie's. She's a victim of the internet. I don't know why I was, but I was sent a screenshot. And this woman's delusional. And I'll tell you how. First off, she said she had the sheer nerve to say, okay, the sheer nerve to say that I want to see her murdered or something, right? I want to see that. Am I the one that went out of my way to turn off YouTube? and go into her real life to impact it? Am I the one that's done that? This girl has done literally everything she could to flip my world upside down, but I'm the one that one. I mean, stop with your dramatics. Shut the fuck up. You over insert yourself into my world and then act like I won't leave yours. I swear to God, I could bang my head against the wall and I'd likely get more understanding from it. She placed herself into my world. But I'm the one obsessed. I'm the one, you know what? I'm the one full of rage at you and waiting for you to have accountability. Sure. It's absolutely crazy. And this delusion that, first off, she says that I'm so angry because everybody has left her alone. Hello, tits. That's not why I'm angry. It's absolutely insane to say that's why I'm angry. But where has everybody left you alone? You were being restreamed by 4 motherfucking people on Kick last night. Who left you alone? Where? You mean you were successful at getting some of the people removed off YouTube? Is that what you mean? You mean you snuggled up and buddied to the people that were going at you daily? Is that what you mean? What are you talking about? Everybody left you alone. You're the trending topic on Kick. Nobody left you alone. You were being restreamed at the same time by 4 different people. It's unbelievable to me. She's petrified, in my opinion. You could hear it in her voice. All I got to say is that is good. Cope. She's not petrified. She wants to sound petrified. She's not afraid because she's never had to face accountability a day in her life. So she doesn't think it will actually happen. She thinks she can escape every ounce of accountability by playing that stupid, duncy, I didn't know. It's not my fault, y'all. That's what she thinks. She has never actually had to stand up and face the causes of the actions that she has made. Until she chose to fuck with the wrong one in the real world. I've never seen more comments get deleted within seconds on any other creator's channel, even super chats, deleted. Her mods were working their asses off. And she'll still go into that group chat without them and talk shit. Ain't that right, Angela? Ain't that right? Well, it is fraud, and I'll tell you why it's fraud. Because when you collect money under the pretenses that you're going after people, particularly certain people, and then you come out here and admit that that money was raised to go for your lawyer to go to the DA and get CPS documents, what kind of fucking lawyer told you that they would be able to get CPS calls? And what type of audience do you think you have, Miss True Crime Creator, that they're supposed to believe that this lawyer is still working to get CPS calls? It is against the law for anybody to obtain those CPS calls outside of a warrant from the police. And I don't think they're doing all that. I don't think they're doing all that for you. Matter of fact, I don't even think they like you. Ask me how I know. You're also saying I'm lying about you sending those C&Ds to the DA. Am I? Am I? You want to play the receipt, Brittany, of me saying I mocked you and Angela for sharing that movie? You want to show proof that the judge said my anti-slap had no merit? And do you want to follow up again and show proof that I ever contacted CPS and or any organization in your real life? And then when you're at it, grab the transcripts from the court hearings that you claimed a long time ago you were getting, and then go ahead and tell me that I'm lying, that you did not take this information to your DA to try to have us arrested. Because if you don't think I can pull out the proof and a heart skip, you are mistaken. Of course, his name's not on one. He never bothered with her. 58 Fabulous. I've never seen more Oh, I just read that. You know what cracks me up about her too? This whole Rancher thing. Anybody else remember Brittany saying Rancher dropped them as clients because I harassed him? Can we get a one in a chat? Kraken. Anybody remember Brittany saying that Rancher dropped her because I was harassing him? Now, you think a lawyer that literally practices and advertises himself as a lawyer that fights against harassment and defamation would drop a customer due to harassment? I think it's embarrassing that you're out here telling people, but that story changed, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. The story was different last night. Hmm. Funny how that works because everything with Brittany changes because nothing she says is truthful. Why wouldn't he go after me for harassment, right? Exactly, a customer. That's why I said it. Cracks me up, a customer. Just this girl just lies to lie to lie. That's all she does. I'm glad Rackin came to her rescue because Rackin's the one that taught me how to do FOIA requests and how to get information like police trails and things of the sort. So it's nice that the same person that taught me will eventually hand me what I need with that information is the same one that is helping you. Um, she will keep lying and lying until she's caught with no other choice but to tell the truth. That is for sure. You know what else I seen that was pretty funny? She even said that herself the other day. I mean, this she seriously has no awareness. I know that she's been drained. That's what I'm saying. To sit there and say that what she did to me did not cause me the hardships that I'm claiming it has, but her facing a petty harassment charge, a petty, repeat it, a petty harassment charge in another state has caused her so much hardship. Hearing her say she's trying to financially drain me and take my livelihood, but then openly admitting that she retained this lawyer to take our fucking channels, which is our livelihoods. Are you kidding? Oh, Craig's the one that told me a while back, and I'm sure many of you heard it as well, that Brittany was taking this shit to the DA. Remember, he said, and they're pressing charges on y'all, and then it's out of our hands. Then it's out of our hands. And that's exactly why Brittany wants to be a victim of some type of any type of litigation because she thinks you benefit off of it. So we're supposed to believe that I benefited off of her literally destroying my world in my neighborhood. But she's having such a hard time over a charge in New Jersey. The fuck you. Fuck you. We're supposed to believe that you're having so much. She's trying to ruin me. It's not even like this bitch has the self-awareness to say, you know what? Getting a little tiny droplet of what I've done to Granny. You know, this shit was fucked to say. But instead, she's over there telling everybody how it won't be long now until she gets out of this RICO. Because all she has to do is file a paper, everybody. That's it. That's all. Who would have known? Thank you, James Still. I volunteer part-time as a jester at the jouster at the Renaissance Fair. I'm a freelancer. What do marathon runners wear? Participants. Me neither, Kraken. Oh, don't worry. There's copies of it out there, law and stuff. Don't you worry. Brittany saying her frivolous lawsuit made your life better. Huh. This cracks me up. Last night, Craig said something about you being upset because she's getting out of the case. You can't do anything to her. You are surely mistaken. First off, I already checkmated you, and you'll see it in just a minute. Secondly, you cannot get out of it. And even if any by miraculous chance you get out of it, the fact remains that the judgment's already placed on you. So you don't get out of having to deal with the attorney fees and the punitive damages. They all still hold true, my friend. Not only that, but your little smart ass comments once again caught the eyes of your co-plaintiffs who are out here letting you know that get her that magical piece of paper. The only place she's headed is to be a defendant. Well, Nick, I'll tell you what, Brittany will say that we are now working together, but amen to that, my friend. Somebody please produce this magical piece of paper for the moron to the left. Where the fuck does it exist? You're dumb. You are dumb. I've never met somebody so dumb. And I do hope with all of my soul and being that Nick and his crew come after you with the same fucking energy they came at me. Because you don't know what the fuck lawfare is until they do. And then good luck trying to convince everybody what a piece of shit your own co-plaintiffs are that you propped up on a pedestal and took great joy signing your signature next to. Let's see how that works out for you. And while we're at it, can somebody let them more? First off, I never even told anybody that I gave Moon a donation towards her dog. One, I don't even know. I don't quite frankly know to believe if the dog was injured or not. But that's not up to me to decide, right? I saw this cry for help that a dog was in need. So I sent a little tiny donation to help out. Why don't you take that donation, which she did send back, which is miraculous for somebody who needed it. But why don't you take that donation and go spend a couple dollars to pull up transcripts from the court proceedings and then tell me again that the ACLU isn't backing us? Because I ain't never heard no dumb shit like that. It's literally on the motherfucking docket. It's on the docket. There's an entire brief written by them backing us up on our First Amendment rights and supporting the fact that we filed a slap in response. See, this is the shit that drives me nuts because none of you will ever, a day or two later, she sent it back. None of you will ever get the respect you think you deserve or earn out here when you speak so confidently, yet you are so fucking wrong. Exactly. You just can't fix stupid. Thank you, Vanessa, for being a member for 25 months. Sweet's coming in with the, hey, Beej, we know you're watching. So it looks like she got the attention of Nick with this magical paper. Again, file whatever paper you want. The judge already made the ruling. You will not escape from having to pay attorney fees and punitive damages, nor is there a paper that will magically get you out of it at all. I know, I don't think they can read if you dare. She claims the ACLU isn't backing your case. I know. That's sad for them. It really, I mean, you know, you might think I'm being like sarcastic when I say this, but I actually feel bad for people that are that stupid that they really confidently say these things. It's everybody's seen it. Everybody read it. How could you, whatever. But yes, believe everything these people say when they can't even get the basics. They want to lie to you when the truth is right there, written right there, and they want to lie to you all. It's kind of sad. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Let me pull this up really quick. What are you going to do, though? Some people, they just, confidently wrong, like Brittany. You're just angry. Everybody backed off me. Oh, I thought I was always angry. You're just angry. Everybody backed off me. Okay. Hope she signs that paper and says it's that judge. She wouldn't be able to tell the truth to the judge. I would love to be a fly on the wall. Yeah, Your Honor, I'd like to get out of this, with the quickness because I don't like the way it went. No, nothing will get her out of paying. Nothing. If she lost her channel, if she claimed bankruptcy, she can't. Nothing will get her out of it. Jennifer, thank you so much for the 15 months. Is Beej and her Darvo's dog and pony show? It really is. It really is. It's sickening. It's sickening. Everybody feel bad for Brittany because she put herself in a position to receive a petty harassment charge, but act like it's no big deal that she herself also put her in a position to have the RICO, declaratory judgment, Craig getting a TPO. None of that's her fault, but sure, reality, I put myself here. My receipts are on the docket. Somebody show me anywhere on any court docket where Brittany's attorney's name is listed. You go ahead and do that, and I will come out right now and show you all of my attorney bills. Bet you won't. Bet you can't. You want proof again of where my attorney's money went to? Here it is, folks. 104 pages. Here it is. You know how big these filings are? Tell me when I can stop. Now, you show me at least one court docket that has Brittany's lawyer's name on it. Just one. Bet you can't. Bet you won't. Hey, should we pull up the ACLU brief again? Idiots. Absolute idiots. Sorry, give me just 1 second. Oh, thank you so much. Wish the court case would come to an end soon for you. I agree. I agree. I love you too. Thank you for all of your support. I'm going to call you K-Ma. Thank you for becoming a member. Love said, reality is the biggest loser. She really is. Her and her slurring. I don't know if the bitch is slurring or she's like, I don't know what it is. The roof is on fire. And you know who lit the match? I'll tell you who lit the motherfucking match. But in case anybody was confused again, maybe I could show this. I don't think there's any from any court proceeding. Yeah, briefs of public. Let me make sure I can show it, but I'm pretty sure it's a public record. Make sure. I'll wait and see before I do that. But it is right here on my screen. Brief of Mickey Curai, whatever, in support of appellees and addressing the Pennsylvania Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, which is the anti-slap. It actually starts off by saying, gee, they really put a lot into this bad boy, didn't they? Statement of interest. The ACLU of Pennsylvania is a state affiliate of the American Civil Liberties Union, which is the ACLU. Oh, here you go. Loon. Take a close look. A nationwide nonprofit, nonpartisan organization with more than 1.6 million members dedicated to the principles of liberty and equality embodied in the Constitution. This is definitely, I can go back to page 1 and show you again. It does state right here that this is in support of appellees and addressing, which is the anti-slap, the Pennsylvania. Can we get ones in the chat if that's a letter from the ACLU backing us up on our anti-slap? We got to write it slowly and speak slowly for. Here, let me pick any page. We'll see what we get. The Institute for Free Speech is a nonpartisan nonprofit. The Pennsylvania News Media Association. The Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press. Other than amici, their members or counsel, no person or entity paid in whole or in part for the preparation of this brief or authored in whole or in part the brief. Oh my gosh, would you look at that? It's the ACLU just backing us up. I know it's a huge, big thing, so you don't want to accept it. But even the ACLU with 1.6 million members stood up and said what your friend is doing is trying to stomp on free speech. Yeah, and then Brittany tries saying that Barbecue's attorney wrote this. But don't worry, y'all. She's going to have a magical paper appear that's going to magically take her out of the RICO. I anxiously wait. I wonder if that's also coming up with the same letter that you sent in to counter the declaratory action that was put against you. Guess we got to wait for that to appear with that. Now, a bunch of idiots, I tell you. Bunch of bitches that think they know everything and they know absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. While we're at the place of putting numbers in the chat, can you put a 2 in the chat if you recall Brittany saying that this declaratory judgment only cost me, I think she whittled it down to 300. Yeah, her pro se paperwork. Remember, Lindsay? She says she mailed it out. She says she mailed it out, but yet it never landed. And then that's also when she called what does she call it? The clerk of court. And they told her to go ahead and call my attorney, which they never would. This is also the same bitch that lied that she called and spoke to the judge's chambers, which I also have that on a transcript, where the judge says absolutely not. Nobody called and spoke to me or my chambers, nor were told that they could appear via Zoom. They are so uneducated. It's a shame. It is a shame, Kma. You're right. They're uneducated. Goody two shoes. Go, Jess. You got this. Thank you. Everybody remembers it was measly 300. Okay. But we're all supposed to believe it's cost her a lot of fucking money to fight Julie in New Jersey, and it hasn't even happened. We put in 180 for filing fees. So we went ahead and we put in for our fees because Brittany allowed it to fall to the wayside. She didn't care. She didn't argue it or nothing, which means she admits in toto to what I said and claims. I would never take legal advice from somebody who has a record longer than a CVS or CPS. Receipt. Sorry. Always stand with you, GW. Thank you, it's Jen's mess. Thank you. Oh, thank you for having that awareness to likely type that in and figure that out. Thank you, Deep Dark. Fighting a RICO generally is considered more expensive to defend than a murder case. You know what else is very expensive to defend? Oh, I don't know. Defamation, along with 46 other counts, including RICO. She says she paid Rancher $1,000, quickly changed it to $8,000. Brittany thinks that Rancher's being as, I don't know. I don't know how much I want to say. I know Brittany made the statement that I know Rancher wrote the C&Ds because my lawyer emailed him and she was told when he was emailed. Now, I don't know what kind of logic that makes, right? It makes as much logical sense to say, why would I pay my lawyer to respond to C&Ds, right? I mean, did anybody else about fall over at that one? Why wouldn't your lawyer respond to the C&Ds that he sent out and literally requested that we respond to him over? Hello? Are we all in the same world? Because sometimes I feel like we're really not, right? Anybody else feel that way sometimes? Pika, thank you so much. Happy Friday 13th to all you MFers. I love Friday, and I love the 13th. I'm not going to show them all. Thank you. I won't, Brian. I won't. No, Rancher never did respond. She said they talked like 4 times. Rancher told her every time, but 4 was what she said. 4 is also what she said in the amount of C&Ds that went out. I mean, I don't think I'm going crazy here, so let me pull it up and see if I am in fact correct in this. Yeah, all right. I'm pretty sure I'm correct. It does state here, I immediately remove all live streams, videos, shorts, cease and desist from making any further defamatory, cease and desist from threatening, provide written confirmation within 10 days of receipt of this letter. Oh, also to be negotiated, a monetary compensation to be negotiated. And then, of course, we're supposed to respond to them that we will comply. I remember Brittany saying, nobody even tried to find a resolution. Anybody else remember that? No, I know that if my If my attorney ever sent out a C&D on my behalf and the person immediately responded, you better believe he would also immediately respond. And Brittany's little world, that's not the way things work because, well, Brittany takes shortcuts. I will never forget Brittany state. Oh, wait, here it is. I'll never forget Brittany stating that my attorney was a back alley attorney. Anybody see this here? Please direct all future communications concerning this matter to me and my firm. We were supposed to do that and not be responded to. Of course, she doesn't care she lost a mod. She doesn't care about anybody but herself. This woman has so many narcissistic traits. It's insane. She did say C&Ds for her mods too, and that's a lie. Boston said those were written by BJ, other mods. They can't keep one lie from the next. It all started with Boston blaming Samantha Joy, not just Samantha, Samantha Joy, of writing the C&Ds that, and it wrote out our names that QB, GW, and CNC received, right? When they were confronted on that, it turned to no, we didn't write it. Another mod did, but we're not going to tell you the name. And then 3 hours later, Boston comes back in here, quite upset that she wasn't quite welcomed with open arms, and comes up with this story that no, she was wrong. It was those C&Ds that were sent to other mods. So Brittany's mods wrote up C&Ds. They sent those C&Ds to Rancher to look over and fix. He fixed them, and then they sent them out to the other mods. The problem with that is those C&Ds are written with the same intelligence that Boston's comments were. Nobody believes at all that an attorney oversaw them or corrected anything to do with them. It's true that legal action could happen following civil actions. Yes, absolutely. Nosy Nelly is true. BJ said he was only contracted for a list of tasks, C&Ds, and contacting YouTube and CPS investigation. That's it. Clue says she thinks BJ is trying to get you to defame her, accusing her of a crime. I'm not accusing Brittany of a crime. I never once accused Brittany of a crime. But I'll tell you what Brittany did do. She lied to everybody. When she sits over there now and cries that Julie's trying to have her channel taken down and she would never try to take channels down, then why the fuck did you retain a lawyer to contact YouTube? Can anybody tell me what the point of that would be? They all lied. She wasn't paying attention to what Boston said about the C&Ds for other mods because Brittany says she wrote the C&Ds to the mods and Rancher wrote all the rest with the mods' help. Oh, so even Brittany switched up the story from Boston? Holy shit. Your attorney needed that. So that's co-signing exactly what we said it was, isn't it? By saying Rancher wrote all the rest with the mods' help? Isn't that what we said from the start? That Boston said that they wrote up the C&Ds that came out of Rancher's office? See, there you go, looking like an idiot again, Boston, because once again, Brittany's calling you a liar. Not once, but twice. 3 times now for the record. 3 times now. Brittany has made you out to be such a liar. She's in too deep. She certainly can't. Clue says she felt they was trying to set you up for a new defamation case. No, I can assure you that's not the case. Brittany can't even spell defamation, let alone fight it in a court of law. Okay. Matter of fact, she's going to have to learn how to, because we're going to jump right on to the next thing. Since right there, the lawyer says direct all communication to him. And then Brittany says he was never meant to respond. But it wasn't. None of it was correct. And the fact that you're a lawyer allowed it to go out with misquoted law on it, but I guess that's why you now found yourself in this position. So we filed for our attorney fees and costs to file for the declaratory judgment that Brittany says only cost me $180. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Regina. Again, if I ever approached my attorney and said, here, my mods wrote this, I don't even think he'd read over it, let alone take it and use it as his own. He would never do that. Of course, the mods wrote them first, or how would they get the dates? And then Rancher looked over them. Okay. Okay. Anyway, Brittany, what you think and believed only cost me $180. Well, the filing cost and court costs is a total of $842. The cost of an actual attorney that does work and doesn't take the work secondhand from mods for this particular event is $9,030. You wish it was 180. It would make you feel better. But it's not. Matter of fact, it's exactly what you grifted to initiate this. Looky there, folks. Isn't that ironic? Brittany said she needed $10,000 a month to initiate this litigation, and that's almost close to what she owes now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's for the declaratory judgment. Thank you. I'll survive. Now comes plaintiff myself petition for an assessment of attorney fees and litigation costs to be assessed under 42. Let's take this. Oh. Fixatious. Never works out for you, Brittany. We want 42 PA. Oh, actually, I have it right here. Just a moment. Bernie has till April 2nd to respond. Bernie, you want us to believe that you checked with paralegals when we all know you checked with ChatGPT and Loon and Kim. So for anybody who wants to know what these two paragraphs are, which I'm sure you want it, but let's go ahead and read it. This is a 2025 Pennsylvania consolidated and unconsolidated statute. It has to do with judicial procedure, representation of litigants, rights of participants to receive counsel fees. We directly quote number 7 and number 9 here because number 7 says, any participant who is awarded counsel fees as a sanction against another participant for dilatory, abhorrent, or fictitious, right? I'm going to say it wrong again. Fixatious conduct or independency of a matter. Number 9 is any participant who is awarded counsel fees because the conduct of another party and commenced in a matter or otherwise was arbitrary or in bad faith. I think that's exactly what this is. You sent out C&Ds to threaten my free speech, didn't follow through with any of it, and didn't even care to respond to any of it, which means it was brought in bad faith. And I think we can absolutely argue against that. Does this mean the Law and Order Gummy Squad unit offer their legal services for YouTubers? Yeah, I'll pass too. Thank you. You'd probably be better off asking Gemini. Fixatious. I got it. Fixatious. Yeah, no, you can't blow this off. After receiving a cease and desist letter from Brittany Nicole Jackson, Ms. Sang filed a complaint action for declaratory judgment of the Office of Judicial Support on October 1st. The complaint action for declaratory judgment was served upon Brittany via personal service on October 3rd. An affidavit of service with the proof of service of the complaint action for declaratory judgment was filed with this office October 6th. By the way, Brittany, every time you didn't answer the door and they had to reappear to try to get you to answer the door, you'll pay for that. It's the way it works in litigation. You don't get away with it. Love, Louie. Thank you so much. Since no answer otherwise was filed within the 20 days required to do so under the Pennsylvania Rules of Civil Procedure, the undersigned sent a notice of Press-P to enter default judgment under PA RCP upon Brittany. Now, if you go back again and you look at Brittany's C&D, she definitely quotes PA and North Carolina law. Is this real or written by a lawyer? Yes, this is written by a lawyer. This is on a court docket. This actually has a lawyer's signature, a docket number with it, all of the things. Yes, it's real. Says no answer otherwise was filed of record within the time allowed under Pennsylvania Rules of Civil Procedure after the complaint was served, and no answer was filed within the allowable time under Pennsylvania Rules of Civil Procedure after a notice of Press-P to enter default judgment was served. Judgment became ripe to be entered. A default judgment was certified and entered against BJ on November 7th of 2025. Because they knew what it was. Bernie's watching right now. Everybody make her aware. Let Craigie Poo know. Stop fucking threatening me with your lawfare. For those that forget, this is just for the C&D allegedly speculating. I wish it was $9K for the RICO. Are you kidding me? This is just the C&D. This is just the declaratory judgment. And just so we can remember, this C&D wasn't just a C&D, okay? Let's remember the environment that was taking place at the time, because I don't want any of this to be watered down. I'm in the middle of fighting accusations that Brittany already waged against me in a courtroom, that a judge herself already stated did not meet or fall under any of the counts, the 47 of them that they tried to place it under. The judge already agreed and acknowledged that the lawsuit, the RICO, the injunction, was brought to quash free speech. They already said I was constitutionally protected under those claims because it falls under free speech. But we also heard Craig many times stay in the background, and Brittany herself making comments in the chat that they had plans with this lawyer. That first we were going to lose, I was going to lose my channel, and then I was going to lose my life. Craig repeatedly stated in the background that we're all going to be arrested for harassment, and there's nothing they can do at that point because it's out of their hands. Several times Craig said, how are you going to fight a lawsuit when you ain't got a channel? So this C&D wasn't something that I could just frame and put on a wall like normal people would, because I'm already knee deep drowning in fucking attorney bills. And I'm not going to sit back and take the chance that this bitch is now going to sue me in her state like Tony Mathis decided to do in his. It was very clear that it was either going to be brought forth to mitigate damages in Pennsylvania or to try relitigate in North Carolina, as well as an attempt to take down my channel. If I would have sat back and just ignored that, I'd be taking that risk. And I don't know, but, you know, I like to be a person that has to learn a lesson once the hard way. And I did when I ignored the first C&D and very lightly acknowledged and corrected what I stated. Anybody who takes to the courts as easily and as quickly and swiftly as these people, without a second thought or consideration to what it can do to anybody, I don't play fucking Letitia's games with. I had no choice but to protect myself, protect my peace of mind, call it PTSD from C&Ds, but there was no way I was going to sit back and take the chance and take the risk and see if maybe they'll be successful at either dragging me into a North Carolina court, or maybe they'll be successful at taking down my channel, which is, in the words of Brittany, my livelihood. So I didn't respond to this just for little kicks and giggles and be like, hee hee ha ha. In the words of Brittany, I thought I was serving a hard ball, but it was a soft pitch, right, Toots? Well, I'm here to go in for the home run. So I hope you're ready to batter up. Because the last thing you're going to do is keep weaponizing the courts against people and think that you can get away with it. We have heard Brittany state that she did what she did in PA because it was free. We've heard Brittany state with confidence that she was raising those funds because she was going to put a stop to it all, y'all. They're calling CPS. They're calling my police. And then we find out that it was New Jersey. It was more than likely New Jersey that contacted her police. You can't do anything about the CPS, and you can't blame it on anybody. But she certainly thought that this was just going to be okay. That she was going to send out these 4 poorly written by her mods, C&Ds, to our doorsteps, and we were going to take it. And in her words, she knew that we weren't going to abide by them. And she hoped that we weren't going to abide by them, because then she could turn around and send them to Team YouTube and say, look, guys, look, Team YouTube, we tried to warn them. They don't care that they're harassing. No, you didn't care that you're harassing me via litigation and that you're misquoting laws in these C&Ds, which is a very serious thing. Lawfare isn't something you decide to pick up because your fifis were hurt that day. Quoting laws isn't something that you get out of a ChatGPT when you ask them, what can I do about this person hurting my feelings? This is people's livelihood. This is people's peace of mind. This is people's financials. And you keep playing around like nobody else on this earth matters but poor old little you. I can assure you, Pennsylvania will not accept or take light to the fact that you have not once but twice now used their courtroom for your petty little lawfare games. To know this isn't just content. This was me protecting myself from another frivolous fucking litigation. So I retained my lawyer to go after Brittany as a result of the cease and desist letter sent to me, which made fallacious allegations mainly concerning my First Amendment rights and misstatements of law, which will be attached with Exhibit A, which I'll pull up at another time because I'm not going to pull everything up right now. Ms. Sang already has an order from the Honorable Kelly D. Eckel of this court holding Brittany Nicole Jackson jointly and severally liable with her co-plaintiffs therein for attorney fees and pending punitive damages. And even if you find, in the words of Nick, that magical paper that gets you out, it will not get you out of that judgment because the gavel already came down on it. Based upon baseless and meritless claims that Brittany attempted to resurrect through her cease and desist letter. The reference matter is At Night Media. Nobly, and At Night, Ms. Jackson brought claims that even if they were defamation, they were brought behind the statute of limitations to bring such claims, which makes it vexatious. And let me see how to pronounce this one, folks. Don't want to get this wrong. Frivolity. Frivolous, motherfuckers. Frivolous. My attorney, Mr. Martucci, has considerable experience in litigation, criminal and civil matters, including but not limited to RICO claims, civil rights, and First Amendment claims. And At Night, which Brittany is a co-plaintiff, the allegations consisted of RICO claims, First Amendment claims, along with mind-numbing criminal claims brought as a cause of action in a civil matter. Despite the ruling by Judge Eckel, Brittany still cannot grasp what encompasses defamation. Brittany thought she could still silence my free speech. In that regard, Brittany retained the services of S. Rancher Harris. Attorney Harris supposedly sent a cease and desist letter making baseless claims contrary to law and facts. This was another attempt by Brittany to bully Ms. Sang to create drama for her and YouTube channels to drive funds from her subscribers. Ms. Sang responded promptly to Attorney Harris addressing the legal deficiencies of the cease and desist letter sent on behalf of Brittany. Attorney Harris never replied to the response of Ms. Sang to the cease and desist letter. Ms. Sang, who operates the YouTube channel Granny's Watching, was under the belief Attorney Harris was going to use the cease and desist letter in an attempt to remove her YouTube channel from the internet. This point was confirmed by Brittany on her YouTube live stream on March 12, 2026, when she read a letter from Attorney Harris to her dated February 5th, 2026. Can I have any of the green area, gray, I'm sorry, I said green, gray area people that thinks it's so horrible that Julie would try to take down Brittany's channel? Can any of you come forward and acknowledge that Brittany herself acknowledged that she retained this lawyer to take down our YouTube channels? I'm so tired of this world and this delusional bubble where only Brittany and Brittany only matters. She can do all the horrendous things. She can call all the police in the world. She can go to Team YouTube. She can go to her DA. She can do all the things that Julie herself is being vilified for. That's why I say I don't give a fuck what Julie's doing to Brittany, because they're one and the same. Krabby Patty says, I'm behind. I'm sure your attorney is on it, but NC Gen Statute 132/9 is very interesting. Specific the part about attorney fees. Thank you, Krabby. Hey, BJ, this is just the beginning of the FO part of the FAFO. Love it for you. It really is, Pika. It really is. Because I got something else up my sleeve, but that one will stay. Last night, BJ said as much, that she signed onto the RICO to take down your channels. Brittany Nicole Jackson's use of Attorney Harris appears to be facetious, right? Fixatious vehicle, as she and Attorney Harris had no understanding that Ms. Sang would not sit back and allow her rights to be impinged, especially when the claims made in the cease and desist letter were suspicious. After being retained to represent Ms. Sang, Mr. Martucci and his law offices had to research North Carolina law and the other claims cited in the cease and desist letter, especially since the communication was littered with misstatements of law. He found much of the law in the cease and desist letter improperly cited and/or was being misapplied. He and his office then decided it was in the best interest of myself to have this court determine if the claims being set forth by Brittany Nicole Jackson and Attorney Harris were in any realm valid in order to protect her rights to her free speech via her YouTube channel. The detailed complaint drafted was rooted in case law of this Commonwealth, North Carolina, federal law, and United States Constitution. Make no mistake, you like that term now, don't you, Brittany? That you learned thanks to my lawyer. Make no mistake, Brittany's involvement in At Night Media, LLC, etc., was based on her own personal vendetta against Ms. Sang. The plaintiffs in At Night Media formed a symbiotic relationship with Brittany. Brittany was used to confer jurisdiction for their lawsuit in this court by including Ms. Sang for the convenience of their chosen counsel. And two, Brittany was given, by her own words, free counsel to pursue baseless claims against Ms. Sang, even those where the statutes of limitations had expired. Brittany gave PA jurisdiction when she signed her name on the back of that missing child. Brittany gave PA jurisdiction when she quoted PA law in her C&D. In the RICO, the plaintiffs, including Brittany, sought an injunction with accompanying civil action complaint against me. On or about December 23rd, Ms. Sang filed a timely motion to dismiss under anti-SLAPP, incorrectly identified on the docket as being filed by her co-defendant. This decision to file a declaratory action was made by Mr. Martucci in his office after consultation with myself to address the baseless claims of a similar nature made by Brittany, which in part were already rebuked by Judge Eckel. I mean, again, it's not like I'm not already in litigation with Brittany. It's not like I'm not already being sued by another co-plaintiff. I wasn't going to sit back and allow this one. For instance, the materials referenced in Brittany's cease and desist letter as confidential records were obtained lawfully by raking through a Freedom of Information Act request and were not subject to any confidentiality order, protective order, or statutory restriction on disclosure. Oh, and by the way, by nature of Brittany Nicole Jackson's failure to respond to this action, these averments are deemed admitted. She can't even argue against these now. Can't even argue against them, can you, Brittany? Hey, Lotties, thank you so much for the 5 gifted members over on Kick. Thank you. DJ coming in with the skull. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. It should be illegal. They have no idea what's about to come because of that, Regina. I know, Brittany. Nobody wants to see you slaughtered, you dramatic fucking heifer. The records discussed by Ms. Sang are public by law, and any publication is protected speech under First Amendment. Most importantly, Brittany is considered a limited purpose public figure by operating a YouTube channel, voluntarily thrusting herself into a public controversy by joining as a plaintiff in litigation related to the highly publicized case of a missing teenager, and by publicly accusing multiple YouTube creators of operating a RICO. Judge Eckel held Brittany, at minimum, a limited public figure. As a result, any public commentary on Brittany's actions and statements, as alleged above, are constitutionally protected speech. And by the way, you only have to show one of these factors, only one of them, to get the fees. And she can't see it in any other court because of full faith and credit, and it would be a res judicata case. So you might as well just come on over to PA already. Oh, Rana, what happened? Moreover, the allegation that I'm responsible for others discussing Brittany is false and lacked any actionable merit. Hey, that's a good thing to point out. Number 38, right? Why is it that Brittany used to say before that everybody was covering her because of me? But now she says that I'm mad that nobody's covering her. If I'm the one controlling what people cover, wouldn't I just tell them to do it again? Or are you dismissing your former argument that all of it was because of me? Which one is it, Brittany? Can't have it both ways. I'm asking, Lindsay. Right. First off, everybody's still doing it over on Kick. I'm pretty sure last night there was 3 or 4 people restreaming her. So, am I the one that was controlling people and making them cover you? Or because your logic doesn't keep going. Upon all information and belief, the actions of Brittany and threatening continued litigation, despite being determined to be a limited public figure, is a clear attempt to not only mitigate the damages she faces and the underlying action referenced herein, but also an attempt to take another bite at the apple and chilling Ms. Sang's free speech based on her feelings that has already been rejected by this court. In North Carolina, the fair report privilege protects accurate reports of government proceedings and public records. Among other things, the privilege applies to court proceedings and information contained in court documents. It also extends to reports of arrest and the charges upon which the arrests were based. It means anybody can talk about the fact that you called the police over Craig. That's how their logic works, right? I got myself into this, but poor Brittany's a victim of Julie. Poor Brittany's also a victim of Nick. Do you guys know that Nick went to North Carolina, grabbed her pudgy little fucking Cheeto eating fingers, and forced her to sign into this litigation? Whew! Had no idea. Almighty powerful. Cranky, you're laughing. I'm limited. You guys are laughing. I don't think Brittany was laughing when Nick and Hong stormed in her house and forced her to sign on to this. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's right, Deborah. Sorry. That one won't work either, Brittany. He's not allowed to leave PA. I've been saying this for years, Liza, years. Brittany is a victim of herself. And the people that defend Brittany are the idiots that want to know where the Delaware newspaper is stating that I won the PA anti-slap. Or the idiots that say that ACLU is not involved despite there being a wonderful, beautifully written brief on the docket. Telling you. The allegations of cyber stalking and harassment made by Brittany against me do not constitute a violation of North Carolina statutes, as they put, because they lie. Notably, North Carolina general statute provides the following. This section does not apply to any peaceable, nonviolent, or non-threatening activity intended to express political views or to provide lawful information to others. This section shall not be construed to impair any constitutionally protected activity, including speech, protest, or assembly. It is quite clear the statements referenced as cyberstalking and harassment were non-threatening. Additionally, the comments referenced as attributable to Ms. Sang in this regard included constitutionally protected speech wherein lawful opinions of Brittany, a limited public figure, were set forth. Consequently, Brittany's claims failed to be actionable in their face, and she knew or should have known her conduct was vexatious. I'll get it right one of these times. Vexatious. Based on the allegations in the C&D letter and set forth to the contrary in the complaint, now deemed admitted, she can't even argue that they're not true now. An actual and just, but don't worry, Brittany. Unlike you and your lawyer, we would never misquote law or accuse you of things you didn't actually do. Do you think Reality's going to give up her box wine to help Brittany pay for this? It's the way it fucking spelled. Why they spell it that way? Why not spell it this way, Blue? Gosh, golly. Set forth the contrary in the complaint, now deemed admitted, an actual and justable controversy had existed between myself and Brittany regarding the legal right to free speech, fair comment on matters of public opinion, and whether she could discuss content about Brittany's public actions. I contended I'm entitled to a judicial declaration that A, my publications and statements regarding Brittany are protected speech under First Amendment of the United States, applicable Pennsylvania law, and in the alternative, North Carolina law. My statements, as alleged, are not defamatory as a matter of law. My public discussion of, at minimum, a limited public figure does not constitute harassment, threats, or any other unlawful activity as alleged. And Brittany had no lawful basis to interfere with the operation of my YouTube channel based on the allegations contained in her cease and desist letter, which again, she admitted to. Super just means the case referenced herein, Lindsay. Exhibits of his fees. You guys keep asking where all that money goes. If you think, look at how much this document costs. What do you think the rest of it costs? But I'm not here to convince any of you. Just pray you never find yourself in my shoes and find out yourself how much it costs to fight against not one, but two. Agree to handle this matter for $350, which was a reduction from the customary $400 and no cents charged in litigation matters. The hourly rate of $350 charged by the law firm for services rendered by Mr. Martucci, utilizing computing the lodestar value of the services rendered by my counselor, are comparable to those of other similarly situated lawyers in Philadelphia marketplace and are reasonable. And the reason that's even mentioned is because there's a direct connection for this demon. Yeah. When you are already suing somebody and you send them a C&D in the midst of already ongoing litigation with a new attorney, what was I supposed to do? How many of you would take the risk and just wait and see if you're now going to be sued in North Carolina? For the longest time, every time there was a knock, Brittany was talking about knock at the door. I literally was afraid that they're each going to go to their collective states and try to sue me. And then here comes Brittany with a C&D from North Carolina. Fuck that. Exactly. Moon, you want to make fun of the way I pronounce any words? Pronounce the word parenting and get back to me. So she wasn't planning on going to court. How did she think the C&Ds were going to make a difference? She didn't. What Brittany thought she was going to do is send us these C&Ds and then send them to Team YouTube and make it appear as if she's taken every legal avenue to make this stop and have our channels removed. That's what she thought what she was going to do. She admitted as much last night. The professional services rendered in this matter amount to $9,030 and no cents. The cost of litigation rendered in this matter amounts to $842.89. The total value of professional service rendered and expenses incurred in connection with prosecution of this litigation equals $9,872. Should this honorable court grant my petition for assessment, attorney fees, and litigation? Yes. Legal standard. The general rule is that parties to an action are responsible for their own attorney fees and costs unless otherwise provided by agreement, statute, or recognized exception. In Pennsylvania, this rule is embodied in Section 1726A1 of the Judicial Code, which provides that attorney fees are not, you know what? Who the fuck are you to make fun of the way I speak when you can't even read a fucking ACLU? Exactly. She's a liar. She's a liar. Why else would you send any of this over to YouTube? Fucking right, I want that 89 cents. I should also charge them for what it cost me to park to go to a hearing that they immediately withdrew. And Nick's over on X laughing at the fact that they knew they were going to withdraw. Yeah, she called $8,000 measly. She sure did. Can you guys hit the thumbs up, please? Thank you, Pika. Right. Why don't you just hand it over to Reality? She's the one running it. That's all you got left with you. Reality. Attorney fees are not an item of taxable cost except as permitted by Section 2503 of Judicial Code. Now, this is where we're going to tell you that it falls under that code. The general rule is judicial relief based on a declaratory judgment or decree may be granted whenever necessary if proper, subject to Chapter 55. If an application for supplemental relief is deemed sufficient, the court shall, on reasonable notice, require an adverse party whose rights have been adjudicated by a previously entered declaratory judgment or decree to show cause why further relief should be granted. We're going to show why it should be granted. Because this was brought in bad faith. Admittedly in bad faith because she didn't even bother to follow through on any of it. It was done to intimidate, to harass, and to take down our channels. That's why it was done. We assert herein as judgment has been entered against Brittany, attorney fees are warranted as supplemental relief. That said, we also assert the standard of review for attorney fees as a sanction, which is more soundly applicable to this case, can be found in 42 PA 7 and 9, which provides for fees for dilatory, abhorrent, or, we're getting it right, vexatious conduct during dependency of a matter or in response to another party's bad faith conduct during dependency of a matter. We're already into RICO. An award for attorney fees and cost of litigation is within the sound discretion of a trial court. Boo, 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 boo. Here we go. As a sanction against another participant, we're going to get it. We're going to get it. An act is determined to be dilatory where the record shows a participant displayed a lack of diligence that delayed proceedings unnecessarily and caused additional legal work. Wouldn't you say that filing a C&D against somebody you're already in open litigation with is causing additional legal work? Exactly, Gaby. Brittany literally lit the match, threw the flame, and then turned around and cried fire. No, that's pretty much what sanctions are. That would be what sanctions are. That being said, a participant's conduct can be considered vexatious if they act without sufficient ground in law or fact. Well, we know that entire C&D was not based in law or facts. Make no mistake, the pursuit of matters without legal merit warrant the imposition of attorney fees. Additionally, Section 25039 authorizes an award of counsel fees against any parties whose conduct was in bad faith. Whatever. BJ wouldn't have been around to cause all this chaos. That is true. Sparkling life. I hate this word. I don't know why they spell things the way they do instead of just, spell it the way you sound it out. So there is no basis in law or fact that conduct is considered arbitrary. An adversary can be charged with bad faith under Section 25039 if they acted for the purpose of fraud, dishonesty, or corruption. We must submit evidence supporting the hours worked and rates claimed. The crux of the issue here was Brittany was already determined to be a minimum limited public figure by the Honorable Kelly D. Eckel of this court. The lens to view this case is under the repeated attempt by Brittany to chill the free speech of myself that was already rebuked in toto by Judge Eckel of this court. If that was not enough, the citations of violations of law pro-offered by S. Rancher Harris, Esquire, were worse than a ChatGPT lawyer. And now we know why, because they were written by her moderators who likely went to ChatGPT to do it. Yeah, vexatious. Let's be honest, Street Talker, we know she won't. I'm so furious over the I know. They keep getting away with it, Julie, because people keep watering it down. I agree, Lovey. Don't even give her a hate view. Brittany certainly is. Absolutely, Layla. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you at a time where you claimed the internet had you in such a bad emotional place? You guys remember the dramatics in which Brittany wrote her Give Send Go? Wouldn't you think she would have done what I suggested many times back then? Instead of asking for, I don't know, $10,000 a month or even $8,000 a month, why don't you just go ahead and ask for a couple dollars to take a couple weeks off YouTube? Let's face it. How many months do you think it takes Brittany? Well, I don't know, because she goes live 2-3 times a day to make that money. You don't think she could have used that money to take a break from YouTube, refresh herself, refresh her mind, and make all the people stop talking? But instead, She lied to everybody about what the funds were for. She tricked everybody by sending out these C&Ds that were admittedly written by her mods. Sent overnight, which she couldn't even be honest about that. She wanted everybody to believe it was certified mail. And went on a shopping spree. And got pregnant. That's what she did instead. Are we pyromaniacs? And he said, yes, we are, son. Thank you. Last night, she had a camera slip, and I think after her face showed her asleep, I think her stomach showed when she dropped the phone. I don't know anything about that, my friend, but thank you for typing it out. YouTube is the only thing she lives for. We know it ain't her for her family. She can care. I know. I agree, sweet. And now she just cost herself the same amount that she raised. And if you think I feel bad at all about this, you are surely mistaken. The claims of Brittany had no basis in law and as such were frivolous. Yet Brittany was going to use her new threat vehicle to continue attempting to silence my speech, with the goal of also having my YouTube channel removed from the internet. And doing so, constitutionally protected opinions were sought to be shuttered to no avail. Certainly, if there was any basis to the allegations, Brittany would have been an active participant in this litigation. Instead, Brittany chose not to act, exposing her continued ruse of frivolousness, if you will. Brittany had known her conduct had reached a vexatious status after a rebuke of her previous baseless claims rejected by Judge Eckel. It's a pretty good argument. I mean, if you were confident in what you wrote in your C&Ds, why didn't you jump at joy at the idea? Matter of fact, didn't Brittany just say the other day that she wishes she would have sought me out on her own? But here she initiated it one-on-one with me. I stood up and said, let's go. And she turned around and cowered, right? If you're so confident you could have saw me on your own, why didn't you jump at joy at the chance to do this? You initiated it. Oh, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 42 months. It's so good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. Thank you. She didn't pay on me $8,000, Naughty. Frivolity. Hakab, you're not alone in those thoughts. You're definitely not alone in those thoughts. She's an instigator. She's a liar. She's a pathological. She is a consistent victim of everything but her own actions. She finds a way to try to convince the whole world, well, if I didn't join the RICO, which I regret doing, I would have just done it on my own against Granny. And yet you initiated a one-on-one with me. And when I stood up and said, let's go, you once again turn around. Now act like you're again a victim. But you're the one doing it. And you still sit over there and you confidently say you've never gone real life, but you want us to believe that what Julie did has ruined your life so horribly. It's so sickening. The only thing you're a victim of is your own insecurities, your own addictions, and your own stupidity. She has the nerve to sit over there and be so angry at Julie and cry at what Julie's doing, but in the same breath say it's had no impact on me what the fuck she's done. And again, in my neighborhood, imagine if Nick and Hung lived around Brittany and she was their target. We would never hear the end of that bitch being afraid. Imagine if Brittany's name was on a newspaper next to Dog the Bounty Hunter and a missing child. But it's had no impact on me, Brittany. Fuck you. You want the whole world to feel pity for you because at the end of the day, that's the only feeling you have is pity for yourself. And that's why you live the way you do. In misery and squalor and your own sweat from the day before because you don't give a fuck about anybody or anything, not even yourself. If somebody fucked up my life the way you claim I did yours, I would confidently see them in the courtroom the same way I'm doing with you here today. But instead you started and then you cry what a victim you are. Did Brittany admit yet that Rancher charged $7,500? You know, her mods gave her $7,000. She doesn't think she has, Lindsay. It's sickening. And there's always somebody who hates the other person more that will sit there and offer her these excuses or these justifications or these fake woe is me that keeps her grounded in this victimhood that at the end of the day, if any of these people actually gave a shit about her, they would tell her to pull up her fucking britches and be a big girl. But instead they sit there and they say, yeah, Brittany, right, Reality? She brought this on herself. We're tired of hearing about the RICO. You better hope. You better pray, Reality. Then when I get this final judgment from PA, I don't decide to be like your friend and start suing motherfuckers because they hurt my feelings. Why the heck does one person have to send out so many CDs and have mods sign NDAs? She's just a Christian mom. She screamed at Reality last night. I don't know why these mods in Reality didn't become a mod until we pointed out she wasn't one. Why they allow Brittany to walk them around like little fucking dogs. It's so sad. I mean, Angela's always been a good little lap chihuahua, but the other ones, I think they'd have more respect for themselves. Pretty as, thank you so much. Justice is sweet. Thank you. Justice is bittersweet. Why does she yell? Why does she yell at the one, I wonder? Ms. Sang in this case promptly responded to Attorney Harris's cease and desist letter, citing the legal deficiencies with Brittany's allegations. Okay. Attorney Harris did not reply to myself or efforts by the undersigned to avoid the attempted chill of free speech. I was then forced with no other choice to have this court decide whether the assertions were baseless and protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution and the broader protections of Pennsylvania. Don't forget, I responded to Brittany and her lawyer within hours of receiving it. I waited 2 weeks to see if I would get a response back. 2 weeks, and I didn't. And then she turns around and says how none of us tried to seek a resolution. She's served now because you know she's watching. You're right. This caused Miss Sang to spend additional money to protect her rights on top of the money she spent and continues to spend in the At Night Media LLC Supra frivolous case, which BJ was also involved. Amazingly, Brittany Nicole Jackson acted as if she could continue down an abhorrent path with no regard to file a responsive pleading or a formal answer to this declaratory action after attempting to quell Ms. Sang's speech, while also setting forth a new round of criminal violations. The attempt at waging criminal violations in a civil forum was rejected by Judge Eckel. Consequently, Brittany was on notice she could not wage criminal causes of conduct in a civil forum. That's what the whole with prejudice part means. But you never did read the judge's ruling, did you? Instead, you said it sounds like a dismissal. Of course, being on notice of same is no deterrent to Brittany Nicole Jackson. The law and facts mean nothing to her. As a result of this type of conduct, Ms. Sang had to expend additional monies to reach a resolution. Even after a default judgment was entered against Brittany on November 7th, she continued to avoid acting. In fact, Brittany avoided the writ server who was sent to personally serve her the certified default judgment. This is the Brittany modus operandi: create drama and then feign accountability for any of her actions. Oof. Read that again. Create drama and then feign accountability for any of her actions. You know what's funny about that, Blue? That Brittany says that she signed on to the RICO to stop me from talking about her. If you go back to the time when I was served that filing, you will see that I made a community post every time Brittany spoke about me, because I was documenting that this woman that claimed to be so terrified of me, so much so that she just brought me into a courtroom, is continuing to speak about me. But the whole point was for me not to speak about her. Never mind the fact that Brittany did not show up to either of the safety concern hearings. Therefore, she waived her claims of fear. But she thinks this is all a big old game to her. To Brittany, this has not impacted her one bit. Matter of fact, she sits over there and says she's tired of hearing about it. Fuck the RICO. How often do I have to deal with this? She can't wait till it's over. Fucking hate her. The law is now clear. The claims made by Brittany in her cease and desist letter had been shredded into unrepairable micro pieces. Yet Brittany believed this court was a joke and she could threaten individuals without recourse. Brittany's drama-based grift has been exposed in this court. Even Attorney Harris avoided contact with the undersigned once the mendacity was exposed. Further, Brittany Nicole Jackson's co-plaintiff in that night advised Brittany to address this complaint, even offering to assist in finding an attorney for her. Again, Brittany did nothing because her conduct is dilatory, abhorrent, and vexatious. Almost. And made in bad faith, which is beyond reproach. The courts and the legal process are meaningless to Brittany because she is yet to be held accountable for her attempts to silence individuals by her abuse of the legal system. So fucking true. The courts and the legal process are meaningless to Brittany because she is yet to be held accountable for her attempts to silence individuals by her abuse of the legal system. So fucking sickening. Can't stand her. I really can't. Sadly, this arbitrary, dilatory, abhorrent, vexatious, and bad faith conduct has caused Miss Sang to expend monies she would not need to, but for the conduct of Brittany. Brittany Nicole Jackson willfully disregards what her conduct does to another because her attorney, Joseph P. Lesniak, in the At Night Media super case was free. The counsel who failed to enter an appearance on behalf of Brittany Nicole Jackson, Attorney Harris, was free as well because the funds to send the cease and desist letter were grifted by Brittany from her YouTube moderator subscribers. Brittany is able to continuously wage just lawfare against people because it hasn't impacted her. And the one chance she gets to be held accountable and somebody actually does to her what she's done to others, there are instead people that are making her feel like she's a victim of it. Oh no, you're a victim of the same thing you've done to others. That is so sad. The whole internet should bow down and offer all the pity for her. Roll out the carpet for the poor victim that now has to wobble herself into a New Jersey courtroom to answer for a petty harassment claim. If the aforementioned was not obtuse enough, Brittany believes the filing of her earlier baseless lawsuit against Ms. Sang and then sending a frivolous cease and desist letter is not going real life. The meritless conduct exposed herein is what forced Ms. Sang's hand and must be sanctioned. Amazingly, it has come to our attention that Brittany's cease and desist letter may not have been drafted by Attorney Harris, but was written in whole or in part by moderators or a moderator to her 2 YouTube channels. The question remains, did this moderator or these moderators draft the cease and desist letter and Attorney Harris signed the document without review? Or was Attorney Harris just pro-offer and misstatements of law? Regardless, the C&D letter was riddled with falsehoods and misstatements of law. Look no further than the moderators referenced in the cease and desist letter to see who may have been involved in the drafting or suggestion what needed to be alleged. Clearly, the conduct of Brittany reeks of bad faith with purposeful disregard for the judicial system. Consequently, we seek attorney fees be awarded along with sanctions under 42 PA 25039, as this court deems just and proper. Note, counsel fees of $25,000 were properly imposed under 42 whatever and on party as sanctions for dilatory, abhorrent conduct and continuing to pursue matters that were without merit and were previously decided. You can find that here. The court determined attorney rates ranging from $275 to $475 per hour were deemed reasonable in the Philadelphia legal market. Thus, the bad faith of Brittany Nicole Jackson is obvious and can be seen by even those that view things through a scratch glass optic. Upon consideration of facts set forth herein, notably that Brittany failed to pro-offer one iota, let alone a speck of legal validity to her claims. Thereafter, Brittany purposefully ignored this action, despite having already brought a frivolous suit to chill Ms. Sang's free speech. The acts of Brittany are beyond the pale based on the fact she had already determined to be, at minimum, a limited public figure by this court. Further, Brittany's cease and desist letter showed a clear disregard for veracity, as the factual representations thereto were littered with falsehoods and misstatements of law. This type of conduct certainly fails to advance the truth-determining process so essential to our judicial system. Make no mistake, the judicial code empowers judges to award counsel fees and costs as sanction for dilatory, abhorrent, vexatious conduct or actions that are the same thing. When making a sanction order, a court is required to fashion the punishment in reference to the crime. Accordingly, we respectfully request this court enter an award of the reasonable attorney fees and litigation costs set forth in the account attached hereto against the defendant, Brittany Nicole Jackson, in an amount equal to $9,872.89, and any other sanction deemed proper and just under 42 PA 25039 for bad faith. Yeah, they were so poorly written. There's actually more, but we can see the exhibits now. Exhibit A is our first response to this litigation. And yes, when you send somebody a cease and desist, you are starting litigation. Another exhibit is the attorney fees. You guys want to see how actual lawyer billing looks? How much did you say it cost me, Brittany? $108. I've never said that I won't show my attorney's billing. What I did say is I won't show it until litigation has concluded. And they'll still find a way to say it's not true. I'm going to put this on really quick while I handle something. It'll take me 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds, I promise. And then we'll get right back into those billings.
Drop the RICO crap. Done and over with. Goodbye.
I'm so tired of like, if you know how long can you make one person pay for that shit? We're what, 2 years or whatever, and I mean I don't know who this Nick guy is anyway.
Two social media influencers in Pennsylvania. They claim the YouTuber and TikToker are obstructing the search for Sebastian Rogers. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry breaks down statements included in this lawsuit.
An 18-page injunction backed by a 323-page list of exhibits and testimonies was filed last Friday. The plaintiffs include Dog the Bounty Hunter, Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth, and the father's spokesperson, Tony Mathis, as well as YouTuber Andrew Griffin. The lawsuit alleges two influencers, a YouTuber and TikToker, created a, quote, coordinated campaign of cyber harassment, false allegations, and witness intimidation. The lawsuit ties back.
Sorry, I'm back. All right. Here. Statement regarding the service rendered above reference matter pursuant to our hourly rates billed at $350. The below reflects the billing in 1.10 increments, billing for legal services. For services, 7 minutes, 12 minutes is reflected as a 0.2. 1 hour legal work is noted below as a 1.0. NC equals no charge. That's the other thing. Keep in mind, this doesn't include my attorney with the phone call, with the listening to me about what's going on, with all of that. This is just literally for him reading over what BJ's lawyer said, what BJ was doing, document what Craig and Brittany were saying after the C&D went out the door, looking up North Carolina law, filing with the courts, retaining a writ server to server. She can go ahead and go live and act like it's no big deal. I don't give a fuck what she does. I won't be watching, so I don't care. I really don't care. At the end of the day, I'm so tired of Brittany being a victim of everything but herself. This is as much of a receipt as you can get. This is on a docket in a courthouse. Review the cease and desist. Research North Carolina law. Research PA case law. Consult with client response to C&D strategy and action. Email to client concerning action to be pursued. Begin draft of declaratory action. Continue drafting. Finalize draft. Email to client. Amend declaratory action for filing. Email client regarding file declaratory action. And for anybody who's going to say, well, Granny, you didn't have to do all of this. It was just a cease and desist. Again, it wasn't for me. It was the risk of my channel being taken from me. It was the risk of me being sued in North Carolina when I'm already being sued in PA and Oklahoma. It wasn't just a C&D for me. She said 8K was measly. This absolutely right. This isn't just a RICO. I wish it was. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to get upset. Let's put it this way. When bills are so high that when you get a bill for less than $5,000, you're like, well, thank God it's not that much. It's pretty crazy. So sick of this bitch. She's lucky that this is the price it is, because it could have been a lot more. First, her mom's got to get out of the chat talking crap about her to go to mod chat. Yeah, you should all watch what you're saying about my lawyer too, because if you don't think he's as disgusted with all of you, you mean this what it's like in the real world? Yeah. Unfortunately, these are real bills that come with real costs that expect real money back. Yeah. And I'm tired of my money going to defend myself against Brittany. And when people say, oh, but there's 9 other plaintiffs, those 9 other plaintiffs would have never got me without Brittany's raising her hand to be involved in it. Okay. Those 9 other plaintiffs don't sit online and run their fucking mouth about me all the time. Those 9 other plaintiffs didn't put in a declaration that they're terrified of me. If anybody wants to focus on those 9 other plaintiffs, you please go ahead and do so. But it has been proven time and time again that the only reason they were able to have jurisdiction over me is because Brittany signed her name to it to give me to them. Oh, I am just getting started. Yeah, imagine thinking you can even have a CPS litigation. Not only that, but when they turn around, they open up a parenting plan and they force you to go buy beds and renovate and paint and clean up. It's not really as frivolous as she wants people to believe. That's what I'm saying, Doohickey. She is. And I still hate her for it, but she is. Oh, Brittany says it hasn't done anything to my life. It benefited my life, is what Brittany says. You're a sick woman, Brittany. You are sick. You are so demented. There is something literally mentally wrong with you. Thank you, TK, for hitting the thumbs up. D for delightful. Thank you so much. Keep standing tall. You are loved. Thank you. You guys are not going to get me to cry again. Ugh. Hate her. She did. She thought, now, like, that's what people aren't understanding. That Brittany will sit there and try to convince you all, Granny's obsessed with me. Granny's this, Granny's that. Brittany is so immature and so envious that she had to lie on legal documents, use an incident that took place from us a year prior, where I'm responding to the fact that my child's school was contacted because Brittany lied and told her audience that me or my moms had to have called her kid's school If you go back to the time when they filed this fucking RICO, I was barely even mentioning Brittany. The only reason Brittany was mentioned is because she replayed after Nick's doxed me and my family. Brittany played it 3 times and got a response from me. She poked for one. But she wants to convince everybody she's a victim of mine. And I'm obsessed with her. And I'm this and that. Now, yeah, you're on my mind. You know why? Because you've cost me so fucking much. You made it that you're just not in my YouTube world. You're in my real fucking world. You water it down to these petty, immature titles that don't require zero self-reflection. And instead, you say dumb things like it's jealousy or it's obsession or it's envy. No, it's your jealousy, your obsession, your envy that led to you getting in bed with these people on the back of a missing child and trying to flip my whole world upside down. I'm so sick of these juvenile terms being used for these real life impacts. You're so fucking immature. You say granny num-nums. You blame everybody. She blames everybody for what she's going through. At no point has she stopped and said, matter of fact, she doubled down. She doubles down. We have a clip of her saying that Julie is trying to take away her rights, financially drain her, and take away her livelihood. Right? But then in the same stream, she admits that she went to the DA, she sent out C&Ds, she retained lawyers. And in the same stream, she'll still say she's never gone real life. Oh, but Granny loves it. Granny loves it. Now, I used to love coming to YouTube. I used to look forward to taking my kid to school, getting my coffee, and sitting here with all of you. I can't even enter this place anymore without hearing about your big back fucking mouth because you're such an attention-seeking perpetual victim that you poke at anybody until you get a response. On one hand, I'm the reason everybody covered you, but now I'm angry because nobody's covering you. You can't even make out which lie you want to run with. You would think at minimum, if this situation from Julie has been as hard as Brittany's claiming it to have been, at very minimum, you would think she would stop watering down what she did in my life. But that's always been the difference between you and me, Brittany. If anybody's a victim, I'm a victim of yours. You are the biggest gaslighting, manipulative mindfucker I've ever dealt with. Must be nice to turn off your computer at the end of the day and just wait for one negative comment to come your way to be able to make a whole nother stream, and that's all you have to worry about. You don't have to make any court appearances. You don't have to worry about any attorney billings. You don't have to worry about any knocks at the door. You just get to initiate all the litigations in the world and then be a victim when one comes back at your door. It's funny, you want us to believe that I didn't have to spend any money out of my pocket to fight 2 lawsuits. But we're supposed to believe that you came out of pocket when you raised over $12,000 fucking dollars and a lawyer's name's not even on a docket? Fucking hater. You want us to believe that Julie's financially ruining you? All right, sorry. It just makes me so fucking angry. But I showed receipts, y'all. I'm the only one. Thank you, Angel. Just got fired from my job as a mailman because my boss thinks I'm completely incompetent. Oh, bugger. I was supposed to post this somewhere else. Thank you, James. Casual art. Thank you. Thank you, Jake Hells. Petty harassment in New Jersey has a max fine up to $500 if found guilty. Financial ruin? I think not. P.S. nonsense. In North Carolina and New Jersey, podcasters can be criminally charged for allowing threats on channel. No lies. I wish I could do more, but I'd like to sponsor a comma or an exclamation mark in a future legal response. Thank you, Wade. Whoopsie, thank you for being a member for 16 months. Thank you, BGs. Wu-Tang's for the kids. Oh, God, I hate her. I hate her. All right. Let me pull this up. Sorry, give me a second. Is that enough time for you all to take your screenshots and you want to tear that apart and tell me that's fake and it's not a real lawyer, blah, blah, blah? What am I looking at? Hold on. This is what real lawyers have to do when they put in for attorney fees. They have to show the courts that their attorney fees are reasonable. And that's what we have here. You have to have a another party that's an attorney co-sign that your fees are reasonable. Thank you, sweets. Flutterby, thank you. Maybe Best Buy card allows return of $600 ring. How nice would it have been to be able to get a $1,000 monitor for your family member? Isn't that, I mean, what a blessing that is. The latest, nicest, brand new OLED monitor for $1,000 for Christmas? While they still have gifts in the other room, not opened, sitting for 2 years? Yes, let's all please take pity that poor Brittany is having to pay for a one-time appearance at a hearing. Oh, the horror. Thank you, Jennifer. I'm so thankful you did too. Thank you all so much. We can stop with the Dr. Philly moments, though, because I can't handle them. I'm going to cry again. Do it, lady. It does seem like it'll last forever, Rebel. All right. So this is a declaration from another attorney, given his credentials. I'm familiar with qualification, experience, and skill and reputation of Mr. Martucci. I have familiarity with the legal fees traditionally charged in geographic area of Philadelphia. An account of time and effort dedicated by Mr. Martucci in this instant matter was maintained contemporaneously with the work effort and a system utilized by Martucci. I reviewed the account of the time and effort dedicated The professional services provided in this matter were billed at a rate equal to $3.50. The hourly rate for professional services charged. This is declared under penalty of perjury by, again, a professional stand-in lawyer. Go ahead and look them up, Brittany. You might want to try to retain them one day, although I'm sure you couldn't afford them. The route you're going, you're going to be looking really hard for a good lawyer to represent you in Pennsylvania. And this is what lawyers have to do when they're putting in for attorney fees. They have to prove that, they're not just making up a number. That's how you spell his last name. Holy cow, I've been way off. Oh, poor Brit being so mistreated while she defames, slanders, and jumps into frivolous lawsuits and allows threats to be made against others on her platform. No, whoopie pie. Thank you. Well, this is a actual thing, right? What starts as civil action can turn to criminal action. As mentioned by her co-plaintiff, Nick, that was what their goal was when they initiated this litigation. If it comes out that Brittany has defrauded the internet by making claims, that every penny raised would go towards litigation. And again, she did lie, because if you look, she did not follow through on any litigation with that attorney. Or any attorney, quite frankly. Missy Lou, thank you so much. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. Thank you. Wow, KB, thank you. Look at Lauren Owen's case. Civil actions turned into 14 felonies. She absolutely lied. She can pull out as many quote unquote proof of paying that lawyer as she wants, but show me his name on a docket. It's not there. Oh my goodness, DJ, thank you for the rage quit. You will come out of this on the right side of the law. Yeah, Justin, where are you at? Remember, you were standing on the right side of history? Why did I stop the counter on my fundraiser so no one can see it? No, you don't know how to do math? Nosy bitch. Pet my peeves. There's no crying on Friday 13th and Amish Market Day. Love you, mean it. As unmushily as possible. Thank you, Pet my peeves. All right, with the Trump lawyer. We're all going down. The number of her subs questioner was funny. They were getting popped left and right. But how sick is it that she's over there, again, crying that what Julie's trying to do, and that Julie's trying to take down her channel, and then she admits that she got this lawyer to go to Team YouTube. What would this lawyer be going to Team YouTube to say? Hey, we really appreciate you guys. Let's hear it again for those who don't understand how sickening this woman is, how hypocritical she is, and just how greedy and unchristian she is. Listen to her confidence last night of saying this litigation has done nothing to me. I assure you, my therapy bills say otherwise, but okay.
Because it's very important.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. I will.
I'm putting everything.
You know what? And just to be clear, I'm not even going to say it.
Every ounce of anger, every ounce of strife, every ounce of spite, whatever, any type of negative forethought. I'm putting all it to the side.
Is that Christian-like to have any type of negative forethought, any strife? Anyway, I'll put it all aside to get what I want. course you will, you fucking narcissistic bitch. Of course you will.
And I'm humbling myself, and I am
Humbling herself.
coming to this platform in peace to ask one request. What I heard today is very troubling to me, and it would be for anybody in my situation. I listened to nonsense today. I actually haven't even got to listen to the whole thing. I heard a few minutes of it.
You should have been listening to your baby's heartbeat at a fucking doctor's appointment.
And what I heard was, I don't even know what to say. I got to be careful what I say. I can't even really say as much as I want to say on this topic, but I learned that a person has been going to people privately, asking some very intimate questions about my life that no one has any business.
She just tells her whole life on here. Granny is amazing. Every day I send you prayers. And yes, Amish Market, have a bakery tree for me on me. Thank you, Casual Art. Nope, it gets worse, my dad's fave. It gets worse. I hate even crying, so I don't come on as much anymore. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be so, like, emotionally unstable, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. This bitch you guys have no idea. Listen to this way, so confidently claim that they're a victim of yours is insanity. And in the same breath, say things like this, but say that this litigation has had no impact on me.
On this platform, asking or knowing. And it was stated that this person used names of my relatives that nobody would have any idea who they are, or they were asking questions about my childhood, my mother, my parents, my parents.
We got lawyers.
You know, whether I was poor growing up or not. I
know, Jennifer.
I'm asking
Thank you.
this, okay? And I'm
sorry.
Listen, I'll sign anything. Like you draft up a fucking paper, or whoever.
God, she's so disgusting. We're going to listen to her shit, but you got to hear it to believe
what I'm
it.
To say is, if there's anybody that has anything like that, or you have been contacted and you've been reached out to, I am
thank you,
humbly
Hartley. I'm
and very
sorry.
respectfully asking, please
Sorry.
set up a proton, even if you don't want me to know who it is. Please send that to me, because I
Listen to this part here. The fucking irony in all of this. Keep showing up. You have somebody behind you. These streets need your voice. Always so proud of you. I appreciate that, Mama J, but I am tired of feeling this way too. Like, I'd rather come on here and have fun with all of you and cover things that I'm passionate about and that I care about and just have a good time. But it's like you have this parasite that is literally draining me. And then trying to convince everybody I'm the parasite on her. And I know I shouldn't even care. I should pay it no attention, not give a fuck what she says. But unfortunately, like I said, it doesn't end if I log off YouTube because she's in my real world now. I know, I was just saying sorry for not saying thank you when I first read it. But thank you again. Thank you, sweets. I'll pull it up in a minute. It's infuriating. It is. And then to say things like, oh, I'd want to see her dead? You dumb fucking bitch. I've defended you against things I should have never defended you against. All because I'm not you. But you literally wanted to see me in jail for 20 years. She just projects everything. She really does. Everything she says and does is everything she's thinking about others. What's that? A piper? Time to pay, Griffney. I fucking hope so. Stay strong and be confident. You're in a home stretch. Don't give that bitch the satisfaction of knowing she caused you to shed a single tear. Just so we're clear, most of these tears are out of straight anger. Most. Right? How easily she mentions setting up a fake account. How easily she mentions, putting all differences aside and this and that. But then wants to turn around and pretend, that me and Nick are now in bed together. What would be so wrong with that? I thought he was a stand-up guy when you co-signed him as the spokesperson and private intelligence agency looking for Sebastian. Or when you justified why you got in bed with him in litigation. I wish, Mr. Blue. It could take as long as it wants, unfortunately. Sucks. Exactly. That's what I said, Autumn Ray. Like, the fact that she thinks that way is a projection. It never crossed my mind to be like, oh, and she didn't even use the word murder. She says something like, I wanted her massacred. Something so fucking dramatic. And I'm like, I don't even think the way you think, you dumb, sick bitch. I want you massacred? Are you kidding me? Women are sacred. Don't you dare say that. You're always here. I appreciate you, and I know you support me. Thank you for being a member. I want her massacred. So sick.
I need that. This is no longer drama. This is not a petty argument that somebody's having. I'm not trying to make myself a victim. I'm not sitting here saying, woe is me by any means whatsoever. But
listen to that again.
This is no longer drama. This is
no longer drama, but the RICO's nothing. She's just tired of hearing it.
Not a petty argument that somebody's having. I'm not trying to make myself a victim. I'm not sitting here saying, woe is me by any means whatsoever.
No, that's exactly what I'm hearing. I put all my differences aside. You can even come under an alias. Please help me. This is my real life. This is no longer drama, but it's not a woe is me.
However, but I'm asking you, put yourself in my shoes.
Oh,
if this was you.
See? And this is what drives me nuts. The fact is, Brittany, putting myself in the shoes you place me in and hearing the way you respond to it tells me that you love the fact that Julie's doing this to you. That you get to stand tall and act like you're the martyr you are. That's why you're shouting out. I love it. I love that Angela is sharing out videos of nonsenses because I hope the people that go take a moment to see the hundreds and thousands of hours done on you. That's how pathetic you people are to be seen as a victim. Put yourself in my shoes. What? The shoes you laced up? This fucking bitch acts like she's going through something like egregious. She acts like she's going through actual lawfare. Keep the comments somewhat nice. It's not nonsense's fault that Angela did that. That's who the fuck Angela is. She's a weird piece of shit. But I mean, y'all, she's not trying to make herself a victim here. Respectfully, and I appreciate what you're saying, Casper. I truly do. But if you guys really think that Brittany's channel makes enough revenue to pay back the expenses of the RICO, she doesn't. I tell you right now, she doesn't. And if Brittany's channel went down tomorrow, she's still on the hook for that money. Spring Rain, thank you. Sweets, thank you so much. I'll pull it up in just a moment. Let's get back to the dramatics over here. Put yourself in her shoes, y'all.
Here, saying, woe is me by any means whatsoever. But I'm asking you, put yourself in my shoes. If this was you and you had someone who is filing false police reports, absolutely trying to take your rights away, trying to.
I think if we get the call lists,
What? Take your rights away? What rights away? What rights is Julie trying to take away? Can we put a 1 in the chat if we've heard Brittany state that she's made a phone call because of people on YouTube to the police? She's calling my police. Right, who's doing this, Red Flats? Who's doing this? Because a petty harassment charge isn't doing this. So who's doing it? Thank you, Electro. Hey, caregiver. Thank you. Spring Rain said, whittling it down. I mean, this bitch really thinks that she's like battling this huge lawfare that just simply isn't happening. Right, Nancy. Feel bad for, I mean, the dramatics here are astounding for somebody who says that the RICO did nothing to me. The RICO didn't open the door for the fucking defamation. Nothing. It's done nothing to me. But my golly, please feel so bad for her because she faces a petty charge in fucking New Jersey. I hate her.
Filing false police reports, absolutely trying to take your rights away, trying to.
I think if we get the call lists, I think we're going to be golden.
Trying to break me financially.
Break me financially. I thought it was against the law and invasion of privacy to FOIA request things. I thought that was something that, you know, you send CNDs out for. She'll never acknowledge how Granny's life was upended for vindictive lies and has negatively impacted her whole family. Even when it's over, will take years to return a normalcy and financially recover. She thinks it's no big deal. Matter of fact, she says I benefited from it. That's how sick this bitch thinks. But yet we're all supposed to listen to this poor plea her. Actually dramatizes what she's going through to be the world's biggest victim. Oh, God, I can't. You're so close to the home stretch on the anti-slap. Biden and President said in case law takes time. It's almost time for the find out portion of this litigation. We'll be behind you, supporting you all the way. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you so much. You're right. We're so close. Me too, Cranky. PJ, thank you. One sets aside throwing petty to help others. No. Yeah. One should, right? Especially for one of the most vindictive, narcissistic, lying pieces of shit this earth has ever seen.
Rights away, trying to.
I think if we get the call lists, I think we're going to be golden.
Trying to break me financially, trying to take my livelihood from me. I'm not over exaggerating when I say these things.
Rights away, financially drain her and take away her livelihood. Exactly, up to good. Brittany thinks because she sees these super chats, because she sees the views or the thumbs up, that's benefiting. Because Brittany's whole world consists of YouTube. She writes dramatically in a declaration, right? That she can't sleep at night, that she can't eat. And now she wants you all to believe. Right. It sounds familiar because it's everything she's done to me. She's heard me say. That's why it sounds familiar. Because the narcissist is doing what they do and they're parroting others to seem normal and to receive empathy when she doesn't ever show an ounce of it. But she's not trying to make herself a victim, y'all. Just wants you to put yourself in her shoes.
Absolutely trying to take your rights away. You. But
Do we need to read her declaration again? Do we need to hear how giddy she was when it was put out on the internet and her and Justin are up there discussing 20 years in jail? Should we read her C&D that she not just sent me, but she also sent to Queen, she also sent to Clue, and she alleges she sent to Cletus? Should we read all of those? Take away your rights, financially drain you and your livelihood? You fucking admitted that you went to Team YouTube over us to take away our channels, which for some of us is the same livelihood you have, right? Oh, it's so fucking fake.
I'm asking you, put yourself in my shoes. If this was you and you had someone who is filing false police reports, absolutely trying to take your rights away, trying to
I think if we get the call list,
Mm.
I think we're gonna be golden.
trying to break me financially, trying to take my livelihood from me. I'm not over exaggerating when I say these things.
Thank you so much. Live thankful. Oh, she's not trying to exaggerate when she says these things. Let me make it bigger in case people can't see it. Oh. New Jersey, a petty harassment charge is generally classified as a petty disorderly person offense. Now, a lot of us follow true crime. A lot of us know there are levels. There's levels to felonies, to misdemeanors, you name it. This is even a fucking misdemeanor. It's nothing. It is literally nothing. But she's not trying to be dramatic, y'all. I mean, she'll likely walk away with a restraining order, if anything. But it's the dramatics. After what the fuck she has done, the dramatics. You can't. You can't. Matter of fact, anybody who claims they can should be in trouble for saying so. Because that is why CPS is supposed to keep it confidential who calls, because of people like Brittany that try to threaten people. Oh no, she's not the cause of it, will be. Everybody else is. She's done nothing wrong. She's just trying to live her life. I agree with that, Pika. Brittany wants to over exaggerate by literally mimicking things she has heard me say, but at the same time downplay the impact of the 2 lawsuits and a C&D sent to my door, while crying over a one-time appearance for a petty harassment charge.
Financially, trying to take my livelihood from me. I'm not over exaggerating when I say these things. I'm asking humbly. That's stalker behavior. That's criminal.
It's beyond the champ.
This is criminal.
Now fathom that. Fathom sitting there clean. This is criminal. This is stalker behavior. Call the fucking cops.
When you're going to people and listen, these dates, I don't care for nonsense, but there's one thing I'll give her. She absolutely has done a date.
Hey, can anybody tell me, are the white pages criminal? Or is it public information? How's it criminal? It's morally wrong by the standards of YouTube, but criminal? If it was criminal, wouldn't you and your friends be in jail for doxing my family? For digging into my children? Criminal. Let us not forget her the 3 times the RICO plaintiffs, included BJ, have signed their names and tried to pin on you and Barbecue an injunction gag order. Yeah. Yeah. ROs. ROs. The same thing she's crying about poor Craigie Poo facing in New Jersey is the same thing she tried not once, not twice, but 3 times against me in PA. But please feel bad. Poor Brittany. No, she knows nonsense didn't do it for her. She's definitely using it to her benefit. She knows nonsense didn't do it for her. Matter of fact, that's why she's over there dramatically saying, oh, nonsense, thank you for standing against your own friends for what is right. Bitch, you wouldn't know what was right if it came up in your face, socked you in, and said, hi, I'm what's right. You still wouldn't know. You probably try to gaslight yourself that it didn't even happen. But that is how Brittany operates, right? Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I could, I'll just move along because there's a few examples I can give, but I won't.
I'm good.
Are you and your dog looking for a new build
Absolutely.
home? Start your search on homes.com, a comprehensive marketplace for new.
These dates that are coming up, she absolutely has done a damn good job unveiling dates that I
Try to see what was said. See, how can anyone say that? Right. Stalker behavior. Yeah, Nick, can you dig in, see if Granny has custody or not? Tracy, thank you for hitting a thumbs up. I can only make this as clear as I can, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to stop people from feeling how they feel. We all know that nonsense isn't doing what she's doing for Brittany. But we're also not going to deny that it has helped Brittany, as she has stated right now. Right? And people feel some type of way about it because of what Brittany has done, not just to my life, to a lot of people's lives, taking shit off of YouTube. That's it. That's all. If comments get really nasty, I will delete them. But I haven't seen any that are it's just people expressing their disappointment. That's it. That's it. It's not her sheer audacity insulted her viewers playing in their faces. Yep, she sure did. When her own subs were questioning her, they were being deleted. Right, it's aggravating, Tracy, and people are just expressing that. Nobody's saying anything horrific. Nobody's saying, oh, she's doing this on purpose to help her. No. We all know that. Nobody is, Doohickey. Nobody is, man. I think, to be honest with you people, people should keep their opinions and content to themselves so all is said and done. Well, that's part of the issue, right? Because on one hand, it's like, well, everybody, Casper, can I be quite honest with you? If I ever was literally helping somebody that destroyed somebody's life, I would expect to have people disappointed in me. I would expect it. I would expect it. Everybody's allowed to express how they feel. We've all expressed that we don't necessarily agree with what Julie's doing. but we still don't know. There's not even direct. On one hand, a lot of people believe that this was never seen by a judge or prosecutor. On the other hand, there are those of us that believe it was seen already by a judge and agreed to go forward. It's not going over the court case because it's not a court case and nobody even has the facts of it yet. People are guessing. People don't even know for sure if it was seen by a prosecutor or judge yet. And we don't even know that much. We can't even get that much settled. I can't listen right now, lock and loaded. I really can't. We stand with Granny always. Thank you, Akira. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the document even say the state of New Jersey, first Brittany Jackson? Maybe I'm wrong about that. And this is why it's so hard, because I don't want to talk. I love nonsense. I'm not going to lie to you. I love nonsense. I do. Nonsense has been a really good friend of mine. And I care about her a lot. And I know she cares about me a lot. But this is the problem with what's happening, because we can't even discuss what Julie and BJ are going through without it somehow immediately involving nonsense. No, a lot of us feel the same way, Casper. We don't want it either, but we're not doing it. We're not doing it. And that's one of the issues. Save your money, pay Granny's lawyer. I didn't call CPS or your family. I have not been a mandated reporter since I was a school teacher. I didn't see that. Thank you. That's what I'm saying, Bosco. We're just expressing disappointment. Doesn't mean we don't care about her. We don't love her. I love nonsense. I do. So I should delete my long-standing members that are as hurt or disappointed or upset because they're expressing that? They're not saying anything horrible. People aren't in here bashing the fuck out of nonsense. I would never allow that. But everybody knows I've always allowed people to express their opinions. Hell, Midnight's been in here for a week going at me personally and hasn't been deleted. If I saw somebody saying something truly horrific about nonsense in my chat, it would be deleted. I promise you that. They're just expressing how they feel about it. Well, how about have love for it, Natalie? Have love for, because you get to know people on a deeper level and you feel like they're not strangers. I just hate that it's so personal because, again, this situation didn't involve nonsense. And now it seems like every which way we look, if you bring it up, somehow nonsense comes up with it. And I hate that. I do. I hate it. People have opinions, but at the end of the day, it's based on the law, not what nonsense or anyone thinks. I agree, Pandora. Hey, Olap. Right, Midnight? If viewers are allowed to express feelings, stop trying to censor. That's literally against everything GW is trying to fight for. Stop being the word police. Thank you, Naughty. That's the truth. Right, not Nasty Raw on it. And I hate that too. I do. But I understand it. Aussie Trisha, thank you so much. Thank you. I don't stand by Julie. Never half her disgusting things she said about Chris and Katie. I get that. I get why you feel that way. I also feel like the issue with that is that Julie has been accepted by many people here for well over a year now. A lot of people never forgot or forgave what she said about the Proudfoots. That's it. That's all, Big Booty. And everybody knows, and I've made it very clear, nonsense isn't doing this to hurt me. Nonsense isn't doing this because it's personal against me. It shouldn't involve me at all. But here's the unfortunate fact. And I wasn't going to say this, but I'll tell you all right now. Okay. Whatever outcome Julie has does impact my litigation. I won't tell you exactly how, but I will tell you it does and will benefit me if Julie is successful. It will benefit me more than harm me. A $500 judgment going to Julie will not prevent me from getting my judgment against BJ. Thank you, Alcy. Thank you, girl. Thank you, pretty is. And the other part about that, believe that the people causing all the F shit are all held accountable judicially, financially, and morally. I agree. I agree. I mean, even this is benefiting her, you know? Oh, I didn't know she said it. I just don't like Julie saying she wishes she had the ace you had against BJ. That's weird. Well, why the hell would you say that? Because it's not an ace. It is not. It's a reverse Uno. That fucking sucks. Well, if I really didn't care to bring it up publicly, but I will just out of respect for the fact that I respect you. Because if Brittany's found by another court to have been held as a harasser, we already have Nick on the stand on record stating that Brittany is my aggressor. We also have the fact that Lasniak pointed out that Brittany is an issue, and despite their recommendations and or demands for her to stop poking at me, she refuses because it makes her money, right? You add that all together when I turn around and I either countersue the fuck out of Brittany or I simply bring it forth to the judge with punitive damages, it shows that Brittany has a repeated pattern of being an initiator, of an aggressor, and she's not the little ditzy little victim she tries to paint herself out to be. I hope you can read more between the lines with that or email me, and I'd love to discuss further. But it unfortunately does. It's a pattern of behavior. It's doesn't mean I like it. Doesn't mean I agree with it. But many people are denying it. That's a fair statement, Petty. Petty says if you're going to make a statement, they should have waited for facts and not guessing. When did you wait for facts against Katie and Chris? You think she's doing it as revenge? She may be. She may be. I don't know. I can't say how anybody feels because, like I said before, at the end of the day, we don't know what anybody has experienced. One correction, fines are paid to the state, not me. Okay, so 500 goes to the state. Oh. Thank you, Winnie. Hello, by the way. I get it. Okay. The ace to take Brittany's channel down. I get it. You know, but to be honest with you all, I asked myself that same question many times. Especially when you have Brittany out here trying to make me out to be the devil herself, right? Granny, granny, granny. I'm a real lifer. I'm this. I destroyed her life, blah, blah, blah. But yet, you're right. I do have the ability to go after her channel, and I haven't. Don't ask me why. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because I believe in fucking karma. The same way I believe Brittany's receiving her karma right now with New Jersey is exactly how I feel. I believe in karma. And I believe if you do things like that, you can expect it to be done to you. Would I care if somebody took Brittany's channel down? No. Do I want the karma of being the one to take her channel down? No. Naughty, is that the cam slip in your photo? Because it looks like her. I reached out. I didn't know her phone was broken. I didn't hear back from her. She hasn't been in my chat, so I felt it a little more personal. But we did make contact last night. I unfortunately wasn't feeling too well and fell back asleep. We will talk. The problem is they don't believe that he threatened you, Julie. I literally had that said to me. That what you're claiming were threats were not threats. It was also implied that, well, he's just harmless. You know? Here's the thing, Janice. Brittany has more money than people realize. Her phone was messed up. She got a new one yesterday, I think. Yeah, that's what I heard. I didn't know. She was ignoring all of us. I had no idea. Like I said, they're two peas in a pod. Let them duke it out. That's how I feel. Like, just pass the popcorn. Thank you, Italy. Is there? Hey, look at you guys over here. Hey, my kick friends. I hate that I don't understand this as much. I don't know how to directly reply to comments, but she doesn't ever talk on Granny. Right, yeah, the fuck she does. And guess what? If this was summer of 2024, when there was it 23 or 4? When there was up to 20 channels going live about me every single day, guess who was at all of them? Ask Autumn Renee. She was around. Karma is continuous and ongoing. It's energy. Right. And I don't want the karma of taking her channel down. No, I agree with you. I welcome all views, Casper. I'd rather have this conversation directly or privately, but I think that's the problem when we insert ourselves the way. I mean this as respectfully as I can say it. You can't deny Nonsense has inserted herself in such a heavy way that when anybody even sheer mentions Julie and Brittany and what's happening, your mind automatically goes to Nonsense, right? And because of that, it now ties together, and I hate that too. I hate it. Because I was saying that the other day. Why does this even have to be like a Brittany first Julie and Nonsense and Granny thing? Like, why am I involved, right? I've barely spoken on how I truly feel about all of it because I can wait until after the judge rules. Either way it goes, doesn't matter to me. Do I hope for accountability? Absolutely. Right, tripolar. If Craig ain't threatening and Brittany ain't grifting. But I think that's why it's become so convoluted, because it is such excessive involvement in what's happening. And I get it. And I said this before and I'll say it again. I know this is what Nonsense does. I get it. I get why she's doing it. Do I wish she wasn't? Of course. And that's selfish of me, but it's the truth. I do feel the timing has a lot of people rubbed wrong. A lot of things that are being called out about Julie are things she did a year ago. And since then, she has been in chats. She has been on panels. She has been welcomed places without any issue. And now it seems like there's this big tide of turning emotions to one way or another when we really don't even have all of the facts yet. Like I said, we can't even distinguish if a judge or a prosecutor looked at this yet. On one hand, you have people adamantly saying they haven't. On the other hand, I believe they have from personal experience. I went through it. Then you got, oh, well, Craig never threatened her. Well, I personally fucking heard them. But here's the thing, Sammy, and I understand that. Julie came at Nonsense threatening to sue her a year ago because of the video, right? Brittany actually sued me. You know what I mean? So it's like, I can respect and understand where Nonsense is coming from, but I feel like, to be quite frank, some people aren't respecting or understanding where I'm coming from. I don't know. It just sucks, man. I wish none of it was happening. None of it. None of it. It gives Brittany a victimhood. It's causing divide between the community. It sucks. It sucks. Yeah, me too. I do, however, wish and hope that the people that are suddenly I love this side of it too, right? Oh, nonsense is a liar. Oh my God, she looks like a man. Oh my God, her man's a pedo. Blah, blah, blah. All the nasty, horrific things Brittany and her subs have said about nonsense. She's such a liar. She's obsessive. Oh my God, she just lies. Look how weird she is with her timelines and her dates. And now they're over there like, yay, go listen to nonsense. She tells the truth. She got the best timelines and dates. Like, well, which fucking one is it, you moronic fucks? Even I can acknowledge, despite not liking what nonsense is doing right now, that she knows what the fuck she's doing. You guys switch and swap the plan depending on who's saying what about you. That's always been my issue with those people. Oh, I agree with that, Missy K. Punitive damages will make a longer lasting impact than another lawsuit. She is all about money. And at the end of the day, even with another lawsuit, guess what? Brittany has to learn how much it costs a lawyer for an appearance now. I agree. It doesn't matter how long ago it was. I agree with that. But I'm just saying, for it to be such a, like, why was it quiet down for a year? Is all I'm saying. I'm torn about all of this. My heart breaks for you, Granny. I want you to get justice, but I understood what nonsense saying. Personally, knowing people that truly need RO, this doesn't. I don't think that's fair to say. I don't think any of us are to say who deserves an RO or who doesn't. Oh, it didn't give a notification as me, Barb. I think we've all felt that way. To be honest, I think we can all get that. I don't know. We don't know because Boston walked back everything she said. They're adamant that Craig didn't threaten. Well, I wouldn't file a complaint. I support Julie's right to do so and hope it goes her way. As far as nonsense, she has heard so many state it's bad timing. She treats them as if they're idiots. I don't know. It sucks. It all sucks. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Chico. I judge people on their actions, and I also know when it's beneficial for me not to make that judgment public. Right? Like, I'd be lying if I said there were times I wanted to say something and didn't out of respect for somebody else. Exactly. Actually, it was 4 judges, to be quite frank. There's 3 judges on an appellate seated. So that's 4 judges that agreed I deserved. And yet you still have people saying that it wasn't necessary and I didn't need it. It just sucks that people even, Oh, that makes sense, Beaker. Sure. I hate that this is what I mean. Why can't we just discuss what it is with Julie and Brittany without it becoming about nonsense? I hate it. I do. Well, hopefully we'll start with the over 9,000 that she owes right now. Exactly, Bio. I do too, to be honest. I would never say I don't. I've made it very clear from the beginning I do. And that is always one thing I appreciated about nonsense, and I would never not be able to see the appreciation for it. Don't forget song. Chat will love. Gotta run. You're a bomb. Shit, I did forget. Thank you. I'll tell you why, Tracy. I spoke, if she doesn't mind me saying why. Because when Nonsense was on panel, she felt like the comments were, the chat got all riled up. And she felt like some of the comments were pretty damn mean. So she thought it'd be better to stay out of chat. Oh, gee, golly, we got New Jersey Robin. Good morning. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
sweetheart. Is my camera off? I'm trying to figure this out.
It's off, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Am I coming up as New Jersey Robin?
Yes, ma'am.
It's rough at 72. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm trying to figure this crap out. Listen, honey, I came up because, first of all, I love you. I mean, well, I don't love you. You know, I care about you very much. And I've been following you for years and years, even before this case. And I just want to say, I stand behind you 150%, if there's such a thing. And I don't think, this is just what I want to say, my own opinion. I don't think a lot of people, maybe if we go back to the beginning of all this stuff that happened with you and barbecue, I don't think people really remember or understand, maybe because it's been a while, what really happened here. And the fact of the matter is, you were covering a case, showing things that a lot of people were showing that were public news stories, public reviewing people on chats, that, you know, for interviews, like a lot of people were doing in true crime, just like everybody else. And then these wacko people decided to go against you. They threatened you. I don't think people realize that it wasn't just like, well, you know, the father said, just take your stuff down and stop talking about him. It wasn't that. You were threatened. Nick came on alive and said to you, well, listen, if you just take all of your stuff down, and I'm trying to refresh people's memory going back. If you take all of your content down, have all your substance stuff, wipe everything out that you've ever done, give an apology, pay $500. It's almost like he wanted you to wipe your channel away completely. And, you know, then you can continue. But he wanted you to apologize. Say everything that you said was not correct, which it was all stuff that was public. So, you know, and otherwise you're going to have to go and have this big lawsuit. It's going to cost you more money than you could ever afford. And you were threatened in many ways for your speech. So I don't think people realize how detailed and how much was involved. It wasn't like you could say, oh, I'll just take a couple things down, they'll leave me alone. No, it wasn't like that. Because I know in the beginning, some people were like, why didn't you just take her stuff down? Because it was more than that. You were threatened in many ways about your channel.
Yep.
And you lived by these people. They were threatening to be by your home. They were threatening Barbecue's business. They were harassing her business. They were threatening her daughter. She had to get a restraining order on these people. They're not playing with the full deck. You had a rabbit wind up dead in your yard. You had all kinds of stuff that was happening because these people lived by your home. And people didn't realize how serious this was. So I just come up to refresh people's memory or just say my piece that this is not something that's just going to boom, boom, boom. It was so simple. And then you go through all of this stuff, everything, and you win your anti-slap case.
Mm-hmm.
And people were still fighting because, oh, they videotaped it, all the stuff that you didn't do. Then you got to go to court again, which is more money for your lawyer to prove that's wrong. Now they're dragging you to appeal. So you got to go to court more. I think people don't realize this keeps getting dragged out. Could you explain that?
I tried to. I've tried to.
Could you explain it to me then? Because maybe I don't understand that part.
How it
What they're
keeps
still
getting.
doing.
Yeah, I mean they're still doing it. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what you're asking, to be honest.
So it's an appeal. They're trying to take it through an appeal.
It's already in the appellate appeal. Yeah.
All right. So it's in the, and how much long, what are they going to, what does it need to be done to get through that part? I guess is what I'm asking. I'm not that smart.
The judges have to rule, and that can take as long as they want, unfortunately.
All right. So you're waiting for a judge's ruling on the appeal.
Yes.
And-
But
and
if
what-
I may, the chat's on a whole different conversation right now.
Okay.
There's a whole different conversation right now. I understand how people and the people, my mods would feel the same way about me. But my chat was not destroying nonsense. They were simply saying they disagree with what she was doing. There was no personal insults. There was nothing nasty enough for me to delete. And I've always allowed my chat to express themselves unless it goes to a certain extent. There was also people being called trolls that weren't trolls. They're longstanding members or subscribers of my channel. That just because others didn't recognize their names, they were immediately written off as trolls, which quite frankly, they weren't. I recognized every name that was in my chat that day besides the two that were coming at me for my stance on how I feel, which was Midnight and that other person that got deleted for saying, who gives a fuck about anti-Semitic comments? That's, you know, that's just that. I don't know what's expected to be stated in this situation. I'm not going to tell people that they're not allowed to feel, which is exactly how I feel. I don't get it. And then we had people arguing. I just said they were, yeah, they were, but it wasn't bad enough that I would delete it. These are the type of comments that makes it a me first nonsense thing, if I'm going to be quite honest. Because you know what else I would never allow in my chat? I would never allow motherfuckers that cheered on destroying Nonsense's life. I would never accept a single chatter from Brittany's chat to come in there and hate bond because I'm offering the bitch a victimhood that she doesn't deserve. Now, let's not do this again. Respectfully, please.
Jess, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I can't stay up here very long. I just wanted to try to basically just make a funny or whatever. But my mom always told me, God rest her soul. She always said, you can pick your friends and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose.
That's true. Midnight,
So-
I wasn't saying that you made the comments. It was the other person that got deleted for saying literally, who cares about anti-Semitic comments? It was that person.
I mean, good grief, look what just happened in Michigan. It's important for everyone to be aware.
I know, but it's just
Right.
it's one thing that's always been watered down because, and let's face it, there's more people. There's a very few amount of Jewish people in this world because of the, I don't know, Holocaust and things like that. So it's not as loud or as recognized or,
Right. That's why there's so many people trying to fight for that. And I get it. I understand it. But anyways, I have to go. I'm got to head up to Dad's. But anyways, I just wanted to say that.
I appreciate you coming up to say it. Thank you.
For everyone to realize that, Friends' nose are off limits, okay?
Yeah. I know. I hate this. Why is it even happening? I hate it.
I get it. And that's, out of respect for you, I've never, and I won't. It's just, to me, it's just respectful. And it's just how I feel.
Yeah, I agree.
To me, it comes down to respect for you on a personal level, on a content creator level, on whatever level, it is what it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I'll talk to you later.
Have a good one.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to pretend that didn't happen. No, it's just stupid. I hate it. I even made sure to correct myself today and say Samantha Joy. Yeah, that's how many people feel, Memo. And that's why we're not saying otherwise. But I don't think it's fair for what I'm seeing a repeated statement of is, well, why can't Nonsense have her opinion? Nobody says she can't, but why can't we have our opinions? Why can't I feel how I feel? And then I'm hearing, well, we understand why you feel how you feel, but also that you should have kept that private. Well, why should I? You don't think my chat's coming in asking me how I feel about this? Of course they are. Have you ever had somebody you consider a friend literally help somebody who tried to destroy your life? And I get it. That's not her intent. But we're not going to keep saying it's not happening because it fucking is. She's come out herself and said it is. Of course it feels a certain way. But people, you can't say that and at the same time tell us that we can't. This doesn't have to be an us first them thing. It should have been a Julie first Britney thing. That's it. That's all. It didn't have to get to the level it got to. Oh, I'm sorry, Robin. Thank you for being so sweet and trying to remind people. The chat was just on a whole different story at that time, and it was distracting the shit out of me. But you're right. This was so much. It's gotten so convoluted through everything that has happened that the gravity does get watered down. Because let's face it, there's only so much I could come on here and try to tell everybody how badly it hurt me. And I know people are likely as tired of hearing about the RICO as I am. I'm tired of it too. But it's such a big part of my life and a big part of my channel. I can't dismiss that. Here's what I know via 50 years like experience. If you realize your actions are making your friend uncomfortable, you stop. When you care about someone, you care about how you make them feel, period. It goes all sorts of ways, though. It's just so not easy like that. Jamie May did go in there asking for stuff to be sent. And I know Nonsense said no fucking way, but that's how comfortable they feel. I mean, you got Brittany's right-hand person sharing out nonsense of stuff. Intentional, yes. I know how the dirty bitch operates. Again, if you paid as much attention to your home life and husbands, you know, whatever. You want to be divorced so many times. I get it. I get it. But then you got Brittany herself saying, oh, you know, the dates, and thanks to Nonsense with the dates, I now know blah, 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 blah. It is helping. And I know that's not her intent. But for God's sake, it's happening. Hey, Naughty Audie.
Hey, is my sound terrible? I have not been on a panel in over a year, so I forget.
No, it's not terrible at all.
Is it like annoying though? Am I like, because if it is, I don't want to annoy people if I'm being like froggy or clippy or anything like that.
It's not doing any of those noises.
Okay, good. All right, so first of all, you're doing wonderful. I mean, I know things right now are difficult and it's shitty circumstances, but overall, you already know how I feel. That I think the way that you've presented things surrounding this debacle have been very graceful, and you've used a lot of tact and you've been respectful, and I'm just impressed because I don't know that I wouldn't be like flying off the handle in your position.
I do every now and then.
I just felt compelled to pop up after you shared that stream where those comments of destroying my livelihood, ruining my whatever existence here on the platform, how somebody can utter those words after being on like a mission. There was like a campaign to do that to other people and not recognize that she did that. That's what she was doing. I mean, to a much greater degree. That is mind-blowing to me, that how unself-aware she is. I just think that it's I have secondhand embarrassment, to be quite honest, because I mean, I had to catch up on a year's worth of stuff, and I was even able to recognize how ridiculous that was. Like, it's very disheartening. And then just simultaneously, the speech thing, the little bit that, I was doing my best to be as thorough as possible to see what's happened with everything, going back to the Sebastian stuff, that, the speech thing really, how already, even from years ago, how I feel about that. Like, I don't believe in censoring people in speech, and unless it's something that's dangerous or hurt, but to what you were just talking about with nonsense, and then people just sharing their feelings about disappointment or frustrations, and then being taken to task for that is against everything. Like, these are the people you guys are supporting Granny in her quest to be able to
Now she cuts out.
and say, no, you can't say that. Delete comments. It's just, it's the opposite of everything that that you were fighting for. It's just incredibly bizarre. I, I don't even know what else to say. I am blown away by that. The whole start of this, that whole RICO thing. I cannot even believe that happened. I didn't know any of this till a week ago.
Oh man, it's been a whirlwind.
I
Honestly, it's been insane.
know, like, and I couldn't believe the people behind it. I mean, I can believe it too, but like, I couldn't believe it at the same time. I was just like, how did we get here? Like,
I
this
agree.
is insane. And the other thing too, which I also just want to, I'm just contributing to what you've already said about comparing the two, I'll say litigation, like what you were dealing with versus this, the I think it's a petty harassment in Jersey.
Yes, yeah.
I do, and I'm hoping most people do recognize this, but for the people that don't, and you've explained it beautifully 1,000 times, but like you had said, when anybody can go and file a lawsuit, but you have to defend that no matter what, whether it's baloney or it's legitimate, and that costs. I don't think unless people in this day and age, maybe in the last 5 years, because it has changed tremendously, have had to pay an attorney, understand how expensive that is. Like, it is not fighting a parking ticket. It is incredibly expensive, the motions and everything. So going through what you had to go through with this very serious claim that had no proof to it, versus
That also had a celebrity attached to it.
Yep.
And a nationally recognized missing child's name attached to it.
Yep. And what that does to not just you and your ability to run your content on your channel, but of course the trickle down effect to everybody in your personal life, right? Because it comes with a lot of attention. So comparing that to, like you said, like a little slap on the wrist, that's a one and done sort of event that really doesn't impact anything other than don't harass this woman, that's the end result. But there's not much more to it, and it's like a one and done, that you cannot compare them. Apples and oranges. I don't even think it's apples and oranges. They're not even in the same categories. It's, I don't know, people and possums. It's just crazy. I hope you
then
get
you have
closure soon.
Brittany. Thank you. Then you have Brittany over there saying she's trying to put yourself in my shoes. She's trying to take away my rights, and
that's
it's
what
like,
triggered me.
Right, like, you fucking bitch. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's what triggered me to start typing in the chat today and then to come up when I saw the link, because I was like, wait a second. How can somebody say these words after what they just did to other people, to you? And I think there were some other people, right, affected by this. Yeah, all content creators, all who I'm assuming this is part of their income to support their homes and their families and their children. And then I again, because I've been gone for so long, that man in the background of her videos, that's new. When I was around, this guy wasn't in the background chiming in. I don't know if it's her husband, boy, whatever. That's what a weird. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say anything. That is just the icing on the cake. That just fueled my fire even more. I was like, what? How do you not recognize? How do you not launch this campaign that is basically designed to take away somebody's rights, silence them, affect their income, and then go live crying that this is being done to you? It's happening simultaneously. It's so bizarre to me. So I'm sorry. I hope, it looks like from what I've been able to catch up on, and I listened to Lynn, I listened to your stream from yesterday when Lynn was up. I think it was yesterday. So it sounds like you are getting somewhat to the conclusion, maybe.
It's in the appellate process now. So,
yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but it was adjudicated. Did I hear that correctly? It was adjudicated?
No, it wasn't adjudicated.
No. Oh,
no.
Okay.
This is a separate thing, because Doran, you are starting to crackle now, by the way.
Yes, son of a gun. All right. Can you just explain it? But I'll jump down and then I'll email you if I have any other questions. So I'm not.
Thank you for coming up.
Yes. Yeah. Good to catch up.
Yeah. My goodness. Catch up on a year of shit in such a short period. I always have an issue with nonsense saying, if we support Julie, then how the hell can we say we support you? I've never seen as the same, and even more, who is she to state what Julie truly feels because of her dislike? I haven't actually heard that, Freedom. but I've seen it be stated, but I don't know if that was said or not. But I don't know why, and I think it's this. I don't know why we're normalizing, justifying, or excusing any type of abusive behavior. They have made themselves clear time and time again. Craig has made threats against several people. I don't know why it's so hard to believe that a few of them were geared towards Julie. I love the idea that, oh, this is just because my personal disdain for Brittany. But it's also, I mean, Nonsense has admitted herself, she has a bias against Julie, right? So we both see it how we see it. We both feel how we feel. The thing is, it shouldn't be about me and her. That's my biggest thing. It doesn't, it's not. And then I'm seeing, like, I seen what you said, Mercedes, and I'm telling you, those type of comments don't help either. I get what Chico's saying, that Nonsense has an open door policy, but so do I. So, like, this idea that I should delete all of my members and subscribers because they're expressing how they feel, but on the other hand, I just, it's difficult. And just comments like, oh, we see people's true colors and so does Nonsense. They don't help. They don't help because you can't say like, oh, well, people aren't allowed to feel how they feel about Nonsense, but oh, she sees their true colors. I mean, you know, people feel how they feel right now. This is a highly charged emotional thing, and we're all going off a basis of things that we're not even clear on. Like I said, we can't even clarify if it was seen by a judge yet or not. It's crazy to me. Right, I would never allow anybody to personally insult her. Just sucks. Wish it wasn't happening. I know, Joyce, but they're saying, well, he didn't say Julie's name. So how do we know that's about Julie? And quite frankly, people are also giving him the out of acting like, oh, well, maybe he was talking to us video games. Like, get the fuck out of here. She should seriously consider this statement she made when she admitted to targeting GW, unaware that At Night was dying in her because she was too ignorant to research the fake At Night group. No, she knew they were fake. She knew. She already acknowledged that she knew who and what Nick was. Already called out what she thought about Tony Mathis. She fucking knew. She didn't care because it gave her a chance to go at me. Yeah, it's just a highly emotional situation right now. Sucks. Yeah, I got to get to the emojis. I'm sorry, Kick. I see most people say they're not judging her as a whole over this, that they're just disagreeing with what's taking place right now. That's what I've seen majority of people say. Then it's automatically granted, Miss Mary. Thank you, Glad to Binky. I appreciate that. Right, I get it. People think Julie's batshit crazy. I've seen that in the chat a few times. They think that she's doing this with ulterior motive and this and that. What I'll say is, even if that were so, she's still not as disgusting as Brittany and Craig. Would you compare that, Joyce? You compare sugary, passive-aggressive language and corner skits to offend as threatening people's lives and livelihood? The comparisons there? Because the thought is helping BJ, because the fact it is. How about that? It's no longer a thought, it's a fact. When Brittany's subs are being allowed by Brittany to go over there, when Brittany's right-hand fucking moderator is sharing out the videos, when Brittany herself is directly saying, and thanks to Nonsense, I now have blah, 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 it's no longer a thought of helping. It's a fact. And nobody's not saying don't. They're just saying they don't agree with it. That's it. That's all. This comment doesn't even make sense because the whole disagreement is that people are allowed their opinions in here. And they shouldn't be allowed their opinions because their opinions are about nonsense. But that's what I keep seeing across the board, I think. And I think that's where the disconnect is. Because I keep seeing, well, nonsense is allowed to feel how she feels and say what she does. But then it keeps being stated that like we shouldn't feel how we feel and say how we do. I hate it. I'm hoping it doesn't come between our friendship. I don't want it to come between our friendship. I think it'd be ridiculous to allow YouTube content to come between a friendship. And that's it. That's all. We don't have to discuss it further, but unfortunately, what's happened with Julie and Brittany is a big topic that whenever mentioned, nonsense name comes along. Of course she knew. She didn't fucking care. The smirks alone Julie does when speaking on. Well, she feels like she's getting them on accountability. Julie is batshit crazy, but nobody can dictate when someone does or doesn't feel threatened by someone's words or actions. You know what I've always said? Linz, rifts can only be caused where there's a door open for one. Exactly, witness protection. I think many of us feel exactly that same way. I don't see any of us saying we full-heartedly disagree with nonsense. The one thing I disagree with is that there weren't threats, and I disagree that it wasn't already seen by a judge. Matter of fact, I believe it went to the prosecutor. The prosecutor didn't see it worthy of higher criminal harassment, cyber harassment. I don't think it's frivolous. That's the difference. I don't think this is frivolous litigation. I find it personally insulting to call this frivolous litigation. Haven't been a victim of several frivolous litigations in my short time here on YouTube, but that's where we differ. I believe the prosecutor said, it doesn't really reach the level of cyber harassment, but there's something here. Handed it back to the judge. The judge looked at it and they agreed. Yeah, we'll do petty harassment. And that's what the first is. A hearing on petty harassment. Do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contestment to petty harassment? That's what I think's happening. Still argue Tanya has helped BJ in her own mind. Right, Tanya. Exactly. Good way to sum it up. Right. Petty and frivolous are not the same thing. I agree with that, Sammy. That would probably be best. I haven't heard anybody say it'd be nonsense's fault if Julie wins. I don't like the narrative of it's all nonsense fault if Julie wins. Do you mean if she doesn't win? And I'm disgusted to know people think they know more than when and how things work. I agree. When I went through it in Jersey, literally personally experienced it. And I'm still being told I'm wrong on what I think about it. Spoken to lawyers about it. I mean, it just sucks when that's the biggest, and I feel like if that was at least clarified, if that part was at least written in stone for sure, one way or the other, it would help a lot. You think a permanent record and freedom what freedom's taken away? Locked and loaded? Are you asking me if I would feel bad for Brittany if she ended up with a permanent record and her freedom's taken away? I don't know. Let me check at the time Brittany laughed hysterically at the idea of me going to jail for 20 years, or the fact that I just had a fucking in-person court hearing in front of a judge to place me in contempt. I would say contempt and petty harassment are on the same levels. Both contempt comes with a heavier fine than petty harassment. You know that? And Brittany sure had no problem seeking me out for contempt. I don't get it. The words of reality. She did it to herself. Wouldn't even be able to have rights taken away if she didn't do what she did. Maybe, here's a good one, guys. Say it with me. Maybe she should have just shut the fuck up. How many times have I been told that? Why didn't you just shut up? You should have just shut the fuck up. I don't think Julie's wrong. And that's where you guys are wrong with me. That's where we disagree. I don't think it's frivolous. I don't think it's lawfare. And I don't think Julie's wrong. That's where the disconnect is. I know, maybe I should. Maybe I should walk into a New Jersey courthouse and ask them if they mind if I, have the recording going as they answer how it works. That might be the best way to do it. It breaks my heart to hear that, Sammy. I can just say this as honestly as I can. I'm not the one doing it. We're being told they weren't made. I'm being told that I didn't hear the threats. It literally baffled me to be told that. You're not writing in complete thoughts, Locked and Loaded, so I don't know what you're talking about with two different situations. I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. Some people think that communicating threats online are allowed. Losing their weapons is consequence of those threats. There are consequences to actions. They're reckless with their ownership anyhow. Craig's anti-Semitic, right? Comments have been escalating the last week. And he cryptically talks about how he has to be careful with that topic on the mic. Oh, and this is now war, right? So sick. Some don't consider them threats. I know. Thank God the judge did when she granted the temporary RO. Oh, there's levels to it. Oh. Man, that's disheartening to see you write that, Leo. Is saying you're too old to risk your life and those who have crossed us before ended up dead. What man? This is why threats are subjective, right? This is why it's not about facts. It's about feelings. When it comes to harassment, when it comes to threats, it's not, because you don't know who's experienced what, right? You don't know if I'll put it this way. You don't know if Julie's ever been in a domestic violence relationship physically, right? I don't give a fuck if you like Julie or not. You don't know what she's ever experienced in her life. It's crazy. Hey, Patty.
2 seconds, sorry.
No, you're fine. Take your time. Can you grace us with any dad jokes while you're up here? Because my dad jokers left. Where's my Gary?
I don't know dad jokes, sorry.
Oh, man.
I don't know any. I haven't got any. I've just come up to put my 2 penny in, really. I'm not going to judge you on how you feel about nonsense because I'm not in your position. I personally don't see direct threats. I do see threats, but not direct threats. If there's a difference, there isn't really. The whole thing with nonsense, I do disagree with nonsense, and I've spoken to nonsense about it. I still respect her. It's her platform. She can do what she wants. Yeah.
That was Robin. Robin, you got to turn YouTube off in the background. Sorry, go ahead, Patty. Well, if I may ask you, so you've heard threats, but not direct threats.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by that? Like an example,
So,
I guess.
So I've heard Craig saying stuff like he's going to Swiss cheese Chris Proudfoot. He's going to cap plates in his ass, whatever. I've heard threats, but it never comes down to, Julie, I'm going to do this. Granny, I'm going to do that. Nonsense, I'm going to do this. To me, it's just generalized threats. But at the same time, I am not going to sit here. Sorry, 2 seconds.
That's okay. Like when Craig was waving around his gun and he said, first you're going to lose your channel and then you're going to lose your life. You want to consider that a direct threat against my life? Or I should just use an example of what he said to Julie, but I'm just curious.
I get it. And I honestly, listening to it, I heard the threat. Okay, I'm not denying that there is a threat. But I can never distinguish who he's threatening.
Well, isn't there contextual clues like Julie's face on the screen or
Yeah,
Julie's
it could
name?
be. This is why I can't judge any of you, because I'm not in any of your positions. I don't feel threatened because they weren't talking about me whatsoever and nowhere even in the mind. I get that Julie can feel that she's threatened. I really do. And I understand that you could feel threatened, and Cletus and Kyle and Clue. I understand that. What I don't understand is I'm not correlating the threats to a direct person. And rather than getting angry at the fact that, oh my God, I'm not seeing any of these threats, I'm just saying it's just a generalized threat to me. So I'm not going to take it away from Julie that she feels threatened. That's down to Julie.
I get what you're saying. And I believe me, I'm not getting angry that people don't see the threats. What I'm getting angry at is the justifications for the threats, the excusing of the threats, the minimizing of the threats. But I
This is
get what
it.
you're saying. Like for
There
me,
is-
if Brittany's talking about Julie, right? And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. I'm trying to talk between the kids. Yeah, carry on what you were saying. Sorry.
If Brittany's whole discussion for 10 minutes is Julie, right? I'm going to say Julie because that's who we're essentially speaking of. And Brittany's saying, "Oh, skull snatch this and skull snatch that," and Craig comes in the background and says, "I don't know why she's risking her life. You too old to be risking your life. The motherfuckers that crossed us before, they ended up dead. And then we know where you live, honey. I got your address. We got your address." It's contextual clues, right? It's pretty obvious to say, oh, that's about Julie.
Yeah, so that one, when he said, "We know where you live now, we've got your full address, we've got your husband's address, we know where you live," that was, I will admit, that is directly towards Julie. It's so hard for me to describe because I can't get into the mindset of
I'm not offended that you don't, Leo. I am shocked to see a comment to say that there's levels to threats. When it comes to protective orders and ROs and harassment orders and all those things in between, the judge has to view it through the lens of the plaintiff, right? The person that brought it forth, bringing the claim of fear. And it has to be seen through the lens of would a reasonable person find Craig to say, "Oh, we got your address, honey," along with the other comments about, those who came across us before ended up dead, and distinguished. Does that, would that lead a reasonable person to be in fear? These court type of hearings literally go off feelings. They do.
And this is where I can't judge any of you. Like I think we had a conversation between chat and you on panel the other day about me disagreeing with it.
Yeah.
And if I disagreed with what you did with the other person on what have you, and I don't disagree with that. The only thing that I disagree with is maybe the intentions of Julie. And
Right.
it's not, and this has nothing to do with your case or nothing to do with Brittany herself. It's just the intentions of Julie. That's the only thing I don't agree with.
I get what you're saying there. I truly do get what you're saying there. I get where people are coming from when they question, is this retaliatory or does she really feel this way?
Yeah.
I
I won't judge Julie. If she feels threatened, that's on Julie. It's her life. That's her right. I don't know how she feels from day to day. I'm not going to say that. The only reason I'm angry at Julie at the minute is because she's going into chats and she's trying to turn people on other creators for doing nothing more than pointing out her own words. Like, I don't understand why there's so many people saying that nonsense is helping Brittany. I just don't understand it. That's just a personal thing. I'm not taking away from anybody that feels different. But from me looking in, like, it's not going to affect anybody's case because the facts are the facts. And if Brittany's made these threats and the judge has decided that Julie's well within her rights to feel threatened and seek an RO, that's down to the judge. That's not down to me. It's not down to anything nonsense that's going to be putting out to help her. I don't know. I don't get where the divide's coming in, and I get that Brittany's using it for everybody else, but I don't think it's right that Julie's coming around demanding that nonsense should have seen all the facts before speaking, when I'm sorry, but Julie's never done that. She's never waited for facts. She did it to the Proudfoot. She's done it to other people. She's done it to the Green Team, you know. It is what it is, but I'm still not going to take away the fact that Julie had every right to go and try for an RO. That's not for me to judge. That's a judge to judge, you know. I think that everybody's getting angry at everybody, and the main focus is Brittany.
Well, I think one of the reasons is being stated that nonsense is helping, and most of us have acknowledged it's not her intention to. But again, when you put out the fact that Brittany herself has said, "Oh, and thanks to nonsense, I know and the dates," and we all know Brittany would have never done that work on her own. She would have never.
No,
She wasn't even prepared for a live
She's
stream.
doing that to push on people. I think.
That's
But
what
it-
I
but
think.
that's-
I think she is very much using that to divide the community. Brittany is scrambling for anybody at the minute.
Exactly.
Anybody to grab onto that she can say, look, they're trying to help me.
But
Where
Brittany,
it's
but
not.
I would throw so much grease on my body, she wouldn't even have a chance to grab onto me, right? So there's
Yeah.
a chance for her to grab on because there is this idea that Brittany is now facing lawfare and that what Julie's doing is so wrong. And here's why, and there are excuses being offered for what Craig said that Brittany is essentially grabbing onto to try to use as a defense. It is helping, but I get why people feel it's not, and I get why people feel it is. The other thing with that is, the biggest discourse here is you do have a large portion of an audience being told that this was never even seen by a judge or prosecutor yet because of how they interpret the law. But I personally experienced New Jersey law, and I'm telling you that, put it this way, Petty, if I filed a lawsuit against you right now and I said, I hate Petty's blue hair, I hate it. I filed that lawsuit. It goes on the docket. You have 20 days to respond, right? No matter what, how ridiculous the claim is. If I go to my courthouse and I say, I want to press charges on Petty because I hate her blue hair, you'll never even be notified that I said that because they'd laugh me out of the courthouse. Now, if I went in and I said, I'm a victim of Petty's because she repeatedly on this date, did it, and I gave an actual legally sound followed by evidence, proof as to why your blue hair is harmful to me, you then get notified because they agree that they're standing. That's the difference.
And that's where I am in agreement with you. And nonsense will tell you that self. I've always said from the beginning, I think it's already gone before a judge or a police officer or something. Somebody's had involvement in it because on the initial paperwork that got put in, I think it's under the private complaint, or it's under something, and it says
Private
officers.
complaint.
Yeah, it says officer's ID or office case ID, something like that. So it's obviously gone before somebody. And I've always said that. But just because I disagree with what Nonsense's take on it is, I don't disagree with what Nonsense is doing.
Right. And I actually feel the same way. I truly do.
Yeah.
I wish she would recognize she's made her point already. I think it's excessive at this point. I think the point has been driven in and she's made it clear how she feels. And at this point, it is doing nothing but validating Brittany. But I get why she's doing it. I don't like it, obviously, for personal reasons.
I think it's just a shame that it's come to a point where it is dividing people. And obviously, Brittany's camp is going to say that Nonsense is helping them. And she's not. I'm sorry. It's not in my opinion. I don't think she's helping them. But just because War Eagle or Shady or whoever's put out shorts of Nonsense doing ABC doesn't mean that she couldn't come to your stream and clip something that you say or do and use it in their advantage. You know, it's not, to me, although she's doing this coverage, I don't think it's Nonsense's intent on helping. I just think she's doing the coverage and it's not Nonsense's fault that people are clipping it to aid Brittany.
Oh, okay. How do you know that 100 blissful ignorance? How do you know I never said it's excessive? You don't. So thank you for that. I think after I drove my point home and made my stance on it, I think a lot of people feel exactly how Nonsense feels, and we left it at that. I think breaking down a timeline, breaking down her claims, convincing people that is one way or justifying it. I think at that point you have to be willfully ignorant and obtuse to not acknowledge that it is helping Brittany. Because at this point, what is it doing other than getting your personal feelings out?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and when Brittany's mods are coming in the chat and Brittany's mods are sharing out the videos and they're asking nonsense for the particular thing she's playing, you can no longer deny that it is useful and it's helpful. And
I'm
it
not
doesn't
going to
mean
say
she's
it's
going
not
to do it.
useful. I'm just saying it's so difficult because I'm not in any of your positions, and I love you all apart from Brittany, but apart from Julie as well. Julie irks me, but I still don't judge her. But I'm not in any of your positions, so maybe there is some ignorance to that. I'm not seeing it through your eyes. Like, I can understand why you feel the way you do, but I'm just
Right.
not. I don't want people to be divided over something that.
I don't want to be divided over it either. Like I said, I pray this doesn't come between our friendship. That's the last thing I want to happen. I think I've lost enough due to Brittany. I don't want to lose
Yes.
anything else. And I care about, I respect, I appreciate everything about nonsense. But
Yeah.
I'm that's up to her at this point. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I'm not, what can I
And I
do?
won't get in the middle of that. I'm not even gonna patronize you and say I do X, Y, Z. That's not why I'm up here. I just wanted to kind of explain from somebody looking completely from the outside. Like, they've made no threats towards me at all. So I can't put myself in that position of Julie or Nonsense or yourself or anybody else.
Right.
It's so sad that it's come to this when the main focus should be everything that Brittany's done to people. And the fact that she's put you and Barbecue through this whole 2-year court thing, and she can't say that she hasn't done it. There might be 9 other people in it, but you wouldn't be in it if it wasn't for her. You don't sign your name to legal paperwork without thinking about it, you know? She did it
She always
for
makes
no
it.
reason. And it's just, for me, it's just the spite of it all that she's done it, and she just wanted to get one up on you, in my opinion, because you were more popular.
Oh yeah, she wanted me gone. She wanted nothing. She reached out to every creator in the sector. She tried going to people like Duty Ron and all these, her and Angela, that tried doing all these things to try to have me just removed from this platform. And she saw an easy, free way to do it. Absolutely. So it drives me nuts when I hear her now saying things like, oh, they're trying to take away my rights and financially drain me. It's like, oh, fuck off. Over a
She
fucking
deserves it all.
one-time appearance.
She deserves it all. I'm sorry. She does. Everything that's coming to her legally, she deserves it all. I've got no sympathy for her. Never will.
If that's how I felt Midnight, I would directly state that. I would directly say, if Nonsense doesn't stop reviewing Julie BJ's situation, I will no longer be friends with her. That's not what I said. Not
No.
at all what I said.
Right, I'm going to have to drop because I'm on 3% battery.
Oh my
But
goodness,
I
I can't
just-
even let your phone get that low. I have a panic attack.
It's late at night for me, so it's gone like this all day. But yeah, I'm going to have to drop. And look, just good luck. I just hope it all works out.
Thank you. So do I.
All right,
so do I.
Granny.
Thank you.
I'll see you later. Bye.
All right. Bye. So worried BJ will be aided. Why? Is that what it is, Leo? Is that all it is? I'm so worried BJ will be aided. Why? I mean, you're also the person that said there's levels to threats. So I don't know. I don't even know if I should answer to you. Lord knows you won't like my answer anyway. If BJ thinks Nonsense helping her, let her. In the end, it comes down to facts, objective information. If BJ thinks something said 2 years ago will help her, let her. Yeah. She's going to think whatever she thinks anyway. Oh, you're just speaking in the chat. Why would anybody be afraid that BJ would be aided? Why would anybody want to aid BJ? Rather that, right? It's a good question. There aren't levels. Are there levels to pain? Now, who am I to say that your pain's not as great as somebody else's pain when I don't know what else you're going through? She said that her lawyer was going to get the phone calls after Craig stated many times that they were going to hire someone to get the phone calls from CPS and LE. Brittany's a pathological liar. Point blank, period. The girl lies to lie to lie to lie. Matter of fact, I can't wait to see if she even has a lawyer. How about that? She had a lot of. I heard people were saying the other day too that court was canceled because Julie didn't show up. That's categorically wrong. But these things get stated with such confidence. It's insane. I don't care if you think she's in fear or not. I never said I cared. That's what I thought. BJ has said multiple times she had no idea Julie was saying all this stuff on her channel. You can think whatever you want, Leo. Right, inside the outcast. Why does she? I don't know. And that's what the heifer is doing. She's using that people hate Julie more. Right. And then she's coming out here with her dramatics and put differences aside and please, please help me. My livelihood, my freedoms. Fuck you. You haven't had anything risked. Nothing. Unless Julie hired an attorney to go to Team YouTube for her. Now that would be different. Last I checked, that didn't happen. Oh, that's right. It was Brittany who did that. It was Brittany who decided to take her subs' money, not even her own, hire a lawyer to go to Team YouTube to have channels removed. I bet if Julie were Chloe, it'd be totally different. I agree. I don't know, Julie. I can't say what scares or bothers her. It bothers her might or might not bother me. It's not my place to judge her. How about this? Rather Julie's afraid or not, can we all categorically agree that nobody should be online threatening people's lives? I think that's one thing we can all agree with, right? I've never done that with a Q-tip, but I definitely walked around with my phone on my phone looking for my phone. I do too. Two toxic people. That's the problem. I don't give a fuck about either of them, and I don't want to see another parody again. Can we please see BJ comments on C&D? Fuck BJ. BJ lies to lie. I don't know what her comments are on the C&D. I know she's a pathological liar. I know. I agree, Ella. I see the same thing. Brittany should worry about the fact that she has an important date of April 1st and an important date of April 2nd. That's what you should be worried about. Nobody gives a fuck about your jumbled up, misrepresented comments about the C&Ds. You got one moderator running around saying, you got two mods going around saying that they wrote up the C&Ds and sent them to Rancher. You got them then coming out and retracting that. And then you got Brittany saying it herself. You can't make this shit up. Ain't that the truth, Missy? It would go on the record, yeah. They have to enter their appearance. It's on the docket. We don't have to serve her. Ain't that the truth? Don't you love that she can sit there and brag about all these foods, but then ask her audience? And what the fuck is it with asking for Sephora gift cards for a baby shower? I'm sorry, what? That's what it is. If we could get the one thing set in stone, I think it would resolve a lot of things. That's nice that you did that, Tara. I'm glad that you did that. Did those people have your address, Tara? Did those people make repeated threats towards you? Do those people have a record of being violent? Are those people known as being unhinged? I think it's so convoluted, the argument there, right? It just doesn't work. She really asked for that? Yes. I had to step away. What's April 2nd, please? Brittany has to respond by April 2nd to my request for judgment. No shit, man. She said that. She said she needs retail therapy. She just can't afford it. Why can't she use that Best Buy credit card? What about the fact that she went on a shopping spree for clothes for her and Craig around the same time? Remember that? Remember when her and Craig were bragging about all the new clothes they just bought? And Craig said, oh, I left all... Brittany said, I left a bag of clothes at the end of your bed, Craig. She's too broke. Aw. Sucks to suck. Right, or what about the fact that Craig has admittedly over $25,000 in the bank? She doesn't know how that works. Loved her comment last night stating that she'll never tell anyone her next lawyer's name. I guess they'll never file anything or appear for her. What a moron. What an absolute moron. Imagine claiming you're a true crime creator and you don't even fucking know the basics. Here's something I think we can all agree on. Craig has a temporary restraining order on him from Julie. BJ's still allowing him in the background of her lives talking shit. You know why, though, Body? Because they're being told that they've done nothing wrong. They're victims. I don't know. I don't know if she'll be forced to. I know Craig's being forced to attend in person. Oh, Shaw has. She should go to Walmart and get herself trash bags to wear. You stop that. Tornado outbreak. Internal investigation. Wait, do you think I can hire a private lawyer? Right, Joshua? Don't tell me she really said that shit, though. If anyone really feels bad for me, I want the new Laura Geller palette. So instead of BJ buying things for her baby, she wants to shop for herself, of course. Of course she does. I think she's... I said the same thing, Bosco. She convinced herself. What happens if she doesn't respond? It just automatically is granted, I believe. Did you donate to it, Era? Did you donate? He was making meatballs or something for a baby shower or something. Oh, please. I love the idea of her having her first ever gender reveal 6 kids later. Because the other 5 weren't born when she had a YouTube channel to fucking grift off of. Who does that? We witnessed full-on evidence of corrections the issue last night. Her own people were being deleted left and right, I heard. Oh, yeah, don't forget, if you send a gift for the baby, you got to send one for the other kids, too. But luckily, only 2 out of the 5. Private judge, private prosecutor, private top secret security. Oh, my gosh, don't give them a new company name idea. Can I also just remind you all, because I don't care how I feel. This shit was funny to me. And then, who wants to go to the Amish market? Check this out. Brittany Jackson is saying she only has to file 1 piece of paper to be out of the RICO injunction. Craig just said the same thing. Then she asked the person in her chat to send her the form. This is how lazy Brittany is, right? Brittany won't even help herself get the form. She wants somebody to send it for her. So when we say that Brittany wanted do what she says, she needs everybody to do things for her, that's what we're referring to. Nick responds, Beatrice still going at it? Get her that magical piece of paper. The only place she's headed is to be a defendant. Oh, man. Well, you just got to sign that paper, right, honey? Yeah. Did you sign it yet? I will. You got to sign that one paper in. Oh, Miles, can you send me that paper? What kind of fucking stupidity land do they live in? I seriously cannot believe that almost 20K people sub to her for true crime, and she thinks she only needs a form to get out of the RICO. Well, Bobby, here's the thing. Almost 20K people did not subscribe to her for true crime. That's for sure. I agree, Crackett Jacks. I wish it was like that here, but unfortunately, this is now a lawsuit sector. Wouldn't that be nice in 2397? Are the Amish only in America? I don't know. I don't know. They subscribe to see Seth Rogers more than likely. Ugh. You know what they really subscribed for? They subscribed to see what's his name? Mal and Big Al. And when they were all doing like actual good content. That's why her chat doesn't move now. Oh boy. I really love the delusion that she's under, that people have stopped covering her. There was so much coverage on Brittany on Kick last night. At one point, we mistaken that it was actually Brittany herself. Can't understand why people hate Julie more. I think BJ's done way, way, way worse to multiple people, and especially to Granny. Yeah, I think the argument is that there's more like a comparison, right? Like they're both kind of very similar. What was 3 weeks ago? I didn't know what you're talking about. Oh, you saw the sonogram. Did you really? You changed your username. That's cute. How'd you see the sonogram she never got? Do you know Brittany's own moderators didn't believe she was pregnant? Oh, that's what it depends on. It depends on that. I was on the receiving end of Julie's stress and actions. Did you know that? Blissful ignorance. Did you know that? Did you know that I called out when many others didn't? That there's no reason whatsoever that Julie should be looking up Brittany's family tree? Even against Brittany, I spoke up and said that. Did you know that I've actually am on the receiving end of Brittany's threats and actions? I mean, it's really goofy. It is silly to expect this audience and people over here to have any empathy towards Brittany. I don't get it. It's preaching to the wrong choir here. What did Brittany make a post about the judge or something? I don't watch Julie, so I don't have a clue about any of it, but BJ's horrendous. Right. Like, here's the thing. Julie has opinions on cases. Many of us do. We disagree with it because we disagree with who she was going at. Similar has been said about Seth. Nobody's seeking apologies on behalf of him. You have the fact that, yes, Julie was calling the police. So was Brittany. So were many others on YouTube. Some creators you would never believe that were also calling the police. So we didn't villainize them for that. Julie went to get an RO. So have myself and some other creators have attempted to get ROs, including Brittany herself. And then what else do we have? Oh, Julie didn't ask anybody to pay for her lawyers, right? She's not asking her audience to pay for her to file a lawsuit against Brittany. Matter of fact, she hasn't filed a lawsuit against Brittany. So what happened in C&Ds are just the first step in the process. There's more to come because we were supposed to lose our channels. Remember when everyone, including Potato, was calling her out about 8K for C&Ds? Now that's all there was? C&Ds? I agree. Oh, did it? We're supposed to believe the troll account that's in the chat. Do you want to come up and let us hear your voice? I mean, for all we know, you could be Brittany herself. Hey, she likes to accuse me of being Brittany. I mean, me of being everybody there. Maybe you're Brittany. Maybe you're Brittany. You think so, Midnight? We'll find out. Oh my gosh, their furniture is amazing. That's a skill that, and they put so much like passion into it too. I didn't read it, but I heard she put something interesting because my lawyer told me about it. Man, I gotta switch out my contacts from crying; they get blurry. Hey,
I am not the troll. I just
yeah,
wanted to say that.
thank you. Thank you.
I just seen it. I was like, oh, I was typing something out actually. And I was like, oh, she just put the link there. I'll just go up instead.
How you been?
Hanging in there, girl. That's kind of what I was gonna write to you. Just saying we're on the home stretch, you know. What are we, 40 are we at 45 days? 46, 7 days? I feel like we're on the home stretch that, you know, this thing could take, 3, 4, 5 months. So, we're about halfway there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I've been, a couple rough days. I mean, it comes in waves sometimes, I'm sure you know, and some days are really good and I'm distracted, and other days I sit here and think, what the fuck still, But I just wanted to check on you and see how you were doing.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't really been keeping up much on the YouTube stuff. I feel like I've separated myself away from, I don't want to say the obsession, but I will say the obsession of just watching and following the daily soap opera. I just took myself out of that and tried to get some shit done around the house. And, I mean, you guys do you, but, for me, I don't know. But
I mean, this is my job.
no, I know. Yeah, you're kind of like not stuck here, but, it's whatever. You get what I'm saying. Um, but yeah, so I just wanted to come up and
I
say
hear
hey
you.
and check
It
on
is.
you. And
Well, we got Nick threatening Brittany with a lawsuit, so that's interesting.
oh,
Yeah.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, Brittany's going to file one document, get herself out of the lawsuit, so that's nice.
What lawsuit is he filing? I mean, let's pick it out of the hat. I mean, there's so many.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
Did he say?
No, he just said, the only thing she's going to find herself is a defendant. So,
Oh God,
yeah.
more frivolous shit. I don't even. There's so much shit that it's just too much. People need to leave us alone, move on, come up with some new content, do some good in their life, do good for others. Like the trauma imposed to you and I and some other people is it's enough. It's just enough. And then to turn around and act like the victim and everything like they've been doing is the wild part.
I know, it's insane, isn't it?
Like it's your law, not you. It's their loss. I always say that sometimes and I catch myself, but it's their lawsuit, yet they're the victim. Like, no, we're the victim.
I'd never seen anything like it. It's literally insane.
Fucking gross. I gotta
Yep.
mute myself while I go back in because they're all barking at me because they think I'm leaving them. 1 second. How do I get off the screen?
Oh, after 5, you're free. All right, I'll set up a stream for you. You name the time. What time? Are you Eastern, Central? What time? And I'll set up the stream, and we can have a nice conversation.
What happened?
No, Ari Stark said they're at work right now, but they're able to come up anytime after 5, and I'd like for them to.
What'd they say?
They just had some questions in the chat and Central. Okay, you got a preferred hour? I'd love to have a conversation with somebody new.
Yeah. I have found that a lot of people have been trolling lately, trying to trigger people, and I haven't gone live much on TikTok, but occasionally, and people just say the foulest shit, and it's just like, it really just shows that there's something missing in people's noggins, like common sense to leave people alone
Oh
when they're
yeah,
going through shit.
these people don't care. They only if it's happening to them. Then they want grace and pity and they plead and the
Yeah.
dramatics and
Mm. Well,
yeah.
I didn't come up here to derail. I just came up just to not have to type what I was saying, and we get through one more day. I just tell myself that every day, one more day, and you're going to get through it too, and we're going to get through this together as the non-enterprise that we were accused of being. But
Absolutely.
we're on the home stretch, so if you ever need to talk or anything, I'm always here. You can always shoot me a message.
Thank you. Same to you.
So, but all right, I got to get my dogs in order.
Enjoy the pups.
Attention. All right, girl. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right.
Bye,
Have a good
Malika.
day.
You too.
Bye.
Candace Lee, my daughter passed away this morning. Oh my God. I am so sorry. I couldn't even fathom. Holy shit. I am so sorry. Oh, we never know what people are going through. Ain't that the goddamn truth? Wow, Candace Lee. My hugs go to you. It's horrible. I couldn't imagine either. We're all sending you love, Candace Lee. It does. I mean, I often say you never know what somebody's experiencing. You just don't. You never know what somebody's life's like. And that's definitely a very strong reminder of that. How much longer until the appeal is over? Do you know a date or just waiting a decision? It could take as long as they want, unfortunately. No, there is no exact date. All right, my friends. I'm going to get myself together. Candace Lee, I am thinking of you, sweetheart. I am so sorry. It is literally insane. And I see what you're saying, Sammy. I get what you're saying. I'm not telling people what to cover or not, but I don't think it's fair to tell us to not feel how we feel either. And at the end of the day, it's like saying how do we feel that Julie asked for personal information about Brittany? I don't feel any type of way because I don't give a fuck. Why would I care that Julie asked for private information about Brittany when Brittany asked two local sociopaths to dig into my children? Why would I care? Why would I care when Brittany had no problem taking Nick's ex posts, doxing my family, and replaying it not once, not twice, but 3 separate times on YouTube through 3 different creators? Why would I care? And I don't mean this to be rude either, but also expecting me to care about a threat to be sued when I was actually sued is hard to do that too. That information about Julie allegedly seeking, I didn't see it. I don't know. Information about Brittany, that didn't harm Brittany. Brittany didn't even know what happened. The only reason Brittany knows it happens is because you guys brought it out. She didn't know prior to that. For the person who just asked, why am I blocked? You shouldn't be blocked. Oh, I'll have to look. Hold on. Brittany's just using that information becoming available to act like it made her a victim of X, Y, and Z. You don't think that if Brittany was truly has somebody contact her family at the times that she's now claiming it happened, you don't think she would have came out here and said that back then? She would have been out there crying up a storm. Y'all, they just contacted my poor little children's family. Y'all, they just contacted my children's grandmom's uncle's brother's cousin. No, conveniently, that information didn't come out until the information that Julie was seeking it. What was the point to put that information out now? Very, these are the type of things that, unfortunately, people that feel how I feel are also asking themselves. And then I get it. I get the other end of it as well. So it just, all of this is shitty. It sucks. It should have been left at Brittany versus Julie, Julie versus Brittany. I have literally witnessed people say, I did support it, but now I don't because X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, well, did X, Y, and Z happen? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And I don't care if people support it or not. I don't care if you support it or not. It's not going to stop it from happening. Can I please come up? Yes, you can come up. Right. Craig wanted to pay to have information collected on people. You don't think there are people in Brittany's world that are digging on people? I can assure you there is. I can absolutely assure you there is. Thank you, love. I'll keep my eye out for it. Oh, Cracker Jacks is so nice. BJ's family members have been contacted. She should speak with them and tell her attorney. Right. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Can I kind of explain how I feel?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just grab my contact solution really quick? 'Cause my contacts are so
Girl.
blurred from getting
Oh, yeah.
emotional.
Yeah,
Can't
I
see.
get it. Look, one little
Thank
tear
you.
will make you look through milk for hours.
Oh,
I
it's
get it.
driving me crazy.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like
get it.
blindly looking at the screen. I can barely
Yeah.
read. All right,
Tell me
thank
that I'll
you.
talk to chat. You're fine. Hey, everybody. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? It is a hard topic, but what I'm about to say is just from me, that not anybody else. Hey, y'all having a good day? Enjoying some sun? I hope you're having sun where you're at. Oh no, I'm not gonna start any shit in chat. Not at all. Not at all. All right, Pika, I see you, girl. I'm gonna come for you.
I am back.
Okay,
Is that really?
that's so irritating, and it's awful. And the more you blink, you think you'll clear it, and then it's like looking through milk. It's
It
horrible.
was so big.
It's horrible, and yeah, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. All right, can I tell you how I feel about it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Like I have my own personal bias, but I can adult, right? And I didn't watch Julie. I didn't. It just wasn't my cup of tea. Not everybody's gonna like everybody, and that's okay. But when when you file legal paperwork and you put your child's name in it, when the only way your child could find out about this is if you gave it to them, to me that's no different than BJ. And a lot of what I'm hearing Nonsense do is, yes, she's calling some things out, but there's a direct correlation of BJ actions. Whoa, big dog. There's a big dog, sorry.
Is that really you, Cash Tasha?
It is.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was your troll because I usually don't see you. Okay. Sorry. I didn't
But
I just want to have her back
It's all
there.
good. I'm going to stay quiet.
And I'm just gonna, and for example, it was reviewed that Julie has now said that she's added her mother to this, right?
The
Now,
protective order, right?
Right, but she added the sentence behind it. I don't know if what happened to my mother what, and I don't know what went on, but she said, I added my mother. I don't know if what happened to her was associated to the internet. Then how can you put that on someone? You know what I mean? It
I
that's
do,
the
but
problem I have. And then another thing is I don't care how much I I know I sound like I'm taking up for BJ, and that's the farthest thing. I'm just saying I see a pattern in someone that lies, lied on Toasty, lied on Nonsense, lied on Queen, lied on me, lied on a lot of people, lied on SF, lied on Chris, Katie, and Sebastian, lied to a lot of people, right?
hmm
And even going to the point of there's a person, I'm not going to say her name, she can say it, but a supporter of hers, she has no boundaries. She dug into her life. This is a supporter, a friend, not a
why was
foe,
Julie accepted up
that
until the
she
filing
went
then?
back that she went back to 2015 to find out what charity she donated to. These are
Can you hear me?
boundaries. Yeah.
Okay. Then why was Julie accepted up into this filing? Why were all these resentments held on to until this very moment to now
I
be
didn't know. I didn't know all of this because I didn't watch her and show me where I have been super accepting. I have adulted.
I didn't say
This
the
is
word
just
super
me.
accepting, but she has been accepted. I mean, everybody was on panels together laughing. Everybody there, we were doing trivia. Her
I
videos were
wasn't there
being
for
played.
trivia. I wasn't there for trivia. I wasn't there for the live couples parodies. I was not there. So if she hops up on a panel that I'm on, I'm not going to disrespect that house.
No, I get that. I just everything you named about Julie is everything Brittany has done as well, right? So
That's what's being pointed out. That's the thing. I'm not saying I don't like Julie. I support BJ. I can't see in either one of them, and that's what I think that I'm having. People can't understand that. It's like if I'm watching somebody that came here, threatened Nonsense with a copyright, whatever.
mhm.
Um, threatened BJ once, saying that she was going to sue her because she called her an idiot. Going to Jay and Clue, wanting to get on a lawsuit, then doing this, then adding her mother to it, and adding the fact of, I don't know if what happened to her had anything to do with the internet, but I'm going to go ahead and include it. I'm seeing a trend. Bullhorn Betty started somewhere too, y'all. I'm just saying, that's the problem I have.
No, I
That's
get
it.
that. I've made it very clear I don't agree with what Julie's doing. I guess the difference is I don't feel the need to break it down further and analyze everything written and say, hey, but she said this happened, but this actually, and literally hand Brittany on a golden platter a legal defense. I don't
Well,
think any of us are
if
disagreeing.
Nonsense is better than an attorney at breaking it down, then it was a weak case anyway. It's
Not
kind of
true,
like a
because
relationship.
if I hand my attorney and he trusts my information, it saves me money. It doesn't stop the information from being collected. It stops me from having to pay for him to collect it.
I get
Do you
that.
see
I
what I
went
mean?
through it. Yeah, I went through it with Queen for 2.5 years. We got a lot of
Right.
stuff to save money. I get that. But what I'm saying is to actually win the case, to
Right.
actually win it, it's kind of like being in a relationship. Your relationship's not that strong if somebody can come and take your man. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's
I
just
do,
me.
but also don't you I mean, it's also like all right, so let's say it was Betty, right? Let's say let's say Brittany was going after Betty. Do you think that if I put out a whole legal defense to the point where Betty's mods are coming in and Betty's mods are sharing out my channel and Betty's personally shouting me out for thanking her, you don't think it'd be hurtful on any type of level to Queen?
Yeah, I
So
do.
that's the
I
part, like,
mean,
I don't understand. Why do
okay,
people keep
okay.
trying to,
But
you know what I
would it
mean?
be hurtful to Queen? Sure, but would it be out of that person's control whose shares are out?
I
Or,
said the same thing. It's not
I
nonsense
mean,
responsibility, but
it's
at the
not
same
right.
time, how much how 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 longer do you have to make your stance clear, right? Like, we already get how everybody feels. It's been well established, right? Like, we've all collectively agreed we don't agree with what Julie did.
Yeah.
Why does it need
Well,
further
I'm not seeing
dissections
that,
than that?
I think
but I'm not
50,
seeing
I
that a whole
think
lot.
50 plus hours is more than sufficient. I'm just saying.
But
I
that's just how I'm feeling about it, and it really does hurt my heart when I see people in chat that don't say hi anymore over an opinion. This is an opinion, and if you think BJ and all her little minions aren't using this to try to cause a rift, y'all ain't watching these streets.
right. So
That's
should I
exactly, she's
should I
using
stop
it. She's weaponizing it. That's it.
Right. So I should stop expressing how I feel because she's
No,
weaponizing it, right? And
no,
to be
I'm
fair,
not.
I didn't even see you in the chat to see that anybody didn't say hi to you or anything. I'm
I'm
sorry
not
that you
talking about
felt
this
that way.
chat. I'm not talking about this chat. I'm not talking about
Oh,
this chat.
I was gonna say I
I'm
definitely
talking
didn't.
about on the streets in general. And I'm
I
not
don't
talking
want
about just
anybody to
me,
feel that
but
way.
I'm
That's what I
talking
mean.
about,
I don't want my actions to cause a divide in this community whatsoever by any means. But we also can't act like it's not a huge thing that's happening, that people do feel how they feel. We can
right.
acknowledge that and hopefully be adult enough to not let it cause a giant rift between us.
And what I've heard is I understand how Granny, Cletus, and Clue feel. 100%. That's what I've understood. And then that's it. No explanation. For me, I personally understand how y'all feel. I would feel the same way. I would have already scorched the earth. I mean, there would have been nothing left. I have said from jump, I want you and barbecue to take everything down to a cracker and ketchup. And at the beginning of this, you said, I could never, I would never take her channel down. I would never make her homeless. You were very kind and giving. And she kept poking and poking and poking and poking and poking and poking.
Yep.
And I get it. I get that. I get it. I totally understand that. I just don't understand. I haven't heard people say, I understand your opinion, but I've just heard people say, I understand certain people, and I understand certain people's subs. Not everybody's going to agree, but it shouldn't rip everybody apart. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
I agree. I'm not trying to rip anybody apart by any means.
I'm just talking to everybody, just as a whole, It's like, just because I don't agree with what Julie's doing does not mean that I'm supporting BJ in every way, shape, or form. I'm not. I did not know the similarities between the two, the using of the children, the crying, the emotional manipulation, the lies, the flat out lies on people, the boundaries being crossed. I'll call out anybody that does that. Any single buddy, whether I like you or whether I don't.
But why is it just now being called out, Rowena? That this shit has happened
Because
for
it
over a
went,
year.
because we weren't buddies. I've been to her channel one time to tell her that I hope Spencer's hand felt was better after it was cut. It broke my heart. But my line in the sand is when you use your children, whether they're missing or whether they're in your home, in legal documents. Her child had no way of knowing anything that was going on YouTube without her bringing it to him. That's
That's
the
true, but
problem
at
I
the
have.
same time, if somebody pulled up a imagery or whatever, found a video of one of my children, blurred the image or not, and was playing it on their platforms, I'm now worried about, especially with the rhetoric that they're spewing, especially knowing the anti-Semitic comments that are being spewed daily and left. And these people think they know this is my child. How do we know she didn't tell her child what was happening to warn the child that something bad could happen, especially if she's truly in fear of real life retaliation?
We're just trying to agree to disagree. If that was that big of my fear, then I wouldn't have my kid on my Facebook. I'm
Well,
sorry.
she said she's locked out of it and she deleted off everything else. She can't get into the
It's
Facebook.
not been deleted.
Right, because she can't get to it.
Well, contact Facebook. Nuke it. I mean,
That's
whatever.
fair enough. I mean,
Then nuke it. I mean, if it's that important to you, what's more important? Your child's safety, if you truly believe that he is in danger, or your Facebook page, then nuke it.
I just can't believe we're even at a point where we're justifying that somebody even went to Facebook and found imageries
I
of
think it's morally
children and
horrible.
pulled
I
it up
think
on
it's
their Facebook.
I think it's
I mean,
morally horrible. I think it is morally horrible. I think it is terrible. I also think it's terrible that people scroll through 7,000 pictures to find one of a mod of Queens. I also think it's horrible that somebody went back years on Clue's mother's Facebook to find where she was in the hospital. I think it's all disgusting. So should they go to the courthouse? Should Clue go to the courthouse?
She did, didn't she?
No, should Clue go to the courthouse on
Oh, Clue.
Joneson for going
Sorry.
back on her mother's Facebook page 6 years?
Well, it wasn't
Should
just
she
the
have
victim.
done that?
It's not just the photo though. That's not a comparison, because in that case we're saying should she just over the photo? But what Julie did isn't over just one instance, right? So that
But
comparison's fair.
and there's two different things here for me. That's another thing. There's the Craig part and there's the BJ part. I don't know enough about the Craig part to even speak on it. I'm just speaking on the BJ part. That's all I know about.
Well, the
That's
two
all
actually
I've
go
seen.
hand in hand, and I'll tell you
They
why. Because
kind of do. I understand. She gave
without
them a platform.
right, and that's where the harassment comes in. Because in New Jersey, if you look up what petty harassment would even consist of, it's repeated behaviors meant to alarm, annoy. I mean, we all know the basics of that. So I think the two kind of coincide in that format.
All right.
Let
So
me
how
know when
would
I
you
can start
feel?
running my mouth, Jess.
How would you
You,
feel if reality served me with paperwork, took me to court, same thing as Julie, because I sang a song about her twitching in her
well,
eye?
this is where we're disconnected, because I already stated, made it very clear, I disagree with what Julie did. But I'm not going to sit here and say that Brittany didn't do things to warrant what Julie did, especially when a judge
Right.
themselves agreed.
It was a two-way thing, right?
What I see happening is I see people negating all of Brittany's actions, justifying and or excusing, and then literally we can't even, nobody can even agree if this was already agreed upon by a
What?
judge or prosecutor or not. We don't even
Where's
have that much clear.
Where's anybody negating BJ's actions?
When it's
What?
being stated that well, Brittany didn't let Craig say that. Craig just said that in the background. Or, well, that's not a threat because he didn't say a name with it. That's negating their behaviors. It's justifying them.
Jess, can I jump in here?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I've been around for how long?
Years.
Years. And I'm more of an observer of all things that go on around here. More of a psychological experiment sort of thing. It's fascinating to watch how people behave, how people react to things. I know you personally. We've met. I met your kids. I met your family. We're not close, but I think I've always had you're the only person I've ever spoken to off of YouTube. So there's that. And I will preface what I'm going to say by saying, BJ's a piece of crap. I mean, that's just a given. We all know this. We can all agree on this. I'm not Julie's biggest fan. I think Julie is highly intelligent, but I think she's also highly emotional, and the two can coexist. And sometimes emotionality overrides common sense, and emotionality will override actions. So those things can coexist. Do I support what Julie's doing? Not necessarily, but who am I? Who am I to say Julie feels threatened or doesn't feel threatened? I have a friend who woke up one night and found a perfect stranger in her bedroom who had broken in and proceeded to assault her. So if, after something like that happens to somebody and she hears somebody say, I have your address, I know your address, us not knowing that had happened to her in the past, some may say, well, that's not a threat. That's nothing. That's frivolous. That's nothing to worry about. Okay.
That's what I've been trying to say.
Yeah. We don't know what's happened in the past. So it's not for us to say whether Julie feels threatened or not. Julie's highly emotional, but Julie's highly intelligent too. Do I agree with what she's doing? No. And it doesn't matter anyway, because who the fuck am I? Nobody. Here's my issue and why all of you can't see this is beyond my comprehension. This has less to do about the truth, the truth, the truth, calling out hypocrisy, the truth, and more about how you make people that you claim are your friends feel. You know, I have kids in their 20s. I have a daughter in her 20s. And I always say to her, if you care about someone, if you love someone, you care about how you make them feel. Okay? Go ahead, call out the truth, call out the hypocrisy. But the moment you understand that this is causing a bit of distress to your friend, you stop. You stop. You made your point and you stop. Okay? Especially when said friend is still involved in litigation. Hold off, make your statement, step back a bit, step back a bit. Let Jess get through what she needs to get through. Because whether you're helping her inadvertently or not, you are helping her. BJ, I mean, you are helping her inadvertently. I don't believe, unless there's something deep and dark going on, I do not think Nonsense is outwardly trying to help BJ. I don't believe that.
No.
But okay, the truth, the truth, the truth. But at what cost? At what cost? 50 some hours? 50 some hours of truth. We get it. I get it. We all get it. Okay? Jess, I give you all the credit in the world for being as poised as you have been throughout this. I don't think I could be. It's a bit odd. It's a bit obsessive. It's a bit bizarre. I believe Nonsense is highly intelligent. So I don't believe that she's not as equally emotionally intelligent. And to act like she doesn't understand that this is causing you distress or may cause you distress and causing your supporters distress, no, it's willful ignorance. I do believe she's emotionally intelligent as well, as she is book smart. This is bizarre. And this is causing a huge rift. She's entitled to her opinion. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Entitled, that's a stupid word, entitled. We all have our opinions and we give them, we give our opinions. And I don't like to use the word entitled. We all have opinions and we like to spew our opinions. This is just mine and I am nobody. But I know this is harming you, whether you say it or not. And we all feel that it's harming you. And it is helping the person who has caused you great strife. Okay, we all know Beej is a lazy ass and is not going to do all this legwork. Okay, and I have no doubt that she has her little foot soldiers putting together everything Nonsense has been laying out and handing it to her on a silver platter. Okay. And then that's fine. You want to keep giving your opinions, keep giving your opinions. Keep laying out the truth, the truth, the truth. Go ahead. You know damn well what this is doing to Jess. You know damn well what this is doing to Jess and the community as a whole. And I refuse to believe otherwise. So
I appreciate that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether they think Julie's right or what is wrong. It doesn't matter at all.
We've already established how they
it doesn't matter. I'm nobody to say whether Julie feels threatened or not. Someone could poke around the corner and say boo, and maybe that's enough for her to try to get an aura. It's not for me to say. It's not my business. I'm observing with common sense what 50 some hours worth of lives, beating, kicking, dragging, stabbing, poking, shooting the dead horse is doing. That's all. That's my opinion, which is, not worth a shit when it comes down to it. I believe there's a lot of, there's intelligent people in this community. Nonsense is one of them. So as I said, I refuse to believe she's not as emotionally intelligent.
Yeah.
So that's that. And you know it
And
takes a lot to get me up on panel. I don't go on
I didn't even
panels.
believe it was you. I thought it was a troll account. I agree with what you're saying, but I like the fact in the chat that on one hand there are some of you that are saying, well, she has a right to say what she's saying, but then you're
She
screaming
does.
at my
Oh, 1,000,000%.
and we never say
1,000,000%.
we never say she doesn't,
No,
but at the same time
totally.
they're yelling for you to stop, and it's like, well, wait a minute, is
No,
that really fair?
no,
I mean, it
no.
it's
This
like
is YouTube. Everyone comes on
right.
here and runs their fucking mouth. That's what people do. You come on, you run your mouth, you give your opinions, and if people like your opinions, you get subs or you get hate watchers or whatever. Yeah, keep giving your opinion nonsense, but don't act like you don't know what this is doing. And the people who are supporting and saying she has the right to say it, she absolutely does.
She
But
does.
we
That's why
all
none of
know
us
what
have
it's
said stop.
doing, and I won't accept the denial of it. I just don't. I just don't.
I just hope that two friends can come together privately and have a heart-to-heart talk.
Should have been that way
That's all I hope.
on
So,
hour number 2, maybe, not after hour 50, perhaps. Just saying,
and I appreciate you, Granny. I think you are hella strong. You and Barbecue. I 100% support you, and I don't feel any differently about BJ than I did an hour ago, a month ago, a week ago, a year ago. Not one bit. Well, more disgusted than a year ago, but it is what it is. So, but I hope y'all have a good day. Thank you so much for letting me up, and y'all have a great day.
Yeah, and just know, Rowena, I agree with you. I think we all collectively agree.
And I think
I
it's
agree with
we all
Rowena,
bring
too.
emotional things to it, whatever it is. I mean, we all have a bias. Come on now.
Right. And of course, with our personal experiences, we're going to feel differently,
Right.
and different situations are going to, I mean, that's just the way it
Yeah.
is.
It's called the world,
And to be fair, I don't think
Mm-hmm.
nobody has trash nonsense on my panel. This is the dramatics of it all. Like, would it be okay for someone to go nonsense and trash you? She wasn't trashed.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not trashing her. I'm observing. I've been an observer on this corner of YouTube for what, 4 or 5 years now. And it's hard to ignore this. It's hard
Right. It's
to
an
ignore
elephant in
this.
the room. That's what people don't
Yes.
understand when they're like, I
Yes.
try to say I'm not going to talk about it anymore. But unfortunately, it's repetitively coming up
Yeah.
because
And
what
I'm
started
sorry
as
to add to that. I'm sorry to add to that, but I just
no, the conversation was here,
I
to be
think a
honest.
lot of
And I
people are
do want to
missing the
apologize.
point.
I came in late, so I came in late, and then like the last 20 minutes, I had to zip through just to get
Okay,
caught
that
up. So
explains it.
I
Actually, if
apologize.
I don't mean to talk over Rowena, but if I can just inject before Rowena gets down, that's exactly why I came up on panel, because I had a feeling that she came in late, because she came up and started talking about things we already had hashed over.
And I apologize. So
Yeah, and she was
I'm not
rehashing it
gonna.
against. That makes sense. That's okay. That's okay, Rowena. And I
When I
certainly
came in
was.
chat, I came in chat. So I was about, like I said, I was about 20 minutes behind, which
That
is
might
about
be
10
me
minutes
as
on
well.
2 times
Sorry.
speed. And that's
Yeah.
Granny. Granny on 2 times, man. I was flying.
Yeah, you don't know where the hell
Yeah.
you're at that point.
So my eyes were,
Yeah.
so
One
I do
of the things.
apologize. Enjoy the Amish market. I've got to run, but thank you for letting me up. And I
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right.
Yeah,
Y'all
I
have a
appreciate
good
your
day.
perspective.
All right. Bye-bye.
One of the things that I had wanted to say
I'm not
was
sure if
when
you
it
can.
was
If anyone
mentioned,
can hear me, I think I
well,
might have
what
gone
about
there.
Julie's, the video or
So that
the
might be
photo,
me.
the thing on Facebook that she
We can
can't get to? These aren't things to bring here.
Oh, can you hear
Those
me?
are things to take to Julie, because all it does is
I
just
think
keep
it's. To be honest, I
perpetuating
think
the
it's my
crap
phone. I
going
can see
on
your bubble
here.
moving,
Jess has
but
already said how
I'm gonna
she
jump
feels
down
about
and
the
pop back up again.
situation.
down.
Yes,
Just give
we're
me
all
1 second.
hoping
Jesus
that there's
Christ.
some, Jess and Becky talk about what's going on and kind of like get their feelings out. However, I have been very observant about people coming in from wherever and poking. And as soon as, the chatters here, the regulars here speak their mind, it's like, holy crap, we're like all in trouble now when we're getting chastised by the outer forces for saying, well, we disagree and we're sorry. I mean, it's to the point where I have actually stepped back and kind of stay in this lane over here until things die down, because I don't want to get caught in that. I'm not I don't go over there and say, well, I disagree with you.
That's what I mean. Like
I may
nobody.
say I disagree
I don't think
in
she
the
can even hear
chat,
me.
but I'm not going on a little
Rambling.
adventure across town to state it somewhere else. I'm asking for respect in the chat.
Can you hear
Take it
me?
easy on us mods, please. To just
Oh,
kind of
No,
tone it
be the
down.
answer.
Jess
You
has an
can hear me.
open
She
panel.
can't.
I
She
could hear you.
loves
You
the
just have a whole
debate.
conversation. She
The
wouldn't even know.
discourse is fine. Keep it civil. It wasn't as bad today. Of course, I didn't get to see the
she
first
doesn't
part
even
of
know
it
that we're
because
talking.
No,
unfortunately I've
just
just
like
gotten out
fade
of a
her
sick
out
bed. I had COVID
slowly,
and pneumonia
She's going on
and
like the end of
I
a
COVID and
squeezed in a
pneumonia
hair
song.
appointment. I forgot you
and a
were
hair
going
appointment.
Yeah.
online. And
Good
so
stuff.
I don't know what happened in the beginning, but
If I remove
am I
her, do you think
rambling?
she
I
would?
know I'm rambling. So
Can you hear us?
that's all I had to say.
So glad I
I
left.
kind of figured
This is
that's what
what happened
happened
if I
with
hadn't left.
Rowena, and I just wanted to
Hold on,
say,
Auburn.
listen,
I'm so
there are
sorry.
just some
I'm just gonna,
things that
I'm just gonna drop
maybe
her
you
real
need
quick.
to address with Julie, because we don't have the answers for that
I
here.
think you should just leave her.
And
Just
we
let her
certainly
go.
aren't defending her,
Yeah.
and we're certainly not defending BJ. And frankly, a lot of us in the chat don't give a rat's ass who wins and who loses over there, because they're both
Exactly,
on equal
Cranky.
terms.
Thank
So
you.
that's all I have to say. I love you, Jess. I hope you buy
I
something
can't
good at the
disagree
Amish
with this
market.
lady.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You know, I still see
Uh-oh.
people saying, can you hear me, Jess?
Yes.
I'm just making sure. I still see people saying nonsense does hours of lives and she always brings facts. I know this. We all know this. That's fine. But there's a personal level
That's that
involved
lady
here,
gone.
is there
Sorry, I
not?
don't know who it was.
Do you know what I mean? That's not my point, and I think that is not the point. Is somebody sucking on a vape?
I'm
Fuck?
scared to talk. Can anybody
The
hear
most
me?
outrageous panel
What
I've
is
ever had.
going on? Am I having a stroke?
Is it safe?
Damn, dude.
What the fuck is even
At
happening?
least
I
you're
don't even know,
laughing,
dude.
Granny.
Do you know what I'm saying though? Quit, you people who keep repeating yourselves. Nonsense always does long lives. Nonsense always gives stuff. I know.
I
We're
think we
not
are
But
taking
there's
it
a
having
from her.
fun.
difference here. Your friend is in the
Gonna
crossfire.
take
She's
it.
uncomfortable. It's making people uncomfortable. It's
I don't even
making
think
people
my bubble's
upset.
moving. Am I? Can anybody hear me?
No,
Auburn, can you
no,
hear us?
no.
I
What the
can
fuck
hear
is
you.
going on,
Well, I
Jess?
can hear you, but I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but can you hear? I don't know what's going on.
I can hear
Jesus.
Granny. I can hear you.
You can't hear Tasha
Oh,
talking.
No, I'm just.
no, sorry. No, should I
This
jump
is
down and I'll jump
hysterical.
down and come
I
back.
can hear everybody.
Oh,
Okay, I can hear her just
I need a
fine
bathroom.
too.
I don't know if there's like ghosts or
Right,
something.
I'm
Or...
jumping down. I'm coming back. If it don't work,
All right,
then
come
God
back,
knows.
come
I
back.
heard somebody whispering before.
Oh
Did
my
you hear
God.
that?
What the fuck
As
is
long as I
that?
wasn't the only one.
Oh my God, when she hit the vape, I was dying.
Yeah, it's like, what? Damn. That was
At least
really
it gave a good one.
prolonged.
It
I
was
was
so
like,
loud.
yeah. Anyway, nonsense, keep going,
my
whatever. But you know what you're doing is my point. And
Oh
I have
gosh,
not
it's funny.
trashed her. I have not trashed her. I said I believe she's highly intelligent, and I refuse to believe that she's not also emotionally intelligent. So I have not trashed anybody except for BJ because she deserves it. Giant
Right,
piece of shit. Yeah.
and we're not even saying don't do it. I understand when people are like,
No, go
yeah,
for it.
when
Do what you want to do.
right,
But
and when
but
Julie,
you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
right,
You
and if
know what
Julie
it's
is,
causing.
when people are like, well, Julie's talking about nonsense and she's responding, listen, I get that. I get
Yeah.
that. I don't blame her for that.
No.
But when you're breaking down these timelines and you're saying like it's just certain things that you already know is beneficial to Brittany is all.
Look,
And I would never tell her
is
not to.
Brittany is giddy. She is giddy over the coverage. Giddy. She loves it. She loves
She
it
does.
because anything that is seemingly against you, even though it's not intentionally against you, apparently, she loves it. She loves it. any rift these people jump on. I know it's like when there's a drop of blood in the water, the shark can smell it from miles away. They jump on it, and it's being jumped on. It's being used. It's being used to her advantage, most definitely. So support nonsense all you want. I don't care. Nonsense, keep going. Fine, you're fully entitled to. But we all know whether intentionally or inadvertently what it's doing. We all know. And anyone saying otherwise, you're being willfully ignorant. I don't want anyone to shut up. I'm a firm believer in free speech. Spout all the shit you want to spout. Cool, go for it. But be aware of what your words and what your actions may be adding to, helping with, detracting from. Be aware. And I believe people are aware. So I should probably jump down now.
I really quick too. I hate when people are like, well, this doesn't this doesn't have to involve grading. You're right, it doesn't, but it also doesn't have to involve nonsense. And the fact that nonsense has so anxiously jumped into it, now when it comes up, people of course ask me, well, how do you feel about what nonsense is doing? And then I'm like expected not to, like I tried for a few days to play it off.
Yeah, I know.
But
I know. I said you've been very poised, and I commend you for that.
Because I never want to hurt nonsense. I don't want to do that.
No.
No.
And I don't think she's intentionally trying to hurt you, but
no.
Like I said, the truth, but at what cost? At what cost? And I do think there's a bit of moral grandstanding here as well, but that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion, which again is worth shit. So but I'm not going to keep repeating myself, and you were trying to go before, and I apologize for coming up so late, but I just, this has gotten under my skin a bit for the last few weeks, as you know, and it takes a lot for me to come up on panel because, I like to stay in the bushes, I'm a lurker, you know that.
I know, that's why I'm like, is that really her back there? I thought it was my the guy that always asked me out on dates. I'm like, oh gosh, he's using my
You want to go to the Olive Garden, Jess?
Yeah, the Olive Garden.
Olive Garden? I have an urge to go start vaping now for some reason, so I'm gonna go buy a vape and suck on a vape, I guess,
as Auburn comes back up.
What did I do? Did something I
All right,
said?
buddy, I'm gonna
Not even
jump
spoken.
down.
Thank you for coming.
You hang in there, okay?
I'll talk to you later.
All right, catch you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Auburn, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Yay! I think that was a lot to do with my phone as well, because it's a bit dodgy, to be fair. So
that was hysterical. It happens to Rowena too, where she can hear somebody, but not the other person.
if it made people laugh, then we can cope with that, can't we?
Oh, that was good. It was needed. Even Crafty Girl, she was just going on and couldn't hear any of us. Oh, it's funny.
No, it's all right. Sometimes that's the best way. Sometimes you need that to break the conversation up.
Right.
Yes. In all fairness, I've literally just joined. I've missed so much today. I've tried to catch up on what happened the other day, what happened yesterday and stuff. It was just obviously, I know the context of the conversation when so I was listening with Rowena were up.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's very difficult because obviously what's going on now with BJ and Craig, it's like, I understand your point of view, like she's used that warfare and that lawfare against you, but it's like legally from a standpoint, the way I try to explain it, and I don't mean to be disrespectful in any sense of the word, but me personally, I've thought of you as going into like paralegal work, and with your knowledge that you've learned through this, unfortunately, like you have got a very good grasp of the legal system. And if you were to look into the legal system and go into paralegal work, something like this that Julie had filed would be seen legally from a standpoint as it's lawfare, basically. Well, sorry,
Can you explain
my
why?
opinion, obviously, only.
Why do you feel that way?
Because of the main pardon? The main
Oh,
statement
sorry.
of the complaint that she's stated is the video that she deleted, which was never deleted, which is still up on her Facebook to this day. Also, the taunting. This, bear in mind, this is to do with the Britney citizens complaint. And the taunting, there was never any taunting done on that live. If anything, actually, and I
There
hate
was no taunting?
saying this, but taunting.
You don't think pulling up a photo of somebody's child and it with itself is taunting?
But it was blurred out.
But why was it up to begin with? Blurred out or not?
It shouldn't have been up. It shouldn't have been up. That's this is what I don't want. I don't want people to confuse my moral boundaries with the legal boundaries. Like, morally, I do not think
I'm still trying to keep it to a legal boundary. So let's say we're in a courtroom and I say, well, Your Honor, Auburn pulled up a photo of my child, blurred out their image. As a judge, they're going to say, well, what was your intent on doing that? What would you describe Brittany's intent to be to have that photo up, if not to taunt?
But that image was pulled up in regards to somebody else posting it to prove the point that that video was still publicly available. That's from the legal standpoint.
But why does it matter? It does, but then I'm going to ask, why does it matter? Right, in the court of law, why does it matter to Brittany if that photo or video is still up or not? Why are you seeking it? Why is it any of your business? Right?
It isn't. It isn't anybody's business, but it is public property.
Right, sure. But that's not the only thing Brittany went in on. I mean, I'm sorry, Julie went in on. So we're going to focus on that. But let's go back to the part where it states that they have repeated threatening statements and alarming menacing conduct.
Okay,
And then
so that was with Craig.
No, that's on Brittany's.
That was with Craig, correct?
No, Brittany. On the
so
filing where it
what
says,
threats?
There's
what
been
threats has.
Sorry, go ahead.
What threats has Brittany as a person made towards her child or to her?
Brittany has repeatedly gone live calling her Julie Skull Snatch, making taunting, the remarks that she makes. But without Brittany hitting that go live, Craig wouldn't have a vehicle to do what he did, right? She allowed Craig.
I agree. 100% agree. Yeah. So why isn't she pursuing a charge against Craig as well?
Well, she is, but it's via the protective order.
But why is it not a criminal charge like she's doing a citizen complaint against Brittany?
I would assume, and I could only guess, that she wants to first see what happens with the protective order before pursuing it. I would assume that this was all done around the same time frame.
Respectfully, from a legal standpoint, if you have so much evidence and you have enough evidence against one person who has never directly threatened you, has only broadcast the threats, who has inadvertently shared a post with your child on, why is that more important to get a criminal charge against that person rather than the person that you feel is actually threatening you?
Well, because this one right
and the
here
thing
is not about.
I have to say this.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I was going to say this isn't due to just threats. This is harassment. So I guess that would be the answer.
So I don't, right? I really, right? I mean, from what I say, I mean no disrespect, right? But
no,
if you remember the original reason why sorry, I was trying not to say BJ. Why Brittany went at you was because you shared a obituary and the details of what happened in her area. So could you not technically
That's a lie.
argue within a court of law that that could
Brittany's-
be seen as harassment?
Brittany didn't put that anywhere on her declaration. Where do you get that from?
No. I'm not saying she included that in the declaration. What I'm saying is, in regards to legal standpoints, and
Mhm.
if we are working our way back from a legal perspective and a legal harassment suit,
Mhm.
if you shared that online, she could technically say that is a legal standing of harassment, the same way what Julie has posted is a legal standing of harassment. Does that make sense?
No, I disagree, because what I spoke on is a death of a local gentleman, which is public record, that happened to die at the ditch where Brittany lived, which is public record,
Yep. And you
which
are
also which
you
is a
are
matter of public concern at that point. And the fact that Brittany
Mm-hmm.
and Craig is followed up with a police report that he threatened and destroyed the memorial. That's all public concern. That's not a child. Julie's
but
son
what
has
I'm
not
saying is
had
that is
any.
a class.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that is, I do understand where you come from, is that is a true crime concern. So I do understand that. And I do understand what you're saying about that is her child and he is not a true crime, nor is he anything to do with this community. But what I'm saying is, she's posted that publicly through her YouTube channel, which is Julie Profound Autism. She is an autism awareness community channel.
Right.
So that video that was posted.
Okay, so let's take that out, right? Let's pretend that Brittany pulled up Julie's son to talk about autism awareness. Let's go with that narrative, right? Now explain the rest of it. Because it seems every time somebody comes up to debate this, there's this hyper focus on one portion without the understanding that this is 4 police reports to put together. Right?
The thing I'm trying to explain is, I am one of these people that are coming at it from, I do not have an issue with what's being played against Brittany because she deserves everything she's getting. I would not be mad if she gets a charge against it. I will not be mad if Craig loses his firearms ability from it. I have an issue with the fact that I do not agree that this is a valid threat.
What part's not a valid threat?
Craig.
You don't think Craig's
Brittany.
a valid threat?
Nope.
No.
And I don't think Brittany is anyway. I can understand people disagree. And like I said, I am the biggest hypocrite ever, because if that does happen, I ain't gonna cry no tears over it. Do you know what I mean? But I just think legally, from a legal standpoint, I think it's very weak. I understand other people feel differently. I do understand that.
Well, I'm confused because I don't know if we're speaking about Craig's TPO or if we're speaking about Brittany's harassment charge.
To be honest, both. I
Okay.
think the temporary restraining order is also very weak. The
You
same
know how
way
hard it
I
is to
think
get a temporary
it was
restraining
used-
order?
Yes.
It's also very hard to get a private citizen's complaint
But I
to go
also
through.
think as if you look on that private citizen's complaint, if you read what is posted, if you read what has been written, it has been stated on that private citizen's complaint that the video was deleted, which is not true.
Oh.
Therefore, that legally is perjury. She knows it was never true. She knows that video is still up. It's public. That is still a public available video. Therefore, if we are playing on a case of who's lying, who's not, who's playing games, who's not, legally, she committed perjury.
I don't think so, because she deleted it off of YouTube, right? And it stated that Brittany brought it to YouTube.
No, the video is on Facebook.
Right.
The video was and always has been on Facebook. She stated in that it was uploaded and it was not available. It was deleted. That is at least misleading.
She says that
I understand completely your point of view.
She says over on their YouTube channel, they displayed an image of a video of my son that I had deleted, right?
Yeah, not deleted. Not deleted.
It's not deleted off of
that's
Facebook.
A lie.
It's not deleted off of Facebook, but it is deleted off of YouTube. And did you guys all go check her Facebook to make sure it wasn't there? I mean, again, we're normalizing this, and I think that's insane to me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So everybody, so if I were to go to Brittany's Facebook right now and pull up a video of her child and I blur out the face, I'd be justified in doing that because she didn't delete it?
Nope. But it's not. No, you won't be justified. But what I'm trying to explain to you, it would not give you the right to proceed against criminal charges. That's what I'm trying to say.
But that's not the only thing that she. But what I'm trying to explain is that's not the only thing that led to a petty harassment charge. Everybody's hyper-focused on one event or this event or that event. It's an accumulation of things. Everything she wrote in there that you're not looking at, where she says there's been an escalation of cyber harassment, repeated threatening statements, and alarming menacing conduct targeting me. Add in, on top of them doing that, they then spelled out.
Not made by Craig.
I don't care who they were made by. They were made on the channel, allegedly of Brittany J, and the channel owner is Brittany Jackson. And in North Carolina and New Jersey, you as the channel owner are responsible for what takes place on your channel.
Yeah, I understand that, but again, that goes back to my point of, well, if that's the case, why has the criminal charges not been brought against both Craig and Brittany?
How do you know they're not? Because they haven't yet.
Are they? Have you seen?
I don't know.
I
seem to know more than me. You tell me. I know right now they're the TPO was graded.
I can tell you that for nothing.
I'm sorry. You can tell me. The thing is,
though, I don't, and I do want Brittany to get accountability. That's the point.
It doesn't sound like you guys do, because I would never come online and hand somebody I wanted to get accountability a literal legal way out of it. I would never do that ever. But you know, who needs accountability when we can all just?
I think
the difference is you guys don't like Julie.
I think the difference is I'm obviously a million miles away. Obviously, I've seen what you've been through. I've supported you and whatever, and still will, whatever, regardless. Because what's happened to you is wrong on every level. But that doesn't mean that I agree with somebody seeking justice that I see as unjust. Like, I want you to get justice for you. I just do not think that this is the way to do it.
But why do you guys think that this has anything to do with me getting justice or not? Why does that keep coming up?
And I think that's the confusion.
It doesn't give me justice, and it don't take away my justice. It will benefit my case, but it's not gonna take away my justice. Whichever way it goes, it has nothing to do with me. Right? Like
I'll tell you another thing as well. Even though I'm.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, even though I'm coming up here now and quite frankly stating my very strong opinion, if I was in your position, I cannot honestly say because I am quite happily admit that I am a hypocrite. And if that person had done that to me, I cannot say that I would not sit by and think, well, I'll cheer her on. And I probably would. And I think that's a lot where people stand, like they support you and they support what you are doing, and they find it very difficult because they can't support what's being done back, or the actions justifying it, but they still support the fact that she's getting some justice. And I just hope that you do realise that even if we come up and speak against what Julie's doing, it does not mean that we do not, maybe a part of us want to see her get a bit of that justice. It's just we are standing up for, we don't agree with the way the courts are being used. Like, the hypocrite in me is screaming like, no, screw it. Do you know what I mean? And I just want you to recognise, like, we're not coming up here, and I know I'm not coming up here to attack you. I'm trying to explain it from my very detached situation, like a million miles away from, across like half the world away.
Right, but that's the other thing, if I may, Auburn, with utmost respect, you are across
Yeah.
the pond, right? You are millions of miles away. So how
I
are
am.
you going to tell me how New Jersey law works? And quite frankly, what is considered lawfare or not? You don't think the judges in New Jersey can distinguish between a true threat and a non-threat? I mean, you guys are assuming that Julie was able just to write off this piece of paper and get a court date. That's not the way that works.
And that's fair. I do. That's fair. I am a person that is not, like, my knowledge of the law is only what I can find online, what I am given through YouTube. So I do respect that, and I do understand that I could be completely wrong, and I could literally end up with egg on my face. And that's fine. I'll still have the same feelings, but I think for me, completely wrong depending on the evidence.
Right. And I think for me, I think my biggest thing is to call this lawfare is literally insulting, because it's avenues that the courts gave us for issues like this. If Brittany had sought out a private one-on-one RO against me, it would not have been lawfare. If Brittany would have written a private citizen's complaint, which she has, and seceded on it to get in front of a judge, it would not have been lawfare. As you yourself said, she could have done that, right? Because I pulled up that video, whatever. She did not. What Brittany did was she waged lawfare against me using a missing child, a celebrity, and 9 other rejects that would sign up along with it, to the point where the ACLU joined in that it was against my free speech. That is lawfare. Julie using the avenues that the courts gave her to prevent the actions of people like Brittany, Nicole, non-Black Jackson, and Craig is not by any means lawfare. And it is insulting to repeatedly hear that it's lawfare because people don't like Julie, or they disagree with it, or this or that. Then write to the senators and the state representatives of New Jersey and tell them to get rid of the fucking laws they put in place because people on YouTube don't like them. How about that? At the end of the day, Craig is a threatening piece of shit, and Brittany Jackson is the wager of all lawfare. And the idea that anybody would spend an hour, let alone 10, 20, or 50, giving excuses for why the slob shouldn't have to face any accountability for the action she has taken for the past 4 years against motherfuckers on YouTube, relentlessly and repeatedly, for her to sit over there and be able to cry victim because there are people that don't agree with New Jersey's law, is asinine to me. I have personally experienced the difficulties it is to receive a PO. I am tired of people telling people if they should or should not be afraid. The motherfucker has a criminal record for kicking his own girlfriend in the face with steel-toed boots. I'll be damned if he threatens my fucking life and I sit back because people on YouTube doesn't think it's a true threat. Not only that, but on top of that, Brittany herself is sitting over there with her woe is me because, oh, she's trying to drain me and take away my rights and this and that and that and that. She'll get a fucking ticket at most, a parking ticket at most, for what she has done, when in all actuality, she deserves far more. So quite frankly, I'm tired of the grandstanding. I'm tired of the overanalyzing. Nobody knows what these police reports are. Nobody even understands how the law works. You guys can't figure out if a judge or prosecutor even seen the paperwork yet, but everybody's determined that is lawfare. And I'm not yelling at you, Auburn. I'm yelling at the situation, because I have personally experienced filing a private citizen's complaint in New Jersey, and I know how it works. It goes to the prosecutor. If the prosecutor doesn't agree that is worth their time, they send it back and they kick it out. They don't send it back, give it to a judge, put it on a docket, give a court hearing to see if somebody may or may not agree that the neighbor's grace is too long. That is ridiculous to think that's the way the courts work. I'm personally insulted by the stupidity that has taken place, that this is a true crime sector that can't figure out that a judge saw enough proof to not only grant a temporary PO, but also give petty harassment charges. I'm so tired of biting my tongue on it. I get it. Julie is a dramatic asshole who did a lot of shit that people disagree with. But you are personally saying that the laws in our states are stupid and need to go away. There are people that get murdered because people didn't believe they were in danger. I don't care if people think Craig's a true threat or not. The police report with his mother's word on it says that he is. Who the fuck are we to say he isn't? If he'll do that to his own mother of his children in front of his children, who's to say what he wouldn't do to somebody else? He's a grown-ass man. They need accountability. Sorry, Auburn. That's just honestly how I feel.
don't
I'm
disagree.
trying to go
This is the
along.
thing. I completely get it. This is what I'm trying to say to you. I completely get it, and I do understand it, and I can't be mad at it because it makes sense.
Right, because it doesn't make sense to
come up and explain, like,
because Auburn, it doesn't make sense that I can go to my judge right now, right? And I will try it if you guys don't believe me. Test me and ask me if I will. I will go to my local courthouse right now and say, Auburn showed a video of my child that I deleted off of Facebook and blurred out his image. Now get me a court date. Do you think the judge is really going to give me a court date over that, Auburn? Honestly. Now, if I go in and I say there's a repeated...
Sure it's like I get a plane ticket.
Right. And now if I go in and I say that Auburn on this date did X, Y, and Z, here's my police reports, here's the proof I offered them, here's everything they seen. On top of that, they went to Facebook and took a video. I don't give a fuck if it was deleted or not. They took a video of my child. For what reason?
Yep.
And put it on there. Guess what? The judge will give me a date.
I do.
So why are we acting like judges are handing out court dates like they're handing out candy at a fucking post office? They're not. My bank doesn't even give out lollipops anymore because of COVID. I fucking hate it because I love the bank's lollipops. But guess
we
what?
never got them over here. We never got
Yeah,
them.
they're not giving out lollipops at the bank and they're not giving out court dates at the courthouse. And it's not that easy.
Oh, dang it.
Do you know what I mean? No, like literally think about what I'm saying. If I filed a lawsuit against Bruno Mars because his music made my ears bleed and I hated it so much, he would be made aware because his team would have to respond whether I had any validity to it or not, which would make it lawfare because it's frivolous. Now, if I went to my courthouse and I said to them, I want to press charges on Bruno Mars because his music sucks and it gave me a headache, they would laugh me out of the courtroom. Because it's not acceptable. The courts don't offer lawfare for court dates for criminal charges. You have to have evidence. I, as a citizen, do not get to say I want to press charges because Auburn's holding 2 cats in her picture, and I prefer she holds dogs. It's not that easy.
No
I don't know
cats,
no dogs. Right. I agree. I want the cats, not the dogs. But do you get what I'm saying? Like everybody's acting like the judge gave a court date to see if Julie does have evidence. And if she does, it will proceed. That's insane. That's insane. It's not the way it works. And it's certainly not lawfare.
It's a fair comment, especially given of what you have been through. So I do appreciate that. And I really probably shouldn't have said that it is lawfare because I don't understand that. But
I think it's become a trendy word. I think when people seek help through the law that nobody likes, we call it lawfare, just like we call everybody a narcissist and we call everything gaslighting, and we just make up these phrases, just like Brittany said, willful ignorance 50 million fucking times, which she doesn't even know the definition because she is the definition, right? It's become a trendy word to describe that we don't like the fact that these people are using the court system. You don't have to like it, but it doesn't make it lawfare.
I'm just glad we don't have that over here. It's great. We have the shitty weather, we have the terrible policing, but we don't have like everybody suing everybody at least.
Yeah. And the only reason we're even in a position where any of this is happening, because over 2 years ago, Bullhorn Betty decided it was okay to open up a frivolous lawsuit because people hurt her feelings. And then a year later, her and Brittany got in bed together. And this community is now the laughing stock. We are the lawsuit community, and it's going to continue to happen. I'm against what Julie did. I don't like it, but I'm not going to diminish it and call it lawfare and or say she doesn't have the right to do it.
Yeah. That's fair. I do understand that. I do completely understand that. I think that where's best to leave it, to be honest. I think that is everybody, you know, that, like you said, that's her right. So, and what will be, will be.
Exactly. I mean, we're really, it's to a point. My blood pressure's fine, I promise you, but it is to the point where we can't even agree if threats were made or not.
Yeah,
And I
I
think,
do think, yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, I do think threats were made, but not necessarily to Julie. I do think direct threats were made against others. I do think threats have been made frivolously. I can't disagree with that. And I do think it is you know, you can't come online threatening everybody. You just can't do that. And regardless of whether you believe that they are credible threats or not, threats are threats. Okay. Don't
But
matter who
Auburn,
they have been made against.
when you guys say there wasn't direct threats against Julie, did you not hear where when Brittany had Julie on the screen and Craig literally said, "You're too old to be risking your life. Those who have crossed us before have ended up dead." The next day,
did you listen to it? Because what was happening is she actually had Julie on the screen, which was discussing nonsense as well. She was discussing
so it was
truth.
a threat. Oh, so it was a threat. So it was,
yeah, that's just what I'm saying.
Nonsense,
The threats
nonsense is
are
older.
never.
So nonsense is older than Julie, right? Nonsense is the one that Craig refers to as the grandmom.
The threats are wrong.
No, but you're taking away that the threat was made towards Julie. You're taking away that the threat was made towards Julie because 5 minutes prior to that, they were talking about truth. 10 minutes after that, they were talking about nonsense.
Correct.
But the minute the threat was made, they were talking about Julie.
Craig never mentioned Julie. I don't think Craig knew what was even going on because he doesn't even have headphones in.
Really? So how's he commentate on everything else? If he doesn't know what's going on.
He just
so
rambles.
Good point. So good point. If he didn't know what was going on, he certainly heard Brittany referring to Skull Snatch, right? He certainly knew he could hear Brittany. Nobody else is speaking. He can hear what Brittany's saying.
He knows who that is.
Okay, so let's say that wasn't a threat. Well, we'll take that one off, right? We can say, that was he was calling truth grandmom, and he's thinking nonsense as the older woman. Okay, fine. Let's go to the next one. Let's
still
go
wrong. Still wrong.
But you're saying it's not towards. I agree, but you're saying it's not towards Julie. So let's take that one off of Julie, right? We'll say, okay, that's not towards Julie.
Okay.
Let's go to the next one. Brittany again is speaking about Julie, who filed a filing against them. Craig is now saying, we got your address, honey. We got your address now, honey.
Yeah.
And you ain't
now that I have an issue with.
Well, is it a threat or not?
That I have an issue with. Yes.
Okay. How about when
my
Brittany was
issue is my issue is the this is after obviously the RO, the temporary RO was served. So he was saying, like, we've got your address and whatever, but the threats that I have a problem with are prior to this, and I do not believe that his threats are direct enough to have even received the temporary RO. So anything after that, to me, is null and void. I do agree him saying, we've got your address, yeah, that's threatening. It is. It just is. If not threatening, intimidating.
Okay, this is also a man who has a violent record of using steel-toed boots to kick his own children's mother in the face.
You might not like this, and I don't like even admitting this out loud, but not charged. There is no record of it.
No, there's never
been a criminal charge.
Right, there wasn't a criminal charge.
You could not use that in court. You could not use that in court. You could not use that in court.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
You cannot use any evidence.
No.
Are you telling me
you don't think I could? You don't think I could use that in court and then pull up Brittany's live stream where she's crying about the events and said that they both have received counseling? Then it was a dark time in their life to prove that the event took place. Absolutely, I could.
Well, yeah, to prove that the event took place, but you cannot prove it as violent history.
I can, with the fact
You
that his own
can't.
mother
You
says in there
can't.
that he has anger issues. Then I'm going to pull up the police report of him waving a gun around about a tiny little
You
memorial
can't.
outside of his house. Yes, I can, and I would,
You
and
can't.
any good lawyer
You
would,
can't.
and I would allow the judge to tell me I couldn't, but I certainly would because it's a FOIA request, which
You
is
could
a publicly
try, but
available.
the
It's a
courts
police
wouldn't.
report. What do you mean the courts want it? Is there a police report on it, and has Brittany admitted to the events?
They wouldn't allow it.
Did Craig himself admit to the events?
The courts would not allow it.
Under what
because
grounds?
It's too prejudice.
It's
Do you
too
know what? Do
prejudice.
you know?
What do you
Right?
mean
You
too
are in
prejudice?
true crime. Right?
That's
You
not
are in
illegal.
true
That is
crime,
not
right?
illegal.
Did you watch? You are in true crime. Did you ever even see like what? Maybe the Murdoch trial, right?
Mhm.
Did you know how many histories that he had of police reports? Do you know how difficult that was to even get that into him being a character reference? You
Wait, can we-
cannot pick and choose.
Can we change the difference here? You're talking about a criminal. You're talking about a violent criminal murder trial. I'm talking about a TPO that is based off of behaviors and feelings.
Yes.
Yes, I absolutely
But
would
it's
because I'm not.
But what I'm saying is, there's no criminal charges. You could, so bearing in mind, right? So say like 6 people had made a criminal complaint against Julie saying she's harassing them, right? So if Craig went in and said, oh, well, hold on a minute, there's been 6 complaints against Julie, but none of them proven, them up, just as you can't pull them up. You can't.
As I
You
just stated,
can't.
I could and I would until a judge told me otherwise. I would absolutely pull it up, and then I would pull up Craig and Brittany admitting that the event took place, which is a pattern of behavior. Then I pull up every other threat that you guys have acknowledged besides the ones that took place towards Julie, and I'd use them. Then I pull up the police report. Then I pull up the police report where it says he has loaded guns around his house, as well as him on the live stream admitting that he's so paranoid he walks around with loaded pistols in his pockets.
I disagree. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. I don't disagree with that. I think the most danger, I do not think is a danger to anybody outside of that house. I think the most danger he is to to the people in that home.
So you agree he's dangerous? So much so that he's a threat to his own loved ones.
Yes.
But yet you can't see why direct threats to another person may be, I don't know, warranted of
Because
a TPO?
I do not, because I didn't think that they were direct threats.
Neither do I,
That's the
Auburn.
difference. This is the thing. Like, I would not be mad if he lost his right to his weapon.
Well, I'll tell you
I
what.
would not disagree with
it
the
is not
court if
easy.
they said he has that order.
Huh?
Sorry, I just saw Petty gone. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened. So the fact that she was granted a temporary means there was something of value there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they turned Brittany away
Yeah.
immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Sorry, I'll let Petty talk. She's back up now. So
It's all right. You couldn't hear me before. I agree with you in the sense that I didn't see the direct threats,
Petty, I
but
can't hear you. Your bubble's moving.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
jump
drop
down.
you
Can you hear me,
off part
Brandon?
and bring you back up. Hold on. See if that
Can you
works.
hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear her, Auburn?
No, I still can't hear. But I'll jump down and if you pop the link back in, I'll jump back up.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'll do it that way. That's okay. I don't know why that happens to people.
It does it to me all the time as well.
It's so weird.
I'm just popping up to say that I feel like Auburn does. I didn't see the direct threats. However, I also can see it from a point where you've got to put yourself in their position. If I walked up to Granny and I got in Granny's face and I says, Granny, I'm going to punch you, and you took that as a threat, you could take that to court all day. But then I walked up to Queen and said, Queen, I'm going to punch you. And she just laughed in my face. It doesn't mean the threat isn't made. It's how that person's perceived the threat to be made. So
I'm just baffled that there are people literally saying these threats weren't made to Julie when they were clear as day made to Julie.
Yeah, but
and that's not even all of them.
I think they are and they aren't. In a
I
legal
can hear
definition,
both. Sorry, I'm just.
yeah, in a legal definition, I can see about the threat, but I think what you need to take into account is it's the legal definition, and then you've got to put in how they feel. Like, just because I don't feel threatened by anything Craig said to me, not that
Right.
he said anything to me, this is just a complete hypothetical. Just because I don't feel threatened by it doesn't mean that Auburn's not going to feel threatened by it. And it's not my right to judge whether Auburn feels threatened or not. If she goes to court because she feels like she's been threatened, I'm not going to take that away from her. That's her own feelings. If she's scared and she needs to go to court, go for it.
I get what
It's
you're
not
saying there.
it's not my right, just because I wouldn't feel threatened. It's not my right to take it away from somebody that they would, And I think, unfortunately for myself and Auburn, the laws in our country are a lot different, and they are starkly different. I won't even pretend to even imagine how the laws work in America. So I try and keep it on the broad range of it. But I do know for a fact that if I went into court and I tried to get a TRO on my ex because he threatened me, but he had a history against his other ex, but he'd never got any charges pressed on him, that would count in a court of law. And I know
It
that
would.
as a fact.
It absolutely
So
would.
that's where I'm struggling with Auburn, because just because no charges were pressed on him, he still did those acts, and there's still police reports. And I know that's how it works
Yeah.
in the UK. I don't know how it works in America. But I just think this whole thing, because people are saying that Julie's exaggerating, and sometimes, yeah, okay, she exaggerates, but I'm still not going to take away from the fact that she feels a certain way. That's not down to me. I don't live her life. I don't live in her house. I can't judge it just because she wants to use the laws that are in her state. It is what it is. But I don't think it's right to compare.
And I think that's what it boils down to. I think that's the point. I think we're all here, aren't we, arguing over it? But I think the point is, it's like, it's not. We can hash it till the cows come on, but it's not down to us, is it? And we can all have our opinions, and we've all got, this community has got very strong opinions, but at the end of the day, we're not in that person's shoes. We can have our opinions on Julie, and we can have our opinions on the threats, but the thing is, I think, it does boil down to personal experience, and it does boil down to what the courts decide.
Yeah.
Well, it also boils down to, for months now, everybody in this community, and I mean everybody, has acknowledged that Craig is a threatening, vile, abusive piece of shit. It's
Yeah.
been acknowledged until the one time where he's going to be held
100%.
accountable
That's
for
one
it.
thing I think we can all agree on.
But everybody's now disagreeing. Everybody's now saying he's harmless. It's no big deal. Oh, they weren't real threats. Oh, it's background noise. It's now being watered down that this man's not a threat. Matter of fact, you said as much, Auburn. You said he's the only person he's a danger to is the people within his walls, right?
I do believe that the only person he is of serious danger to is those in that household, yes. But it doesn't mean that he's not got threatening language.
See, whereas
and
I
he hasn't
disagree.
been threatening towards others.
I see him as a loose cannon. I think he's just one rant away from doing stupid things from what his own mouth has said. He lets his mouth run away with him, and whether he'll talk or not is not for me to judge. I'm not in that position. But just because...
I see, that's another thing I could see, that's a fair... Sorry, I just want to explain. I do understand that is a fair assumption, as my assumption is different to yours, but I do understand yours, and that's fair.
Do you think that Craig's clear and very loud disdain for anybody who's not a white Christian comes into play when we're talking about the fact that he is threatening a Jewish woman?
Yes.
I do. I certainly do as well. I mean, he has made it very clear how he feels about anybody who's not his people, his type.
The way I've heard him speak about different religions, to me is scary. It's extremist sometimes. It's it's not somewhere I'd like to be in the middle of. I think
Yeah.
he can have a tendency of looking at it one way, whether it's his political beliefs or his religious beliefs. He is very black and white. He believes it should be this way. And even down to the way he talks about people. Like, he said the other day about swinging one way about a girl. And people, you know.
It's white supremacist. There is no denying that.
That's
Yeah.
how I feel. And then you add in the fact of his topics of the Middle East and all of that. I mean, I can understand why Julie would feel how she feels. And
Absolutely.
yeah, it's insane to me. The court should be for the people. Sadly, take advantage, but it's important with social media to have the ability. We have to try and trust it. There's just nobody can even decide if they believe that this was already seen by a judge with probable cause or if the hearing's a probable cause hearing.
But I think that's where people are getting hung up, myself, Granny, because just because we can't agree as a community doesn't mean that the courts haven't agreed. Like, we don't know what's gone on behind the scenes. Something's obviously happened for it to get a court date. So, and with me, it's like I was saying to you earlier about that officer number or whatever it was on that piece of paper. I think it's gone in front of somebody. I just don't know who. And yeah, it's not down to us. And just because we don't agree doesn't mean that in law, the law isn't on Julie's side or the law isn't on Craig's side. It's just down to them now.
Right. And the courts are going to do what they do with it.
Yeah. And we can argue. We can all argue till we're blue in the face. If you know, there's more than one way to do things, and disagreeing sometimes is okay. We're not falling out with
And
people.
I think that's how lawyers make the money. Lawyers make the money because they have an argument. So it's like we're doing their work in a sense. It's like we've decided we're all like armchair lawyers and we're all arguing between each other. But yeah, I understand what you mean.
He
I
did
think
say
we all.
yes, yeah.
He did say what, sorry?
He did say that he's known as Crazy Craig around town.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so.
I won't tell you what my nickname is though.
And also you add in the fact that I mean, I know you don't think it would come into play. I think it's interesting because no matter what, Julie absolutely got a temporary TPO or, TPO. So she got a temporary PO and she got a court date, and neither of them are handed out willy-nilly.
No, and I think that's where the distinction for me comes in, because obviously BJ went and she tried to get the ROs on Cletus and Clue and
Right.
Queen and you, and they all got turned down. They wouldn't go through as an emergency RO, so you all had to be notified beforehand. Whereas Julie's obviously went through somehow. Julie's RO against Craig went through.
Right. And Brittany's were immediately dismissed. She didn't even get a temporary because they're not easy to receive. And the way I'm hearing people speak is like they believe that anybody can press charges against anybody and anybody can go get a TPO. Like they're handing out willy-nilly, and they're simply not.
No, I don't look at it like that. But like I said, I don't know the laws in America. I'm not going to patronize you into thinking that I do. I just know where I live. What Auburn was saying earlier is not true. If I went to court and said my ex has got a history of beating up his ex-girlfriends, but none of them pressed charges on him, it's still down on his record for beating up his girlfriends, It's still going to go through because there is some proof that it's there.
Hey.
See, that's not my experience. You see, this is the thing. Even sorry.
No, Judy, you have YouTube on. Turn off YouTube in the background. Or your volume down.
I don't have YouTube.
I guess I can't.
Oh, okay.
I'm on my phone. Can I just say one thing real quick?
Of course.
Oh, shit.
We can hear you, Judy.
I don't know how to turn it down when I'm on the phone.
That's okay. Just say what you have to say. It's no big deal.
Okay. Jess, I'm really, really glad you said what you said about Julie and Craig, him, because she's Jewish. And I'd also like to say something about Julie and other people. And this is my own private beliefs. This has no reflection on Granny or anyone else here. So for anyone who wants to use it against her, use it against me. I believe that there are some people who don't like Julie and don't even know why they don't like her, but don't like her because she's a New Jersey Jew. And there's people who don't get her, but they don't get her because of where she's from, and also because she's Jewish, and they don't even know that they don't like her because she's Jewish. And that's just why some people don't like Jews, and they don't even know why they don't like us. But it's just the way it is. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. That's how I feel. And because of the world we live in, I really, really feel that way. That's all I have to say. And I have to say that as a Torah observant Jew.
I hope you're wrong, but I can't say that you are.
Yeah, I understand it. I hope I'm wrong too, but I know that I'm not. I trust in my heart that I'm not. Because of what's going on.
Sorry, I'm just a bit taken back about that. But does that mean because I don't agree with what Julie's doing that I'm against Jews?
I didn't say you were.
No, but I find what you've come up to say extremely offensive, to be honest.
But there's a lot of people who I have seen who don't like her. From the moment she came on, they didn't like her. And I'm going to tell you something. Do not invalidate my experiences. And do not invalidate how I see the world around me and what is going on. Because it is my experience, my life, our lives, and what is happening to us right now in the world. You are invalidating my feelings, my thoughts, my knowledge, and my own experiences. If somebody doesn't like somebody from their appearance, you know it right away. But when somebody doesn't like you because you're a Jew, they don't know it until they find out you're a Jew. And that has happened to me quite often. So don't invalidate my experience, my thoughts, my feelings, or my knowledge. Okay? Thank you, Granny. I love you. But I got to go because my power's out and I don't want my phone to die.
Thank you for coming up.
Okay, I'll see you. I'll see you Sunday after Shabbos.
Bye, Judy.
Wait, well, look, it'll be really easy this week. I have no power anyway.
What happened? Did it go down in your area or
what?
Did you have a power outage?
Yeah, but wait a minute. We had a storm for like the wind off the lake was really bad, right? For like 5 minutes, and now it's sun shining.
This weather's been weird.
But the power will be out. The weather off of Lake Erie has always been weird. The last couple of years, it's been really, really weird. It looked for a minute like we were about to have a tornado. The wind was just circling, and then it calmed down.
Stay safe. This weather's been too much.
Yeah, I was talking to my friend in Lancaster, and he's like, it's really been weird.
It has. It's been really weird.
Judy, can I ask you a question?
He does say
you can ask me. You can ask me anything.
From what I've just tried to wrap my head around what you've just said, you think that people don't like Julie because she's a Jew. She's Jewish? Is that right?
I said some people, yes, that might be the reason, and they don't even realize it.
Okay.
Right,
so
okay.
I'm not invalidating what you feel like.
On, sorry,
but all I'm gonna just a minute, Auburn. All I'm gonna say is just Granny is Jewish, okay, and I have so much utmost respect for Granny. Julie is Jewish. I think she's batshit crazy, and it's got nothing to do with her being Jewish. So I'm just going to say that from my opinion, I don't agree with how you're saying it, but I understand how you've been treated throughout your life and make that feel to you. But I don't think it's fair of you to come and say that to everybody else when, like, I'm on a panel with two different Jewish ladies. I have no issue with you because of your religion. I have no issue with Julie because of her religion. My issue with Julie is because she's batshit crazy.
Okay, well, that's your issue with her, but allow me to explain something to you, Petty.
Okay.
A lot of people who don't even realize why they don't like Jews and don't even realize why. And when they find somebody who's Jewish and they meet them and they like them, they go, oh, okay, that's a nice Jew. But they don't put them as, oh, Jewish people are nice. Let me finish, okay? This has been going on for a long time, okay? We could get into it. This is neither the time or place of why, okay? Okay? It's just, it's indoctrinated. It's indoctrinated. Anti-Semitism is indoctrinated in the church. It was indoctrinated by the church fathers. It's indoctrinated. Okay.
Right.
Do you feel any
Excuse me,
wait a minute.
I'm
I have
sorry.
friends.
Can I just say something?
I
for
have
2
good friends.
minutes? Excuse me, Judy. Can you just please respectfully just give me just 2 minutes? Literally, I'll be one. Granny, I appreciate you having me up. Respectfully, and
Well,
I do
I gotta
thank you
go
for that.
anyway. Like I said,
So
I
I'm
gotta
just gonna
go
jump
anyway,
down
and it's
'cause I can't
medication
be a
time.
part of this conversation.
I'm leaving
It doesn't
before
matter
all
what
of
my
you.
beliefs are, but anyway. But thanks again. All right, bye.
Oh, bless it.
Well, that took a left turn. I really didn't want to offend
sorry.
anybody. No, it's okay.
I'm
I can't wrap my head around it. I wouldn't judge you because you're Jewish, and I wouldn't want people to judge me because I don't believe in God. It's, I think that's one part of us, but it's not the whole part of us. But I'm not going to take anything away from you because of how you have been treated through life. That's your experience.
It's okay. It's not just me. It's not just me. It's do you know where the term anti-Semitism came from?
No, I don't. I am completely ignorant.
Okay, just let me. Yes, but it came in the 1880s from a man named Johann Marr in Germany
Petty.
because he wanted to listen to me. He wanted to soften the term Judenhaben. Judenhaben meant Jew hate. So he thought if he changed it, people wouldn't realize what he was saying. So it's not that old, okay? So that they could do the Jew hate that they wanted and do it right in their eyes. You can't do it right in my eyes. People don't know the history. Do you know the history of your own country when it comes to Jews?
I do, yes.
Okay. That we weren't allowed there for I don't know how many hundreds of years.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
But the thing is, I'm just saying, you individually are fine. Sometimes people don't realize something inside of them. That's all. There's a lot of people who really like me until they find out certain things about me. Some of them doesn't have anything to do with me being Jewish. Okay. So it's innate things in us. Well, not innate. There are things in us that we are brought up with. Okay.
I understand.
Okay, and some people don't even realize it's in them. Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
I can deal with Julie for multiple reasons. I had cousins like her.
Yeah. You guys are very much alike.
Oh my God, don't say that.
Well, you are. You guys are doing the same thing.
Yeah, I know. But I love people, and I don't mean, I'm not talking about you. And a lot of people don't even realize that's why they're doing it. Yeah, Julie is bad. Yeah, I mean, I love Julie. Don't get me wrong. I really love her and I understand what she's doing, and she's under a lot of pressure at home. I think she should take a break.
Mhm.
I
I don't
really think
disagree.
I agree too.
I really think she should take a break. Should concentrate on her family. She should concentrate on her home. She should concentrate on what's important. And I already know I'm batshit crazy. I was certified by the Reagan administration.
Oh my goodness.
Goodness had nothing to do with it. But and I'm serious. I was certified by the Reagan administration. Make asylums great again.
I do not have a hard time believing you, but I will say I do agree to an extent of what you're saying, which is why I think there are people that are watering down, especially when it comes to Craig, how he feels, and stated as much last night again about Jews. He has said it. I think it does play, and unlike you and Julie,
The thing
I'm not
is,
religiously Jewish, right? I don't have the.
Jess, how can Yehuda? Yehuda is actually a Satmar Jew. I know who she is.
Yeah.
I know who she is. How can she sit in there? You know who the Satmars are, right?
No.
But, okay. So when it comes to Hasidic sects, when it comes to ultra religious observant Jews, they're like at the top. Like, I have no idea how she has access to electronics. Her husband, which his name has to be Yehuda, has to have electronics for work, and she has to be sneaking and using them. If she were to be caught by her rabbi, it would be over. She would be shunned. She would lose her children, her marriage, everything.
Well, that is some tea.
So it makes you kind of wonder, why is she in there and why is she listening to this crap?
Unless she's impersonating who and what she is to offer that, well, look, I have this Jewish woman in my chat. We're not.
Well, then apparently she got a picture of an extremely Jewish woman, because the picture that she now has is of a Jewish woman, wig, in zinit, and very dressed modestly with the wig and everything. That is an authentic picture of a Jewish woman.
Well, she has to answer for all of that. I just know at the end of the day, the climate is way too hot for many people. And I think people immediately took insult to what you were saying. Not trying to diminish your experiences, but because.
Yeah, I tend to talk backwards. I have what I call dysdexia, which is the vocal version of dyslexia.
Oh.
I actually, when I was young, I said I'm dyslexic because I talk backwards. And there's actually something, I don't know if they call it dyslexia, but I do talk backwards. I mix up my words and say them backwards. I end with the conclusion and then work my way backwards.
Oh, I've never heard of that. But you seem to be doing just fine right now.
Yeah, because I started with the conclusion.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm gonna say is I don't even know where to take this. Thank you. I don't even know what to say. I wish this wasn't the place we were in. I hate that the community is divided on how we feel right now. I think we all collectively agree that we wouldn't necessarily have taken the same steps Julie has taken, but who are we to intercept? Let's just sit back till next week and see what happens in the meantime.
I understand. Yeah, I understand the point of these laws. Also, what I wanted to point out to Petty, one of the reasons the point of these laws wasn't to do what Julie's doing, okay? The point of these laws in these states, mine included, the law in my state for the online harassing and bullying and stalking was created because a young man unalived himself because of online bullying and sextortion.
Oh.
So a law was passed. His parents went to bat, and a law was passed within a couple of years and signed into law recently, like 2 years ago, by our governor, for any online harassment, stalking, bullying, including that, anything that is can be criminal, and it's like doubled or tripled when a minor is involved.
Okay, so
And a lot of times that's why these online harassment and stalking and bullying and threats and stuff laws have been passed in certain states. They're not supposed to be taken advantage of.
Right.
do you believe that Julie's taken advantage of it?
Mm.
Yes and no.
Do you think it's got anything to do with her
No
being
part,
Jewish?
the no part is Craig is threatening, and the yes part is she's not the one. But they need to know what consequences are. But then some toddlers never learn.
I think the law is there to be used, and I think it's there to be used by the people who are feeling whatever the law is that's relating to how they're feeling. So while
Yeah,
I
I'm
do
not
not
sure.
support what Julie's doing, I can't be mad at her because of how she feels.
Yeah, but okay. I heard somebody say that Julie plays gangster.
No, she threatened people with the mob. She kind of did, to be honest. I mean, she did the whole like Elsa, and then she went to the.
Oh, okay. She did that. Okay, first of all, if he was, you never tell somebody what you're gonna do. You didn't hear that from me. You never threaten somebody with something. You didn't hear that from me. And if you do and say, you know what, I know somebody, this man is connected, they're gonna come after you. You didn't hear that from me.
I think she just leaned into everybody being like, "Oh my gosh, Al reminds me of The Sopranos," and then her knowing the people that owned the home that was filmed. I think it was more of a parody play-in. I thought it was actually very clever. But yeah, I just
Yeah, but the thing is, even when you tell somebody, if I say you and I are beefing, okay, Granny?
If I don't get a butterscotch or watermelon candy at the end of this conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have any more butterscotch.
Damn it. All right, go ahead. What were you saying?
I'm sorry.
Watermelons?
No. I had some watermelon gummies. Actually, I did. I had watermelon gummies that looked exactly like your little watermelon thing.
Did you?
Wait, my friend's grandson came over and he said, I got something I think you'll like. And he showed them to me. I'm like, I wish there was a way I could take a picture of this and put it on Granny's.
I love
she, yeah, but they looked exactly like the watermelon emoji.
The little sour candies, they're good.
Yeah, but so if you and I are beefing, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do if I'm going to do something.
Right, most people don't.
Right.
Yeah, most people
but
it's just
that's I mean, I'm not ashamed of my past. I was in the game. I was in the streets. I'm a recovering addict, alcoholic.
I heard the gangster come out of you right now, so I'm not even gonna. I'm scared to speak.
Well, see, my granddaddy never went to jail for being a gangster. Yeah, he was in New York too. He just sort of left before things got hot.
Oh, smart man.
Yeah.
How's that phone battery, Judy?
Yeah, I got a charger.
Okay, good. Don't want you left.
Yeah, I got a charger that'll charge my phone twice. I got it when my electric went out 2 years ago from the tornado that went down my street. I was laying in bed going, that sounds like a tropical storm. Wait a minute, I live in Cleveland. That can't be a tropical storm.
In today's climate, could be. But listen, as much as I enjoy this conversation, the Amish market is calling my name. Somebody just mentioned.
Oh, you know what? You know what?
Mm-hmm.
Go to the Amish market and get some sugar cookies and eat one
Oh,
for me.
don't mind if I do. Don't
Oh,
ask me
and
twice.
just so you know, Girl Scout cookies are kosher.
Oh, are they? They're also
Yes.
expensive as shit.
Well, around here they were only $6 a box. I thought they'd be like $9.
That's how hard times are. We think $6 is cheap for a box of cookies. Am I right, folks?
Yeah, we think $6 is cheap for a box of Girl Scout cookies.
Right?
Judy, I just want to say one thing before this panel ends. Most of us don't like Julie because we don't like Julie. I think it's very unfair of you to assume that it's just because we're anti-Semitic. Because I don't care what anybody's religion is. If I don't like you, I don't like you. If I'm going to be a bitch, I'm going to be a bitch. It's got nothing to do with the religion. So
well, I wouldn't wait. I understand you, and I wouldn't call you a bitch. You know what I would call you.
Well, before we call any names, let's stop. I think what Judy was trying to say, and to an extent, I will agree, because did you guys notice when I went to speak, but Judy wanted to speak, she raised her voice above me? That's exactly what Julie does, and that's exactly what not just New Jersey women, but a New Jersey Jewish woman will talk your fucking ear off. They will interrupt you every second, and for that, and they over-explain this long dialect, and that is a lot of the characteristics of Julie.
Oh my God, I over-explain. I am trying so hard to get rid of that. I over-explain so much.
You're okay. Don't worry about it.
You all
Don't worry about it.
And I'm used to it. I'm used to it, but a lot of people on YouTube aren't. And I think what Judy was saying is that's why she's saying they dislike her without even knowing she's Jewish, but because she's Jewish, because it is a certain, and I'll just let it slide for right now, because it is the climate's so hot right now. There's so much going on.
Yeah.
I can see why she,
It's people in my real life too it's even my sister who says I over-explain too much. So yeah, my biological sister. I just want to say one thing before you go, and it's to Petty. Hey, Petty. Yeah. I was watching this British show, right? They do say that word all the time. This one guy who was kind of sort of a cop, but not a cop, was calling people just all under his breath all the time when dealing with these people. I love it. That's why I watch the British shows, because you say it like it is. I love it. I just wanted to say that. And I wanted to say it since I have you on panel instead of typing it to you.
Yeah, you're all right. No, honestly, it's fine. I just don't want you to think that everybody's against you just because you're Jewish. I just,
I know you're not.
It is what it is. But
it was what Granny just said, the first assumption about how she is, and it's something deep inside don't even know. So, but I love you, Petty.
No,
I love you,
right.
girl.
You're okay.
You all right with me, mate?
Yeah, I'm all right with you, mate.
The fuck out of here! Oh my God!
Let's go down to the pub and get some fish and chips. Have a cup of tea.
A cup of tea, okay, with a little bit of cream in it, with a little bit of milk in it. Maybe a lump or two.
Just no sugar. Sweet enough.
No sugar. I like a lump. I like mine with a lump or
Honey,
two.
you don't say make sure it's kosher. You don't throw it out there. All right, you guys,
I'm gonna drop
this place
down.
fucking scares me. I'm dropping down.
Go and enjoy
I'm
your
dropping the
market.
fuck down. I don't even know how we
Nice
get.
to talk to you.
Thank you.
Bye.
No worries. Bye.
Thank you, Granny. I love you, girl.
Stay safe. Get that power worked on. Charge that phone.
Yeah, it's Cleveland Public Power. Good luck with that. Bye.
Oh, bless it. All right, my friends, and that is what you call a Friday the 13th stream. What did we even discuss today? How did we even get here? We went from literally this to that to this and that. Listen, at the end of the day, I can't stress it enough. I don't want this place divided on if Brittany and Craig did what they're being accused of or not. I can't make it any clearer. Justice will take place either way. Who cares, right? Next week we'll find out. Hopefully it will calm things down. I want everybody to remain cordial, remain friends. I can't make that any clearer. I it is what it is. But I don't even have brain cells left, so I can't even try to bring this back around. Because I don't even know how we got here, to be quite honest. So I don't know. I do know that it is on the docket that we put in for attorney fees and court costs. And no, Brittany, it was not $180, and it certainly isn't a measly $8,000 either. I guess you will find out how quick and how much $8,000 actually is. Measly $8,000. Oh, child. Anyway, I am running to the Amish market and disconnecting from everybody. That's why they're so peaceful. You know that? They're so peaceful. You want to see me in Maui? I want to see me in Maui. Are you kidding me? Auburn, thank you. Thank you for the respectful, and thank you for understanding I wasn't screaming at you. I'm screaming at the situation. I still feel how I feel. I hate that this is being called lawfare. I hate that people don't know how the laws work. I hate that people think they know how the laws work. And I hate, most importantly, that people think it's a stupid law. Both of them are laws that have saved lives, whether you feel they're being abused or not. I'm sure the amount of legitimate ones outweigh the ones that were brought with ill intent, right? So let's just be thankful for them, and let's just pray the courts are smart enough to work out what is what, and it will not stop me from getting my justice, or whatever you want to call it, at the end of the day. Oh, all right. Yeah, group hug. Oh, bye. If you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up on the way out. And yes, Chloe, I'm not responding back to you either. Bye, bitch.